Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome. This channel is all about powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker secrets of the wizarding world. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Arcturus Black took Harry Potter at age 3 and turned him into a pure-blood monster the wizarding world feared? Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story here is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe. Now, let's begin.
The rain on Privet Drive was not the gentle, forgiving kind. It fell in a relentless, gray sheet, smearing the neat lines of identical houses into a watercolor nightmare. Inside number 4, the air was thick with the smell of overcooked cabbage and silent resentment. A small, too thin boy with lightning-shaped scar just visible beneath a fringe of jet black hair sat on the floor of the cupboard under the stairs. He wasn't crying. 3-year-olds often cry, but this one had learned the hard way that tears brought noise, and noise brought Uncle Vernon's thunderous footsteps and Aunt Petunia's sharp pinches. His name, he'd been told, was Harry. Harry Potter. A bad, ungrateful boy. A burden. The word was too big for him, but he understood its weight. It sat on his small chest like a cold stone. He was tracing a finger through the dust on the floor, making a shape that looked a bit like the stray cat he sometimes saw from the garden. A strange warmth, a tiny, secret spark, bloomed in his fingertip. The dust shivered and shifted, the shape smoothing, becoming more cat-like. A faint, wobbly purr seemed to vibrate in the air for a second. Harry stared, a flicker of something that wasn't fear touching his dark green eyes. Then the doorbell rang. The sound was so foreign, so utterly out of place in the damp, muted afternoon, that Harry flinched, the dust cat dissolving. Heavy footsteps shook the ceiling above him. Vernon Dursley's voice, a low grumble of annoyance, moved towards the front door. Who on earth could that be in this weather? Harry pressed his ear to the cupboard door, the rough wood grain against his skin. He heard the door wrench open, a blast of wet, cold air, and then, silence. Not a friendly greeting, not an outraged bluster. A silence so deep and cold it seeped through the cracks in the door. Who are you? Vernon's voice came again, but it was different. Thinner. Higher. Afraid. That, a new voice answered, is of no consequence to you. The voice was like the rain outside, cold, clear, and sharp enough to cut. It held an age and an authority that made Vernon Dursley seem like a squeaking toy. Harry's breath hitched. He knew that voice. Not in his head, but in his bones. In the strange, quiet place inside him where the dust cats lived and his bruises sometimes faded too fast. You will fetch the boy. Now see here. You can't just. There was no sound of a spell. No flash of light. Just a soft, choked gasp from Uncle Vernon, and the heavy thud of a body hitting the hall floor. Panic, sharp and primal, shot through Harry. He scrambled back from the door, into the farthest, darkest corner of his cupboard, pulling his knees to his chest. More footsteps. Not Uncle Vernon's stamping tread, but a measured, deliberate tap, tap, tap of what sounded like a cane on the hall linoleum. They stopped right outside his door. The lock, which Vernon had fixed just that morning with a smug grunt, clicked. It didn't break. It simply unlocked itself, the mechanism turning with a sound like a sigh. The door swung open. Light from the hall framed a tall, terrifying figure. He was ancient, his face a landscape of severe lines and sharp angles, carved from pale stone. His hair was white and thick, swept back from a high forehead. His eyes were the color of flint, and they held no warmth, no pity, no curiosity. They simply took in the cupboard, the thin mattress, the broken toy soldier, and finally, the boy huddled in the shadow. He was dressed in robes of deepest black, immaculate and severe, with a high collar that seemed to swallow the weak light. In one hand, he held a cane of polished obsidian, topped with a silver handle shaped like a snarling dog's head. For a long moment, the old man said nothing. His gaze was a physical weight. Harry stared back, unable to look away, the spark inside him frozen. Pathetic, the old man murmured, and the word wasn't angry. It was a statement of fact, cold and disgusted. A scion of the most ancient houses, left to rot in a cupboard. Like a forgotten tool, he extended a hand. His fingers were long, pale, and looked terribly strong. Come here. Harry didn't move. His heart was a frantic bird in his chest. The flint eyes narrowed, just a fraction. I will not ask again, boy. I am Arcturus Black, your family, and you are coming with me. Family. The word meant nothing to Harry. Aunt Petunia was family, and she called him a freak. Uncle Vernon was family, and his hands were large and hurt. Dudley was family, and his laughter was a weapon. This man, with his cold voice and colder eyes, was more frightening than all of them. But something else stirred. That bone-deep recognition. A whisper, not in words, but in feeling. A pull. Against every instinct screaming at him to hide, Harry's small, grimy hand uncurled from his knee. He uncoiled from the corner and, on trembling legs, stood. He did not take the offered hand. He simply stepped out of the cupboard, his bare feet silent on the cold floor, and looked up at the giant of a man who had come for him. A ghost of something, not a smile, never a smile, touched Arcturus Black's thin lips. There. Not entirely broken, then. He turned, his robe sweeping around him. Follow. Harry padded after him, into the hall. Uncle Vernon lay sprawled on the floor, his face purpling, eyes wide and unseeing as he stared at the ceiling. He was alive, his chest heaved, but he couldn't move, couldn't speak. From the kitchen doorway, Aunt Petunia stood, one hand clutching her throat, the other holding a teacup that rattled in its saucer. She looked at Arcturus Black with pure, undiluted terror. She did not look at Harry at all. Arcturus paused, glancing at Petunia with an expression of such profound distaste it was as if he'd found something foul on his shoe. You will remember this day, woman. You will remember that you were judged and found wanting. You will live with the memory of your cowardice. That is your punishment. He looked down at Harry. Is there anything in this hovel you wish to take? A keepsake. He said the word as if it were in a foreign, slightly ridiculous language. Harry looked around. At the floral wallpaper. At the umbrella stand. At the silent, petrified bulk of his uncle. He thought of the dust cat. He shook his head once, a short, sharp movement. Good, Arcturus said, and there might have been a thread of approval in that icy tone. Sentiment is a luxury for the secure. You have no security. You have only what you will become. He turned and walked out of the open front door, into the slashing rain. Harry hesitated for only a second. He looked back once, at the cupboard under the stairs. It was just a dark hole. Then he stepped over the threshold, into the wet, free world. The rain should have soaked him in an instant, but as he followed the straight, black back of Arcturus Black, a sphere of dry, quiet air moved with them. The raindrops hissed and slid off an invisible dome a foot above their heads. Magic. This was magic. Not the accidental, fuzzy warmth that made dust move or mended his skin. This was magic with a will, sharp and controlled and powerful. At the end of the pristine driveway, by the neat hedge, stood not a car, but a carriage. It was sleek, black, and drawn by two enormous, winged horses. Their coats were the gray of storm clouds, their eyes glowing faintly orange. They stamped hooves that sparked on the tarmac, steam rising from their nostrils in the chill air. A hunched, miserable-looking creature with bat-like ears and bulging eyes stood holding the carriage door open. It was wrapped in a tea towel printed with daisies. Master has returned, it squeaked, bowing so low its nose touched the ground. Creature lives to serve the noble and most ancient house of Black. Get us home, Arcturus commanded, striding past the creature without a glance. He climbed into the carriage. Harry stood on the sidewalk, the invisible shield keeping the rain off him, and stared at the thestral. He could see it. He didn't know why that felt important, but it did. Get in, boy, Arcturus's voice came from the dark interior. We do not linger in places like this. Harry climbed the small step. The carriage interior was all dark leather and polished ebony wood. It smelled of old books, cedar, and something metallic like lightning. He sat on the edge of the seat opposite the old man, his feet dangling, not touching the floor. Arcturus studied him as the carriage gave a lurch and began to move, not along the ground, but upwards, into the low, weeping sky. Privet Drive, little whinging, the whole world of neat lawns and closed curtains, fell away beneath them, swallowed by cloud and rain. You are Harry James Potter, Arcturus said, his voice cutting through the rumble of the storm outside. Son of James Potter, a blood trader of some talent, and Lily Evans, a gifted muggle born. You are the grandson of Doria Black, my niece. That is the only reason you are alive. That thread of black blood in your veins. It is thin, muddied by impurity and poor choices, but it is there. Harry listened. The words were too big, but he clung to them. Son, grandson, names he'd never heard. The world believes you a hero. A symbol. A baby who vanquished a dark lord with love. Arcturus sneered, the word, love, sounding like a disease. They are fools. You survived because of an ancient, sacrificial magic your mother stumbled into, and because the black blood in you, however diluted, rejected the killing curse. It was not love. It was lineage. It was power defending its own. He leaned forward, his cane between his knees, his flint eyes boring into Harry's. You will not be a symbol. Symbols are passive, useless things to be used by others. You will not be a hero. Heroism is a narrative constructed by the victorious. You will be something the world has forgotten how to make. You will be a black. And you will be feared. The carriage broke through the cloud layer into a clear, star-scattered night. Below, London was a sprawl of golden light. Ahead, silhouetted against the moon, stood a vast, grim townhouse. It seemed to lean out of the fabric of the city itself, darker than the sky around it, its windows like slitted, watching eyes. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Arcturus intoned. The heart of the House of Black. Your home now. Your cradle. Your forge. The Thestrals descended, their great wings beating silently, and landed in a hidden, cobbled square. The carriage door opened. Creature was already there, weeping silently into his tea towel. Arcturus climbed out, then turned. He did not offer his hand this time either. He simply waited. Harry looked up at the towering, menacing facade of the house. It felt alive. It felt hungry. It was the opposite of the cupboard in every way, vast, dark, and full of a silent, waiting power. The spark inside him, the one that made dust cats, didn't shrink. It stretched. It reached out towards the dark stones. He slid off the seat and landed on the cobbles. He didn't look back at the carriage, at the sky, at the world he was leaving. He took a small, firm step forward, then another, until he stood beside Arcturus Black, the old man's shadow engulfing him. Together, they walked towards the black door. As they approached, it swung inwards with a groan of ancient hinges, revealing a hallway lit by flickering gas lamps, lined with house elf heads mounted on plaques, and dominated by a vast, dusty tapestry shimmering with gold thread. The air inside was cold, still, and thick with the smell of dust, magic, and forgotten grandeur. Arcturus placed a heavy, cold hand on Harry's small shoulder. The touch was not comforting. It was possessive. A claim. Welcome, he whispered, the words slithering through the gloom, to your inheritance. The door slammed shut behind them, sealing out the night, sealing in the boy. The last echoes died, leaving only a profound, watchful silence. In the dim light, the eyes of the house elf heads seemed to gleam. On the tapestry, a single new line of thread, burning like liquid gold, began to stitch itself next to Doria Black's name. Harry James Potter Black. In the darkness, the 3-year-old boy did not cry. He looked up at the gallery of sneering portraits, at the looming shadows, at the stern, unforgiving face of his great-grandfather. The spark in his chest was no longer a spark. It was a small, steady, cold flame. And deep in the bowels of the house, something in a glass case, a heavy, ornate locket, gave a faint, almost imperceptible thrum. Dot. The forge was lit. Dot. The monster had been brought home. The silence of Grimmauld Place was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was a thick, velvet thing that lived in the drapes, seeped from the walls, and pooled in the shadows of the high ceiling. It pressed against Harry's eardrums as he stood frozen on the chessboard black and white tiles of the entrance hall. The gas lamps flickered, making the mounted house elf heads seem to twitch in the corners of his vision. Arcturus's hand remained on his shoulder, a cold, heavy anchor. Creature. The house elf appeared with a soft crack, still clutching the daisy tea towel. His large, bloodshot eyes swam with tears as he gazed up at Arcturus, but when they flicked to Harry, they widened with something like horror and a fervent, terrible hope. The young master, Creature breathed, his voice a rustle of dry leaves. Creature sees it, the black blood, it sings in him, it is, under the stink of the mud. Enough, Arcturus cut him off, his voice slicing through the elf's muttering. The boy is filthy and dressed in rags. Draw a bath. Use the green salts from the second storeroom. Then find him suitable clothing. Something of Regulus's, from before. He will do for now. Harry's mind, still reeling from the flight, the carriage, the towering house, latched onto the unfamiliar name. Regulus. It echoed in the silent hall like a stone dropped in a deep well. Yes, Master Arcturus, of course, creature lives to serve, the elf gabbled, bowing repeatedly before shuffling backwards and vanishing with another crack. The hand left Harry's shoulder. Arcturus moved forward, his cane tapping a slow, rhythmic beat on the tiles. He stopped before the vast tapestry that dominated the far wall. It was immense, a fabric of night itself, embroidered with a complex, gnarled tree of shimmering silver and gold thread. Names bloomed at its knots, some gleaming brightly, others burnt away, leaving only blackened, frayed holes. This, Arcturus said, not looking back, is your family. The noble and most ancient house of Black. Toujours pure. He pointed his cane at a high, spreading branch. Here, Phineas Nigellus. My grandfather. A great wizard. Headmaster of Hogwarts. The cane moved down, tracing a line. Cygnus. My father. A lateral stroke to a bright, bold name. Walburga. My sister. A woman of unwavering conviction. There was no warmth in the description. The cane dipped lower, to a section where several threads seemed to twist together before being violently severed. Charred marks spider-webbed out. From the ruin. And here. The compromises. The fallibilities. His tone was glacial. Bellatrix. Passionate, but unhinged. Andromeda. A betrayal. The word was a curse. Narcissa. Clever, but her priorities were misplaced. Finally, the cane tip rested on a name that still shone, but faintly, as if tarnished, Doria Black. From it, a single golden line extended, but instead of connecting to another proud black name, it veered away, intertwining with a thread of vibrant, stubborn scarlet labeled Charles Potter. From that union, a line dropped down to a name that was not yet on the tapestry, James Potter. My niece. Your grandmother. She married a Potter, a pureblood, but a family of sentimental fools, staunch Gryffindors, meddlers in wars that were not theirs. Arcturus's lip curled. And so, the dilution began. Their son, your father, completed the ruin by wedding a Muggle born. A capable witch, they say, but the stain is absolute. He turned now, his silhouette dark against the shimmering tapestry. You are the product of that dilution. You carry the Muggle stain in your heritage, and the stink of poverty and neglect on your skin. But you also carry the last, fading echo of black blood. My task is to amplify that echo. To make it a scream that drowns out everything else. The Potter in you must be buried. The upstart hero they wish you to be must be erased. Do you understand? Harry stared at the tapestry. The names meant nothing, but the story it told was clear. It was a story of lines, of connections, of things being included and cut away. He was a loose thread, recently pulled, now being offered to the weaver. He didn't understand the words, dilution, or Muggle-born. But he understood, task. He understood the look in the old man's eyes. It was the same look Uncle Vernon had when he gave Dudley a complicated new toy, with instructions on how it should be played with. He gave a small, slow nod. A bath was drawn in a cavernous, black marbled bathroom on the first floor. The water was deep and opaque, the color of emeralds, smelling sharply of pine and minerals. Creature helped him out of his outsized, filthy clothes, his long fingers surprisingly gentle. The elf's muttering was a constant stream. Creature will wash the filth away. Yes, the young master must be pristine. For the noble house, Regulus's clothes. Master Regulus was a good boy, a proper pureblood, before the madness took him. Harry sank into the water. It was hot, almost scalding, but the heat felt good on his perpetually cold skin. The green salts tingled. The grime of Privet Drive, the dust of the cupboard, the invisible residue of years of disdain, seemed to lift from him. He sat perfectly still, watching the steam rise. Creature poured water over his hair, working a sharp-smelling soap into his black locks. The physical sensation of being cared for, even by this strange, weeping creature, was so alien it felt like a dream. He was dressed in fine, black wool trousers and a gray silk shirt that had been meant for a slender teenager. They hung off his small frame, but creature snapped his fingers, and the seams drew in, the hems shortened until they fit passably. The fabric was soft against his skin, softer than anything he had ever worn. It felt like a disguise. Master Arcturus waits in the dining room, creature squeaked, leading him back down the stairs to a room Harry had not entered. The dining room was long and narrow, dominated by a table that could seat 30. Only one end was set. A single candelabra cast a pool of light over two places, one at the head of the table, and one to its immediate right. Arcturus sat at the head, already served with a plate of roast pheasant. He did not look up as Harry entered. Sit. Harry needed both hands to climb onto the tall, carved chair. The seat was cold and hard. A plate of food appeared before him, the same pheasant, but cut into small, precise pieces, with buttery potatoes and glazed carrots. The aroma was rich, overwhelming. His stomach growled, a loud, traitorous sound in the quiet room. He picked up the fork. It was heavy, silver. He looked at Arcturus, who ate with methodical, silent efficiency. Harry copied him, spearing a piece of meat. The flavor exploded in his mouth, complex and savory. He had to fight the urge to shove it all in at once, to eat like Dudley, with greasy fingers and open-mouthed chewing. He took slow, small bites, his eyes never leaving his plate. You eat like a civilized being, Arcturus observed after a long silence. A small mercy. Your relatives, at least, did not turn you into a complete animal at the table. Harry said nothing. He focused on the food, on the simple, monumental act of filling the hollow space inside him with something warm and good. Tomorrow, your education begins, Arcturus continued, dabbing his lips with a napkin. You will learn what it means to be a Black. History. Bloodlines. The proper use of power. And you will learn magic. Not the childish, wand-waving they teach at Hogwarts. The old magic. The magic of intent and will. The magic that runs in our blood. He set his napkin down. The world outside these walls believes you are hidden away, protected, being raised in blissful ignorance. Dumbledore's great hope. Let them believe it. Their ignorance is our advantage. You will not appear in their world until you are ready. Until the mask is perfect. And when you do, you will not be their savior. You will be their reckoning. Harry finished the last carrot. The plate vanished, replaced by a small bowl of treacle tart. His favorite. He hadn't known it was his favorite until he saw it, but a deep, instinctual yearning rose in him. He looked up, startled, for the first time meeting Arcturus's gaze directly over the candle flame. The old man's flint eyes glinted. Creature is a useful spy. He listened, in that hovel. He heard the woman deny you sweets. He heard the large child taunt you with them. This is not kindness, boy. It is a lesson. What others deny you, this house will provide. But everything this house provides comes with a price. Everything. Remember that. Harry ate the treacle tart. It was sweet, sticky, and delicious. It tasted like a secret. It tasted like a weapon. After the silent meal, Creature led him up the many staircases, past landings hung with morbid portraits that whispered as they passed, to the very top of the house. This was not the nursery Arcturus might have prepared for a cherished heir. This was a room that felt like an afterthought, or a test. It was under the eaves, smaller than Dudley's second bedroom, with a sloped ceiling. A single, narrow window looked out over the dark, sleeping London rooftops. A bed with black linens, a heavy wardrobe, and a plain wooden desk were the only furniture. It was clean, but it was austere. It was a cell, but it was his. The door had no lock on the outside. Young master is to sleep, Creature said, pulling back the covers. Creature will be listening. If the young master needs anything, Creature will come. Harry climbed into the bed. The sheets were crisp and cold. Creature snapped his fingers, and the single candle by the bed extinguished, plunging the room into near darkness, lit only by the faint amber glow of distant street lamps filtering through the window. The elf disappeared with a soft pop. Alone. The silence of the house was louder here. It was filled with creaks and sighs, the settling of ancient bones. The whispers of the portraits were a distant murmur, like voices from underwater. Harry lay still, staring at the patterns of light and shadow on the ceiling. He thought of the cupboard. The dust. The feeling of being too large for the space. Here, he was too small. The space felt vast, hungry. He thought of Uncle Vernon on the floor, unable to move. He thought of Aunt Petunia's terrified face. He felt nothing. No satisfaction. No guilt. It was just a picture in his head, like something from a story about another boy. He held up his hand in the dim light. The same hand that had traced shapes in the dust. He focused. He didn't know how, but he tried to find that spark. That warmth. He thought of the treacle tart, the sudden, surprising sweetness. A tiny, wispy curl of silver light, like steam, drifted from his fingertip. It hung in the air for a moment, shimmering, before fading away. Magic. The old magic. The magic of intent and will. A floorboard creaked right outside his door. Harry's hand snapped down, clutching the cold sheet. He held his breath. There was no sound of footsteps. Just the creak. Then, a long, slow, scraping sound, like a fingernail being dragged down the length of the wooden door. It went from the top to the very bottom. Then, silence. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. He stared at the door, his eyes wide in the dark. Minutes passed. Nothing. He finally let out a shuddering breath. The fear was a cold knot in his stomach. But under it, coiling alongside it, was something else. A sharp, prickling awareness. This house was not just a place. It was alive, and it was watching him. He was not Harry Potter, the boy from the cupboard. He was not Harry Potter, the wizarding world's secret savior. He was Harry Potter Black, a loose thread in a dark tapestry. And the house was testing the strength of its new fiber. He turned onto his side, facing the door, his eyes open. He did not sleep for a long time. When he finally did, his dreams were not of flying motorbikes or green light, but of a vast, silvery tree, its branches knitting him into their embrace, its roots digging deep into cold, black earth. The next morning, Creature appeared with breakfast on a tray. Porridge with honey, a glass of pumpkin juice. The elf's eyes were, if possible, even redder. Master Arcturus awaits the young master in the library after he eats, Creature intoned, setting the tray on the desk. Creature hopes the young master slept, undisturbed. Harry ate the porridge. It was good. He drank the juice. He dressed himself in the clothes from yesterday, which had been cleaned and pressed and laid out on the wardrobe. Then he opened his bedroom door. The corridor was empty. The morning light, weak and gray, filtered through a grimy window at the far end. He made his way down the stairs, his small hand skimming the banister, which was carved into the shape of a twisting serpent. He found the library on the second floor. The door was ajar. He pushed it open. The room took his breath away. It was larger than the entire ground floor of Privet Drive. Bookshelves stretched up to a vaulted, frescoed ceiling, accessible by rolling ladders. The air smelled of leather, parchment, and the faint, sweet decay of very old paper. A fire crackled in a massive marble fireplace, and in a high-backed chair before it sat Arcturus Black. Close the door. Harry did, the heavy wood thudding shut with finality. Come here. Harry walked across the expanse of Persian rug until he stood before the chair. Arcturus was not reading. He was simply staring into the fire, his profile sharp and severe. The foundation of wizardry is not the wand, Arcturus began, without preamble. It is the self. A wizard must be a fortress. His mind, disciplined. His will, absolute. His emotions, controlled. What you did in your cupboard, the accidental magic, that is the raw seepage of a soul without walls. Unacceptable. Before you learn a single spell, you will learn to build your walls. He turned his head, his flint eyes capturing Harry's. Look at the fire. Not at the flames. At the space between the logs. At the heart of the heat. Harry looked. The flames danced, yellow and orange. He tried to look past them, to the glowing embers beneath. Empty your mind. Push out the noise. The memory of the cupboard. The taste of treacle tart. The fear of the door. Push it out. There is only the fire. Your will is the bellows. Your mind is the hearth. It was impossibly hard. Thoughts flickered like the flames, creatures weeping, the flying horses, the scraping nail. He tried to push them away, to focus on the red-hot core of the fire. Minutes ticked by. His head began to ache. You are fighting yourself. Arcturus's voice was a low murmur. Do not fight. Command. You are the master of your own mind. It is not a wild animal. It is a tool. Now. Again. Harry tried. He breathed in the smell of the smoke, felt the heat on his face. He imagined the thoughts as physical things, like the dust in his cupboard. He imagined a wind, sweeping them out of a clean, empty room. For a second, just a second, his mind went quiet. The image of the fire burned clear and bright, without association, without memory. The fire in the hearth roared, surging up the chimney in a great, twisting column of flame. Harry gasped, stumbling back a step, the connection shattered. The fire settled back to its normal crackle. Arcturus did not smile. But something in his expression shifted, like a rock revealing a new facet. Good. It was the first word of praise Harry had ever received. It felt colder than any insult. That is the first lesson. Control begins within. We will practice this for 1 hour every morning. Until the walls are impervious. Until your magic responds not to childish emotion, but to conscious thought. He stood, moving to a shelf. He pulled down a heavy, leather-bound book. The cover was embossed with a crest, a shield, a wand, a sword, and what looked like a badger. Hogwarts, a history. You will learn to read properly. Then you will read this. And you will understand the institution that seeks to mold wizards into tame, ministry-approved creatures. You will know it so you may later dismantle its lies. He placed the book on a small table beside a second, plainer chair. Sit. We begin with the alphabet. The written word is a form of magic in itself. It must be mastered. The lesson was long, arduous. Arcturus was a merciless teacher, his patience thin, his corrections sharp. But Harry learned. He learned the shapes of letters, their sounds. He learned that A was for Arcturus, for ancestry, for ambition. The world, which had been a blur of sensation and fear, began to develop edges, definitions. Days fell into a harsh, rigorous rhythm. Dawn brought the mind discipline before the fire. Mornings were for reading and writing. Afternoons were for history, the rise and fall of wizarding families, the sacredness of blood, the great works of the Black lineage. Harry listened, his young mind absorbing it like a sponge, even the poison. He learned of Salazar Slytherin's wisdom, of the need for purity to preserve magical strength. He learned that Muggles were not just different, they were a vibrational drain on the magical world, their ignorance an active corrosive force. He learned that love, as celebrated in storybooks, was a strategic weakness. He saw no one but Arcturus and Creature. The house remained a silent, watchful prison. The scraping at the door did not come again, but sometimes he would feel eyes on him from the portraits of long-dead Blacks, their painted gazes following him as he moved from room to room. Weeks bled into months. Harry's reading improved. His mind, through brutal, daily exercise, grew quieter, more focused. The accidental magic ceased entirely. The spark was not gone, it was banked, contained, waiting. One afternoon, deep in the gloom of the drawing room, Arcturus pointed his cane at a glass-fronted cabinet. Inside, on a velvet cushion, rested a delicate silver tiara. A black heirloom, said to grant wisdom. It is a lie. It is a vessel for a forgotten ancestor's arrogance. Touch it. Harry, now 4, looked at the tiara. He reached out, his small fingers hovering over the glass. Not with your hand, you foolish boy. With your will. You feel the magic in it, do you not? The stagnant pool of another's intention. Push against it. Make it ripple. Harry focused. He let his mind go quiet, as he did with the fire. He reached out, not physically, but with the part of him that had once made dust move. He touched the magic of the tiara. It felt cold, slick, and complicated, like a knot of wet, black thread. He pushed. Nothing happened. He pushed harder, imagining a hand, his hand, plunging into that knot and wrenching it apart. Inside the cabinet, the tiara vibrated. A high, thin ringing sound filled the air. The glass front fogged over, then cleared. For a single, terrifying second, the tiara wasn't silver. It was tarnished, black, and seemed to be weeping a dark, oily substance. Then the vision was gone. The tiara sat, innocent and gleaming. Harry was panting, a cold sweat on his brow. The effort had drained him. Arcturus studied him, then the tiara. HMPH. A parlor trick, but a start. You reached beyond yourself. You interacted with legacy magic. In time, you will learn not just to touch it, but to command it. To make it yours. That night, exhausted, Harry dreamed of the tiara. But in the dream, he wasn't pushing its magic away. He was putting it on. The cold metal settled on his brow, and the whispering voices of the house grew loud and clear, a chorus of dark advice in his ears. He woke with a jolt. The room was dark, and from somewhere far below, deep in the bowels of the house, he heard a new sound. Not a scrape, not a whisper. It was a slow, heavy, metallic click. Like the opening of a long-sealed lock. Dot. Harry sat bolt upright in bed, the dream vision of the tiara shattering like glass. The echo of the click hung in the absolute darkness, a sound so physical it seemed to have weight. It hadn't come from his door. It was deeper, lower, a vibration through the very bones of the house. He didn't call for Creature. The silence that followed was more terrible than the sound itself, a listening silence. The portraits in the hallway seemed to be holding their breath. Sliding out of bed, his bare feet silent on the cold floorboards, he crept to his door. He pressed his ear against the wood. Nothing. He thought of Arcturus's lessons. Control begins within. A wizard must be a fortress. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. He breathed in, slow and deep, trying to push the fear into a corner of his mind, to create a quiet space from which to listen. There. A faint, dragging sound. Far below. Then, a low, guttural murmur that was not creatures and certainly not Arcturus's. It was a voice made of stone and rotten things. Curiosity, a sharp, hot wire, threaded through his fear. This was the house's secret. A secret deeper than dusty heirlooms or mad portraits. He had to see. He turned the handle. The door opened without a sound. The corridor was a tunnel of gloom, the only light the sickly greenish glow of a gas lamp at the far stairwell. He moved like a shadow, his borrowed silk pajamas whispering against his skin. He passed the library, the drawing room, the dining room, all doors shut tight. The sounds led him down, past the main landing, to a narrow servant's staircase he had never used. The air grew colder, damper. The smell changed from dust and polish to wet earth and mildew. The dragging sound was clearer now, accompanied by a wet, rhythmic sniffing. At the bottom of the stairs was a low, arched doorway, blocked by a heavy tapestry depicting the Black Crest. The tapestry was frayed at the bottom. Harry dropped to his knees and lifted it just enough to peer underneath. He was looking into a cellar, or perhaps an old kitchen. The floor was packed earth. In the center of the room, chained to a massive iron ring set in the stone floor, was a creature. It was humanoid, but twisted, its skin a pale, mottled gray, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. Long, matted white hair hung over a face that was all sharp angles and a wide, lipless mouth. It was naked, and its ribs stood out like the bars of a cage. It was dragging itself in a slow, pathetic circle around the iron ring, its legs useless, bony things trailing behind it. Its long fingered hands clawed at the earth as it moved. It was the source of the sniffing. Its nose, little more than 2 slits, quivered as it dragged itself along. But its eyes, as it completed a slow turn, its eyes found the gap under the tapestry. They were huge, milk white, and blind. Yet they fixed on Harry's hiding place with uncanny accuracy. A low, keening wail broke from its throat. It raised one clawed hand, not in threat, but in a desperate, reaching gesture. The keening resolved into a broken, hissing word. Master. Horror, cold and absolute, flooded Harry. This was not a monster from a storybook. This was a thing of profound suffering, of endless, dark despair. It was chained in the filth, and it called him master. A different sound came from the darkness to the creature's left. A soft, silvery clink. Harry's gaze darted. There, on a rough stone shelf, sat a basin. It was shallow, made of what looked like pearlescent stone. And beside it, hung on a hook, was a long, thin, crystalline vial, empty. The clink had been the vial tapping against the stone in some unfelt draft. The creature followed his gaze. Its milky eyes fixed on the basin, and its wail rose in pitch, becoming a sound of pure, agonized craving. It lunged against its chain, the iron links snapping taut, its blind face straining towards the shelf. Please, it hissed, the word dissolving into a sob. The pain, make it stop. Harry could not move. He could not breathe. The creature's agony was a tangible force, a cold vapor that seeped under the tapestry and coiled around his heart. This was the price. This was the dark, beating heart of the noble and most ancient house of Black. Not gold, not tapestry, not power. This. A hand, large and brutally strong, clamped down on his shoulder from behind. Harry's blood turned to ice. He didn't need to look. He knew the grip. Arcturus Black leaned down, his voice a whisper that scraped against Harry's ear, calm and utterly merciless. Every fortress, he said, has a dungeon. Arcturus did not drag him away. He simply pulled Harry back from the tapestry, letting it fall, cutting off the view of the wretched thing and its pleas. The cold, damp air of the stairwell felt suddenly thin. Harry's legs trembled, but the iron grip on his shoulder kept him upright, forced him to turn and look up. The flickering light from above cast Arcturus's face into a mask of stark shadows. His flint eyes held no surprise, no anger at being discovered. Only a cold, assessing calculation. Curiosity is not a vice, he said, his voice still low. But it must be disciplined. It must serve a purpose. What purpose did this serve, boy? Harry's throat was sealed shut. He could still hear the faint, muffled keening from behind the tapestry. You sought a secret. You found one. Now you must understand it. Arcturus released his shoulder and began to climb the stairs, his black robe sweeping behind him. Come. It was not an invitation. It was a command. Harry followed, his limbs moving automatically. They did not return to the library or the drawing room. Arcturus led him to a small, windowless study on the first floor, a room Harry had never entered. It was lined with ledgers and grim-looking legal parchments. Arcturus sat behind a heavy oak desk and pointed to a hard chair opposite. Harry sat. The chair was too big, his feet dangling. The horror of the cellar was a living thing inside him, but Arcturus's icy composure was a wall he could not breach. What you saw is an heirloom, Arcturus stated, folding his hands on the desk. A legacy of my father's pragmatic approach to immortality. It is a dépendant de la douleur, a pain eater. A primitive, but effective, form of Horcrux. The words meant nothing to Harry. But the tone, the clinical detachment, was more frightening than any shout. My father, in his declining years, feared death. But he was not a fool. He knew the true Horcrux ritual mutilates the soul beyond repair. He sought a lesser alternative. He created a vessel, that creature, to hold a fragment of his mortal suffering. His aches, his fears, his disappointments. He siphoned them off, nightly, into that basin. The dépendant consumes the pain, lives on it, is sustained by it. In return, my father lived his final years in a state of perfect, painless apathy. Arcturus's gaze was distant, as if examining a flawed piece of furniture. When he died, the fragment of suffering remained, tethered to the living vessel. The dépendant does not die. It cannot. It exists only to feel what was given to it. An eternal, hungry echo. He focused on Harry again. It is a useless thing now. A relic of a weak man's compromise. But it serves as an object lesson. There are forms of magic that are not about power, but about transference. About burden. To be a black is to bear burdens others cannot. But the true master learns to make others bear them for you. Harry found his voice. It was small, rusted. It's in pain. It is pain, Arcturus corrected sharply. It has no other function, no other consciousness. Its pleas are an instinct, like a plant turning towards the sun. It seeks the sustenance in the basin, which has been empty for decades. It is a tool. You do not weep for a shovel because it digs earth. You use it for its purpose. He leaned forward. This is the world, boy. This is the nature of power. There are those who inflict pain, those who bear it, and those who are clever enough to redirect it. Your parents chose to bear it. A pointless, heroic sacrifice. I would have you learn to redirect it. He stood up, the lesson apparently concluded. You will return to your room. You will practice your mind discipline until dawn. You will think on what you have seen. And you will understand this, the weakness you feel for that creature, that pity, is the potter in you. The muggle lover in you. It is the crack in your foundation. And cracks, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper that froze the air in the room, must be sealed with iron, or the whole structure will fail. Harry walked back to his room in a trance. The house felt different now. He knew its secret. The whispers in the walls weren't just echoes of the past, they were the murmur of hidden suffering. The grandeur was a shell over a rotting core. In his room, he sat on the floor before the cold fireplace, as he did every morning. He tried to empty his mind, to build the walls. But the image of the dépendant's milky, pleading eyes shattered his focus. The sound of its chain scraping the earth was a rhythm. In his skull, the pity rose, a hot, sour tide. The crack in your foundation. He clenched his small fists. He didn't want to be cracked. He didn't want to be weak. Weakness was the cupboard. Weakness was Uncle Vernon's fists. Weakness was being something to be used and discarded. He thought of Arcturus's cold voice. You use it for its purpose. He breathed in. He pushed the image of the creature's suffering away, not with compassion, but with a new, fierce rejection. He imagined it not as a thing that hurt, but as a tool he did not yet know how to use. The pity cooled, hardened into a cold stone of acknowledgement. He placed that stone in the wall he was building. His mind grew quiet. The frantic horror receded, locked behind a door of will. The walls of his mental fortress, for the first time, felt less like a desperate defense and more like a deliberate construction. They were crude, rough-hewn, but they were his. He opened his eyes. The gray light of pre-dawn was seeping through his window. He had sat there all night. He felt no triumph, only a deep, quiet chill. A new understanding. Magic was not just fire and moving dust. It was chains in a cellar. It was the transference of pain. It was a choice, to bear, to inflict, or to redirect. And in the silence of his growing fortitude, a new thought, cold and clear as a shard of glass, formed for the first time. I will not bear. Down in the dark, the dependent let out one last, shuddering sigh. It slumped against its chain, its blind eyes turned towards the ceiling, towards the room where the boy with the black blood was learning his first true lesson. And on the stone shelf, the empty crystalline vial, untouched by any hand, gave a faint, sympathetic hum. The foundation had been tested. And in the cracks, something darker than pity had begun to grow. The chill that had settled in Harry's bones the night he saw the dependent did not leave with the dawn. It took up residence, a permanent winter under his skin. The morning mind discipline sessions became more intense, more urgent. Arcturus no longer spoke of empty rooms and bellows. He spoke of fortresses, of drawbridges, of portcullises slamming down. They will try to get in, you know, Arcturus said one grim Tuesday, the firelight painting his face in shades of ochre and rust. Sentimental fools like Dumbledore. They believe the heart is a door that can be opened with the right key, kindness, belonging, love. He spat the last word like a bad taste. Your mind must be a black stone. No keyholes, no handles, only sheer, unscalable walls. Harry sat cross-legged on the rug, his spine straight. He was getting better at it. The initial roar of the fire no longer startled him. He could now coax the flames into intricate, silent shapes, a coiled serpent, a spreading tree, a prowling dog, holding the image for minutes before it dissolved. Control. It was a cold, hard satisfaction. Today, Arcturus announced when the hour was up, we move beyond theory. You have built a rudimentary wall. Now you must learn what it means to be a black. Not just in mind, but in blood. Follow me. He led Harry not to the library, but to a part of the house he had never seen, a long, narrow gallery on the third floor. It was not lined with portraits, but with glass display cases. Inside them, resting on velvet, were objects. A tarnished silver goblet etched with strange, crawling symbols. A locket, heavy and oval, that seemed to swallow the light. A brittle, yellowed scroll sealed with a blob of black wax. A dagger with a blade of opaque black stone and a hilt wrapped in what looked like human skin. The trappings of power, Arcturus said, his cane tapping as he walked slowly down the line. Accumulated over centuries. Some are mere trophies. Others are tools. Of a different nature. He stopped before the case holding the black dagger. This was used by Arcturus Black in 1632 to sign the secret concord with the vampire clans of the Carpathians. The hilt is wrapped in the skin of a rival who betrayed the agreement. A reminder that pacts with monsters are best sealed in a language they understand. Harry stared at the dagger. It didn't look magical. It just looked evil. You feel it, don't you? Arcturus watched him closely. The resonance. The black blood recognizes its own. These objects are imprinted with the wills of your ancestors. Their ambitions, their cruelties, their triumphs. They sing a silent song. Most wizards would hear nothing but the drip of a leaky tap in this room. You, however faintly, should hear a chorus. Harry listened. At first, there was only the oppressive silence of the house. Then, beneath it, he began to sense it, not a sound, but a pressure. A multitude of subtle, distinct vibrations, like tuning forks struck long ago and still humming. The goblet felt arrogant and thirsty. The scroll felt secretive and sly. The locket. His eyes were drawn back to the locket. It sat in its case, dark and inert. But its hum was different. It wasn't a single note. It was a discord, a low, grinding dissonance that seemed to pull at something deep in his gut. It felt hungry, and it felt familiar. The locket, Arcturus said, a trace of something dark in his voice. Slytherin's locket. A prize of my ancestor, Salazar's own. It has a particularly strong personality. He did not elaborate. He moved on. At the end of the gallery was a final, empty case. This, Arcturus said, placing a hand on the glass, is for your contribution. One day, an object you have imbued with your will, your legacy, will reside here. It will sing your song to the generations that come after. Think on what that song will be. The weight of the gallery, of the centuries of accumulated, ruthless intent, pressed down on Harry's small shoulders. It was a different kind of education. Not from books, but from osmosis. He was being steeped in a history of cold power, and it was beginning to stain. The afternoons now included a new subject, bloodlines. Arcturus spread massive, intricately drawn genealogical charts across the desk in the study. They looked like spider webs spun in gold and black ink. The sacred 28 are a crass simplification, Arcturus sneered, pointing a bony finger at a nexus of lines connecting the Blacks to the Lestranges, the Rosiers, the Malfoys. True purity is a tapestry. The magic strengthens when the threads are woven tightly, from strong, similar stock. The Potters, he said, tapping a distant, offshoot line, were always weavers of wild, disparate threads. They married for talent, for amusement, for love. He traced the vibrant scarlet thread of Lily Evans that ended in Harry. This introduced a dissonant chord. A vibrant one, perhaps, but dissonant. Your power is wild, untamed. The black discipline will hone it. The black blood will seek to dominate the impurity. It is a war inside you, boy. You must ensure the right side wins. Harry looked at the chart. He saw his name, a tiny, recent knot at the end of a long, dark rope. He saw the burnt holes where names had been blasted away, the disowned, the unfaithful. It was a map of loyalty and betrayal, written in names and blood. Where is Sirius? The question left his lips before he could think. It was a name he'd seen, burnt but still faintly visible, connected to Arcturus. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Arcturus's hand stilled on the parchment. He looked up, and his eyes were like chips of glacier ice. My grandson, he said, the word flat and dead, is a traitor, a fool who valued the cheap camaraderie of blood traitors and mongrels over his own lineage. He resides in a prison of his own making. He is a lesson in the consequences of weakness, of misplaced sentiment. He is not your family. He is a ghost, a cautionary tale. You will not speak his name in this house again. The finality was absolute. Harry nodded, a cold understanding settling in his stomach. Family was conditional. Loyalty was everything. Stray from the line, and you became a burnt hole, a ghost. As the weeks turned into months, Harry's world shrunk to the grim, grand dimensions of number 12. He grew paler, quieter. His eyes, once wide with confusion and fear, took on a watchful, assessing quality. He learned to move through the house like one of its own shadows, silent and unobtrusive. He mastered his letters, then began to read simple histories and theory. He could hold a perfect, unwavering flame in his mind for 30 minutes straight. He also learned the house's other, smaller secrets. The cabinet on the second floor that sometimes wept black, oily tears. The stair that would turn into a slide if you stepped on it with your left foot first. The portrait of a witch who would offer you sweets that turned to beetles in your hand if you answered her questions wrong. And he learned about Creature. The elf was a constant, miserable presence. His muttering was a running commentary on the house's decay and the greatness of the Master Regulus. One afternoon, finding Harry alone in the library struggling with a heavy book on elemental magic, Creature approached, wringing his tea towel. The young master is trying to lift the big book, Creature croaked. Master Regulus, he could make the books dance when he was this young. A proper wizard, he was. Before the nasty Locket made him sad. Harry looked up. The Locket. Slytherin's Locket. Creature's enormous eyes filled with fresh tears. Creature must not speak. Bad elf. Bad. He began to bang his forehead on the leg of the table with dull, sickening thuds. Stop, Harry said. The command was quiet, but it held an echo of Arcturus's steel. Creature froze, his forehead pressed against the wood, his body trembling. Tell me, Harry said, not out of kindness, but out of that sharp, cold curiosity. The Locket, discordant hum had lingered in his mind. Creature, cannot, the elf whimpered. You serve the House of Black, Harry stated, repeating Arcturus's words. I am of the house. Tell me. It was the first time he had consciously leveraged his position. The words felt strange, but potent. Creature raised his head, a new, desperate light in his eyes. The young master has the right to know. Master Regulus, he was so good, so pure. Then the Dark Lord came. He gave Master Regulus a terrible task. The Locket, it was a horror. It whispered. It made Master Regulus do things, it drank his happiness. Master Regulus found out the Dark Lord's secret. He was brave, so brave. He told Creature to help him destroy it. But the locket, it was too strong. It had a guardian, a terrible drink, Master Regulus. He ordered Creature to leave him. To take the locket and destroy it. Creature failed. Creature could not destroy it. The Master's last order, and Creature failed. The elf dissolved into body-racking sobs, pulling at his ears. Harry sat very still. A dark lord, a secret, a task, a sacrifice. It was a story of betrayal, but not the kind Arcturus preached. This was a betrayal of a master by something even darker. Regulus had not been weak. He had been defeated by the very legacy he sought to serve. Where is the locket now? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Creature pointed a shaking finger towards the floor. Master Arcturus has it. In the gallery. It sleeps. But it dreams bad dreams, oh yes. Creature can hear them. That night, Harry's mind discipline was flawed. The image of the fire kept twisting into the shape of a locket, its chain coiling like a serpent. Regulus's story had opened a tiny window. It showed him that the path of pure blood and power led not just to glory and fear, but to dark places where even loyal sons could be consumed. He needed to see it again. Waiting until the deep watches of the night, when the house was at its most silent, he slipped from his room. He didn't head for the cellar. He went to the gallery on the 3rd floor. The door was locked, not with a normal lock, but with a subtle, shifting shimmer of magic across the wood grain, a ward. Harry reached out with his mind, as he had been taught to touch the tiara's magic. He pressed against the ward. It felt slick and complex, a puzzle of interlocking intentions. Keep out. Thieves. The unworthy. I am not a thief, he thought, pushing the idea at the ward. I am Harry Potter Black. Heir. This is mine. The ward shimmered, hesitated. It recognized the black blood in him, the signature of his magic. With a soft sigh, the shimmer faded. The door clicked open. The gallery was pitch black. He whispered, Lumos, the first real spell word Arcturus had taught him, one that required only will and a channel for magic. A soft, white light bloomed at the tip of his finger. It was weak, but it pushed back the darkness. He went straight to the locket's case. In the cool, pearly light of his charm, it looked even more malevolent. The serpentine, seemed to move, just a trick of the shadows. The discordant hum was stronger here, a physical vibration in his teeth. He reached out a hand, stopping just short of the glass. What are you? He thought, not with fear, but with a demanding focus. The hum changed. It didn't grow louder, but it focused. It coiled around his own magical sense, a cold, insidious tendril. For a fraction of a second, the world dropped away. He wasn't in the gallery. He was in a vast, dark cave, standing on an island in a dead lake. The air was thick with the smell of stagnant water and despair. Before him, on a stone pedestal, sat a basin filled with emerald green potion. And from the depths of the lake, pale, skeletal hands were beginning to break the surface. Harry. The mental shout was not his own. It was Arcturus's voice, laced with a power that shattered the vision like glass. Harry stumbled back, his lumos snuffing out, plunging him into utter blackness. A hand seized his arm, fingers like iron bands. The gas lamps flared to life overhead, revealing Arcturus, dressed in a black sleeping robe, his face a mask of cold, controlled fury. Foolish, he hissed, his voice trembling with an anger Harry had never heard. Meddling with things you cannot possibly comprehend. That artifact is not a lesson for a child. It is a poison. I felt it, Harry gasped, his heart hammering. A cave, water. Arcturus's grip tightened painfully. You saw nothing. You understand nothing. That locket contains a fragment of the darkest wizard of this age. It is a Horcrux. A true one. Not my father's pathetic imitation. It is soul magic, vile and absolute. It is the reason Regulus is dead. He yanked Harry away from the case, pulling him out of the gallery and down the stairs with furious strides. He did not take him to his room. He took him to the solarium, a glass-walled room at the back of the house, filled with dead, potted plants. The moon cast long, skeletal shadows through the dirty glass. You seek knowledge, Arcturus said, releasing him so abruptly Harry fell to the cold tile floor. Good. But you seek it like a blundering child in a treasure vault. You will get yourself killed, or worse, enslaved. The time for subtlety is over. He pointed his cane at Harry. You wish to know your birthright. You wish to feel the black blood. Then feel it. Arcturus began to chant. The words were old, guttural, not Latin but something older, darker. They slithered through the air, coiling around the moonlight. He drew a complex symbol in the air with the tip of his cane, and it hung there, burning with a cold, silver fire. The magic in the room changed. It became thick, heavy, like drowning in ice water. Harry tried to breathe and couldn't. The spark inside him, the well of his magic, reacted violently. It surged, panicked, a wild animal caught in a trap. The blood calls to blood. Arcturus intoned, his eyes blazing. Through the line of Doria. Through the sacrifice of Regulus. I, Arcturus, Patriarch, command it. Awaken. The burning symbol shot forward and struck Harry in the center of his chest. There was no pain. It was beyond pain. It was an unraveling. He felt a tearing, a seismic shift inside him. It was as if a dam he never knew existed had shattered. Two torrents, long held separate, crashed together. One was warm, vibrant, chaotic, a magic of fierce protection and sudden, bright flares. The Potter magic. The magic of his mother. The other was cold, deep, and relentless, a magic of domination, of preservation, of ancient, icy will. The black magic. They did not merge. They warred. Harry arched his back, a silent scream locked in his throat. Visions, sensations, memories not his own bombarded him. James Potter laughing, throwing a handful of enchanted glitter. Lily Evans, her face set in determined focus, weaving a shield of rose-gold light. Doria Black, proud and unsmiling, placing a stasis charm on a wilting flower, freezing it in perfect, lifeless beauty. Arcturus, younger, stern, using a single word to make a raging wizard kneel, his will broken. And the Locket, a whisper of impossible cold, of a hunger that wanted to swallow the world. The two magics raged through his veins, through his core. The warm, chaotic magic was strong, but it was untrained, defensive. The black magic was a scalpel, a glacier, methodical and ruthless. It began to force the other back, to contain it, to wall it off into a corner of his being. It felt like being remade. Like his very soul was being reforged in a crucible of ancestral will. When it was over, Harry lay on the tiles, shivering violently, soaked in cold sweat. The world swam back into focus. He felt different, hollowed out and yet fuller. The constant, low-level buzz of his accidental magic was gone. In its place was a deep, still pool, cold and dark on the surface, but with turbulent, heated currents swirling far below. Arcturus stood over him, breathing heavily, leaning on his cane. He looked exhausted, years older, but his eyes gleamed with a fierce, triumphant light. There, he rasped. Now you know. The black blood is dominant. It has been awakened and given precedence. The other, the muddled, sentimental magic, it is still there. A weakness you must always guard against. But now, you are primarily a black. Your magic will respond to discipline, to will, to ambition. The wildness is leashed. Harry pushed himself up onto his elbows. His body felt heavy, foreign. He looked at his hands. They looked the same. But inside he was a contested territory. He could feel the walls now, not just around his mind, but within his magic. A dark, sturdy wall containing a bright, restless fire. Why? He managed to croak. Because the world is not a place for mixed loyalties, Arcturus said, his voice regaining its steely composure. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot harbor two natures. To be great, to be feared, you must be unified. You must be pure in purpose. This, he gestured to Harry, was the first, true step. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. The locket is not your concern. It is a relic of a failed ideology. Tom Riddle sought immortality through fragmentation, a gross perversion of purity. True power lies in a solidified, unwavering self. Remember that. Now, clean yourself up. You reek of struggle. Harry was left alone in the moonlit solarium, surrounded by the ghosts of dead plants. He felt the new, cold clarity of his magic. It was easier to grasp, like a familiar, heavy sword. But in the quiet, he could still feel the warmth behind the wall. A faint, stubborn glow. It didn't feel like weakness. It felt like a secret. A forgotten room in his new, dark fortress. He had asked for knowledge. He had been given an inheritance of ice and conflict. And as he finally pushed himself to his feet, his legs unsteady, he caught his reflection in the dark glass of the window. The boy staring back had his face, his messy black hair, his green eyes. But the eyes were different. They held a new depth, a calculating coldness overlaid on the old confusion. And for a fleeting second, in the trick of the moonlight, the faint, lightning-shaped scar on his forehead seemed to pulse with a light that was neither green nor gold, but the silver of old, cruel magic. He was Harry Potter Black. The war for his soul had begun. In the first battle, he understood with a chill that had nothing to do with the tiles, had just been won by the darkness. Far away, in a towering castle in Scotland, a wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon glasses sat at his desk. He was examining a delicate, spinning silver instrument that looked like a miniature galaxy. One of its tiny planets had just winked out, its light extinguished. In its place, a new, cold, black star had flickered to life on the edge of the chart, pulsing with a faint, sinister rhythm. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his twinkle utterly absent, a profound sadness in his bright blue eyes. "Oh, Harry," he whispered to the silent, sleeping portraits in his office. "What have they done to you?" The instruments whirred and clicked, but offered no comfort. Only confirmation. The weapon he had hoped to nurture had been taken. And in its place, something else was being forged. Back in Grimmauld Place, Harry climbed the endless stairs to his room. He didn't see Creature huddled in a niche on the second-floor landing, the elf's large eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe as he felt the change in the young master's magic. So like Master Regulus, Creature whimpered into his tea towel. So strong, so cold. But the other light, it still flickers. Creature must be watchful. Yes, for the master's sake. In the gallery, behind its glass, Slytherin's Locket gave one last, almost imperceptible thrum. It had tasted the boy's magic, the tumultuous clash of light and dark. And in its depthless, corrupted heart, a sliver of interest stirred. It was a hunger that recognized potential. Harry fell onto his bed, not bothering to remove his damp clothes. The cold pool of his magic lay still within him. But as he hovered on the edge of exhaustion, he dreamed not of caves or lockets, but of a simple, impossible thing, a red-haired woman's laugh, warm and bright, trying to push its way through a wall of black ice. The ice held, but in the dream, he saw a single, hairline crack. The foundation had been reforged. But the cracks, it seemed, worked both ways. The cold pool of black magic inside Harry did not bring peace. It brought a terrible, echoing silence. For days after the ritual in the solarium, he moved through Grimmauld Place like a ghost haunting his own life. The vibrant, chaotic warmth that had sometimes flared in his chest, the magic that had made dust cats and mended his skin, was now a distant, muffled murmur behind a wall of ice. When he practiced his mind discipline now, the fire in the hearth didn't just obey, it cowered, its flames burning low and blue at his unspoken command. Arcturus watched this transformation with grim approval. The wildnesses banked, he noted one morning as Harry extinguished the fire entirely with a single, focused thought. Now we build upon the stillness. Power is not noise. It is the quiet before the avalanche. The lessons grew more advanced, and more brutal. History was no longer about dry dates and names, it was about the application of power. They studied the Black family's role in the witch hunts, not as victims, but as orchestrators who directed Muggle rage towards rival magical families. They analyzed the financial machinations that had bled the Muggle economy during the Great Depression, funneling gold into Gringotts. Harry learned that influence was a multi-headed beast, and fear was only one of its faces. One afternoon, Arcturus placed a small, live mouse in a crystal dish on the study desk. The creature's pink nose twitched, its black eyes bright with panic. "All living things possess a magical aura," Arcturus stated, his voice devoid of sentiment. "A life force. For wizards, it is strong, complex. For this creature, it is a simple, faint thread. Your task is to see it." Harry stared at the mouse. He saw fur, whiskers, a rapidly beating heart visible through its thin skin. "Not with your eyes. With your sight. The black blood grants you sensitivity. Reach out. Feel the pulse of its existence." Harry reached with his new, cold magic. It flowed out, a tendril of dark water. He brushed against the mouse. He felt it, a tiny, flickering candle flame of energy, warm and frantic. The sensation was startlingly intimate. "Now," Arcturus whispered, leaning close. "Pluck the thread." Harry frowned. He pressed his will against the flickering flame, not to understand it, but to still it. To take. The mouse froze. Its twitching ceased. Its bright eyes clouded over. A faint, silver mist, barely visible, seeped from its body and was absorbed into Harry's probing tendril of magic. A jolt went through him, a tiny surge of vitality, followed by a hollow, icy rush. The mouse was dead. Harry jerked back, his magic snapping back into him. The hollow feeling remained. He stared at the small, inert body. He had not used a spell. He had simply willed its life to end, and his magic had obeyed. A crude exercise, Arcturus said, vanishing the corpse with a flick of his wand. But instructive. You have felt the most fundamental transference, life into power. Remember that sensation. All magic is a transaction. The weak pay with their own energy. The strong learn to draw it from elsewhere. Harry's stomach turned, but the cold pool inside him smoothed the nausea into nothing. The transaction was logged. Life for power. It was efficient. He began to see the auras everywhere. Creatures was a guttering, miserable stump of light, bound by thick chains of compulsive magic. The portraits had faint, static echoes. The house itself had a slow, subterranean pulse, a heartbeat of dark stone and older things. And then there was the dependent. He found himself drawn back to the cellar tapestry, not out of pity, but out of a new, clinical curiosity. He lifted the fabric and looked, not with his eyes, but with his magical sight. The creature blazed. It was not a light of life, but a torrent of agonized energy, a screaming cataract of pain, fear, and despair. The magic was twisted, sickly yellow and pulsing black, bound by the brutal iron of the chain, which glowed with runes of containment. The sight was so violently overwhelming it made his own cold magic recoil. This was not a simple thread. This was a storm. The dependent sensed him. Its milky eyes turned, and its wail echoed not just in the air, but in the magical spectrum, a sonic boom of suffering. Master, the pain, it burns. Before, Harry had felt horror. Now, he felt something else, a dreadful, magnetic pull. The creature was a font of raw, powerful energy. Wasted, chained, inefficient. He dropped the tapestry, cutting off the vision, his heart pounding for the first time in weeks. He understood Arcturus's lesson now, completely. The dependent was a battery of pain. His father's pathetic imitation, but the principle of drawing power from external suffering. He climbed the stairs, his mind racing, the cold pool within him swirling with dark, new calculations. His reading advanced to basic spell theory. He learned of the 3 Ds, direction, determination, deliberation. He learned that most wizards were slaves to incantations and wand movements, crutches for weak wills. Your magic is your own, Arcturus drilled into him. You will not shout to make it obey. You will think, and it will happen. Begin with this. He placed a feather on the desk. Levitate it, not with Wingardium Leviosa, with your intent. See it rising. Command the air beneath it to bear its weight. Harry focused. The feather was a thing. He was the master. He imagined a hand of force beneath it, lifting. He poured his will into the image. The feather trembled. Then, with a smooth, silent motion, it lifted off the polished wood and hung in the air. He moved it in a slow circle. No wand, no word. It was effortless. The cold magic responded like a well-trained limb. Again, Arcturus said, a rare glint of something akin to satisfaction in his eyes. With the paperweight. The paperweight was solid crystal, heavy as a brick. Harry looked at it. He thought of the mouse's tiny thread of life. He thought, for a fleeting second, of drawing a trickle of energy from the air, from the dim light of the room, to fuel the lift. The cold magic stirred, receptive. No, he used only his own will. The paperweight shuddered, rose an inch, and dropped with a thud. Sweat broke out on his brow. The internal effort was massive. You see, Arcturus said, the cost of direct application. Now, try again. And this time, channel. He didn't explain. Harry understood. He looked at the guttering fire in the study hearth. He reached out with his magic, not to the paperweight, but to the fire. He didn't take its heat, he borrowed its concept, its rising energy, its lift. He wrapped that borrowed intent around the paperweight. It soared into the air, light as the feather, hovering. He held it there, feeling the sustained drain not from himself, but from the fire beneath, which dimmed noticeably. Resource management, Arcturus nodded. A true wizard is a conductor, not a source. The world is full of energy. Light, Heat, emotion, pain. Learn to redirect it, to wield it. The concept was a key turning in a lock deep inside Harry. It wasn't about having power. It was about being the focal point for all power around you. He practiced relentlessly. He levitated dust motes using the sigh of the house. He chilled his water by drawing the heat into a nearby rug. The magic became a silent, sinister dance of transfer and control. Then came the day of the first curse. It was autumn. A fierce storm rattled the windows of Grimmauld Place. Arcturus stood with Harry in the drawing room, before a large, dead ash tree in a pot, another victim of the house's neglect. There are spells of light and spells of dark, Arcturus said, the thunder outside underscoring his words. The distinction is a moral fantasy invented by the fearful. There is only magic, and the will of the wizard. However, some magic is designed to inflict specific states. To break, to wither, to cause pain. These are useful tools. Today, you will learn one. He pointed his wand at the ash tree. Crucio. There was no flash of light. The air itself seemed to tighten around the tree. The brittle wood groaned. A soundless scream seemed to emanate from it as every branch trembled violently, not from the storm, but from an internal, agonizing vibration. Leaves that were already dead turned to dust and showered down. After 5 seconds, Arcturus lifted his wand. The tree stood, quivering faintly, a visible crack running up its trunk. The Cruciatus curse, Arcturus said. It does not cause physical damage. It amplifies the target's own nervous system to the point of unbearable agony. To cast it, you must desire pain. Not anger. Not hatred. A pure, sublime desire to cause suffering for its own sake. To feel the exquisite truth of your power over another's experience. Most cannot muster it. They flail with rage and produce only a headache. He turned his flint eyes on Harry. You will try. Harry stared at the cracked tree. Desire pain. He thought of Uncle Vernon's purple face. Of Aunt Petunia's pinches. Of Dudley's laughter. He felt a sharp, hot spike of anger. Crucio, he said, jabbing his finger at the tree. A spark of red light fizzled and died at his fingertip. The tree did nothing. The anger faded, leaving only emptiness. You are directing anger, Arcturus dismissed. Anger is a wildfire, blunt, wasteful. The Cruciatus is a scalpel. You must not hate the tree. You must be curious about its suffering. You must revel in your absolute right to cause it. Again, Harry tried. He thought of the dependent's wail. He tried to want that wail for the tree. But it was just an image. There was no desire, only a cold analysis. He failed again. Arcturus watched him, unimpressed. Perhaps the Potter's sentimentality is a greater defect than I perceived. A willingness to inflict pain is the first true mark of a master. Without it, you are merely a tool for others to use. He turned away. Enough for today. The theory is beyond you. The dismissal stung more than any shout. It was a verdict of inadequacy. Harry stood before the broken tree, the storm raging outside, feeling the cold pool of his magic lie stagnant and useless within him. He was a failure. A flawed creation. Desire pain. He looked at his own hand. He thought of the mouse. The transaction. Life for power. That had been clean. This was different. This was artistry. Creature entered to stoke the fire, his aura a shrunken, pathetic thing. He flinched as he always did when passing Harry, muttering about young master's cold eyes. Creature, Harry said, his voice quiet. The elf stopped, trembling. Yes, young master. Do you experience pain? Creature's bulbous eyes swam with confusion and fear. Creature serves the noble house. Creature feels what he must feel. But do you desire it? Harry asked, the question forming as he spoke it. The pain of your service. Do you want it? The elf looked utterly bewildered. Want it? It is Creature's place. Creature is bound. The magic binds, it punishes, it hurts. He said the last word with a kind of wretched pride. Harry studied the bound, painful aura. Creature didn't desire his pain. He accepted it as his identity. That wasn't it either. Frustration, a hot coal in the ice, began to glow. He left the drawing room and wandered the halls, the whispers of the portraits following him. He ended up, as he often did, outside the gallery door. The ward recognized him and let him pass. He went straight to the locket. He didn't try to touch its magic this time. He just looked at it with his new sight. The locket's aura was a void. A perfect, hungry sphere of blackness that sucked at the light and magic around it. But around the edges of that void, he could see faint, ghostly trails of energy, echoes of what it had consumed. Terror. Despair. A profound, soul-deep agony. The pain of the locket was not a byproduct, it was the point. It was a connoisseur of suffering. That was desire. A deep, unsettling click happened in Harry's mind. It wasn't about wanting to cause pain to something. It was about appreciating pain as a thing in itself. A pure, intense state of being. To cast the Cruciatus was to be an artist, and agony was the medium. The tree, the victim, was merely the canvas. He left the gallery, a strange, cold clarity settling over him. He didn't return to the drawing room. He went to the solarium, to the dead plants. He stood before a withered, thorny rose bush in a cracked pot. He did not think of his relatives. He did not think of the dependent. He thought of the locket's hungry void. He thought of the concept of pain, sharp, bright, total. He found, in the cold pool of his magic, not anger, but a profound, intellectual appreciation for that concept. Pain was truth. Pain was power. To inflict it was to share that truth, to impose that power. He focused on the rose bush. He did not see a plant. He saw a network of fragile, dry channels. He imagined filling those channels with liquid fire. He imagined every cell screaming in perfect, silent unison. He did not hate the bush. He chose it. He selected it as the recipient of this beautiful, terrible truth. He raised his hand, his expression calm, his mind a still, dark lake reflecting the exquisite image of agony. Crucio. There was no word, really. It was a whisper of intent. No flash of light. The air around the rose bush shivered. The dead plant did not tremble. It convulsed. Its brittle thorns rattled like teeth. The dry, woody stem twisted upon itself with a sound of splintering grain. A high, keening whistle, the sound of air forced through rupturing capillaries, filled the solarium. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated suffering, given voice by a thing that should have had none. Harry held the connection. He felt it, not the bush's pain, but the flawless circuit of his will into its existence. He was the source. It was the manifestation. The magic flowed from him, a dark, seamless stream, and it was not a drain. It was a completion. A transaction where he paid with focused desire and received the proof of his absolute control. He held it for 10 seconds. 20. The rose bush shattered, not into pieces, but into a fine, gray powder that settled softly into its pot. He lowered his hand. The solarium was silent. The cold pool within him was perfectly calm, utterly spent, and yet thrumming with a deep, satiated resonance. He had not just cast a curse. He had understood it. He heard a slow, deliberate clap from the doorway. Arcturus stood there, his face unreadable. He stepped into the room, his eyes on the pot of dust, then on Harry. You did not speak the incantation with force, he observed. It didn't need force, Harry said, his own voice sounding distant to his ears. It needed precision. Arcturus was silent for a long moment. Show me again. On this. He pointed his cane at a large, dead fern in a brass tub. Harry turned. The clarity was still there. The cold appreciation. He looked at the fern. He saw its structure. He chose it. He raised his hand. Crucio. The fern's fronds curled in on themselves like burning paper, blackening instantly before collapsing into ash. The brass tub rang with a faint, shocked vibration. Arcturus walked forward until he stood over the ashes. He looked from them to Harry, his aged face a monument of severe lines. There was no praise. No triumph. Only a deep, assessing gravity. You have cast an unforgivable curse without a wand, without a shout, on your first true attempt, he said. Finally. You have done what few adult, seasoned Death Eaters could manage with a wand and a rant. You did not do it out of rage. You did it out of comprehension. He reached out and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. The grip was not congratulatory. It was the grip of a general acknowledging a weapon of unexpected, sharp precision. This changes things, Arcturus murmured, more to himself than to Harry. The timetable. The scope of your education. He looked down, his flint eyes boring into Harry's. What you have done is not a child's mischief. It is a statement. The world has 3 unforgivables. You have mastered the one that breaks the mind. The others, the one that controls, and the one that kills, will follow. They are merely different applications of the same principle, absolute will. He removed his hand. From this moment, you are no longer a student of theory. You are an apprentice of the art. We begin with occlumency not just as defense, but as offense. You will learn legilimency, to feel the pain in others before you choose to amplify it. You will study the mind, so you may better unravel it. He turned and walked towards the door. Clean this up. Then meet me in the library. We have new books to study. And Harry, he paused at the threshold, glancing back, his silhouette dark against the storm-gray light of the window. Do not mistake this for an achievement. It is a responsibility. You have shown you can wield the scalpel. Now you must learn never to cut yourself with it. Harry was left alone with the two piles of ash. He looked at his hand, the hand that had conducted the symphony of anguish. He felt no remorse, no guilt, only the cool, smooth after effect of a perfect transaction. He had desired a specific outcome. His magic had delivered it. He had taken his first, irrevocable step into the dark art. And he had not stumbled. He had strode. As he vanished the ashes with a quiet, wandless thought, another new, easy skill, he caught his reflection in the solarium's grimy glass. The boy looked back, pale, solemn, green eyes like chips of sea ice over a deep, black ocean. The lightning scar was just a pale line. But in the shadowed corner of the reflection, just behind his own image, he thought he saw something else. A tall, skeletal figure with milky eyes, its mouth open in a silent wail. He blinked. It was gone. But the echo of the dependent's pain was now a permanent note in the new, dark harmony of his magic. He had understood the curse by understanding pain as an abstract. Now, he realized, he had a living, breathing source of that abstract, chained in the cellar. A font of power. A tool. The thought was not a sudden revelation. It was a cold, logical conclusion, settling into place with the same quiet certainty as the ash settling in its pot. That night, for the first time, Harry dreamed in curse work. He stood in a vast, gray plain. Before him knelt countless faceless figures. He did not wave a wand. He simply looked at them, with that same cold, appreciative desire, and one by one, they shattered into screaming dust. Each shattering fed the cold pool inside him, making it deeper, wider, colder. He woke not with a gasp, but with a slow, deliberate inhalation. The house was quiet. The storm had passed. He rose, walked to his window, and looked out over the sleeping, ignorant city. He could feel the magical potential in the millions of sleeping minds below, a vast, untapped sea of energy, of emotion, of raw material. He was Harry Potter Black. He had learned his first curse. And he understood, with a chilling and absolute clarity, that it would not be his last. Far away in his castle, Albus Dumbledore dropped a sherbet lemon. It rolled across the floor of his office, ignored. He was staring, horrified, at the same spinning silver instrument. The cold, black star that represented Harry had pulsed, once, with a light so dark it seemed to suck the silver from the surrounding apparatus. A tiny, model figure of a man that had stood near the star, a representation of Arcturus Black, now knelt before it, its head bowed. Dumbledore's face, for a moment, was not that of a powerful, wise wizard, but of a tired, frightened old man. So soon, he breathed. Merlin help us all, he's learned it already. In the cellar of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the dependent suddenly stopped its endless, dragging circle. It lifted its blind, milky eyes towards the ceiling, towards the room of the boy. A single, black, oily tear traced a path through the grime on its cheek. It sensed a new, kindred hunger in the house. And for the first time in decades, its eternal, agonized wail softened into something that might have been, in another creature, a sigh of dreadful anticipation. The ash of the fern was gone, vanished without a trace, but its ghost lingered in the solarium. It hung in the air, a silent testament to the new threshold Harry had crossed. The cold satisfaction of the Cruciatus curse faded slowly, leaving behind not guilt, but a profound sense of exposure. He had shown Arcturus a capability, and now the old man's gaze held a fresh, sharper intensity, like a jeweler assessing a newly cut stone for flaws. The promised lessons in legilimency began the very next day. They did not take place in the library or the study, but in a small, windowless room on the ground floor that Harry had always assumed was a broom closet. Inside, it was empty save for two threadbare cushions on the floor. The mind is not a book to be read, Arcturus began, sitting opposite Harry with unnatural stiffness. It is a fortress, as you know. But all fortresses have gates, windows, weaknesses. Legilimency is the art of perceiving those weaknesses, of hearing the whispers from within the walls, and, with sufficient skill and force, of walking through them. He leaned forward, his flint eyes capturing Harry's. You have built your own walls. Now you must learn to scale others. The first step is not intrusion, but perception. Close your eyes. Harry obeyed. The darkness behind his eyelids was complete. Reach out with your magic, as you do to sense an object's aura. But this time, do not seek life force. Seek thought. The electrical storm of consciousness. The shimmer of memory. Feel for my mental presence. Harry extended his will. He felt the cold, still pool of his own magic, the dark, humming presence of the house around them. And before him, he felt Arcturus. Not his body, but his mind. It was unlike any aura he'd sensed. It was a monolith. A smooth, black obelisk of layered, hardened will. There were no whispers, no shimmer. Only a profound, impenetrable silence. Trying to touch it was like trying to chip granite with a feather. I feel nothing, Harry said, frustration creeping in. A wall. Good. Arcturus's voice was a dry rasp in the dark. You perceive the defense. That is the first skill. Most fools blunder about, unaware they are even being shielded against. Now, I will lower a single barrier. A memory. You will not enter. You will merely observe its surface. There was a shift. Before the monolith, a square of darkness seemed to ripple, like a pool of ink disturbed. An image formed on its surface, not with color, but with essence, a young man with dark, curly hair and an arrogant, laughing face, leaning against a mantelpiece. The sense of the memory was complex, a fierce, possessive pride undercut by a deep, searing disappointment. Regulus, Harry whispered. The image shattered. The monolith was smooth once more. Sentiment is a flaw in occlumency, Arcturus's voice was cold. It creates recognizable patterns, weak spots. You identified the subject because I allowed a specific emotion to color the memory. In true combat, you must learn to see past the emotion to the factual substrate. Now, it is your turn to lower a shield. A bolt of pure panic, hot and bright, shot through Harry's icy calm. Lower a shield. Let this man, this terrifying sculptor of his soul, into his mind. Harry's eyes flew open. You fear exposure, Arcturus stated, no judgment in his tone, only analysis. A natural instinct, but a useless one. Fear is a beacon. Your mind must become a featureless plane. You will lower a barrier around a trivial, recent memory. The taste of your breakfast. The pattern of the rug in the library. Something with no emotional weight. Harry swallowed, his throat dry. He closed his eyes again. He built his walls, picturing them as smooth, black stone. He then imagined a single, small door in that wall. Behind it, he placed the memory of the morning's porridge, the bland texture, the slight sweetness of honey. He carefully stripped away any feeling, no comfort, no routine, just sensory data. He opened the door. A presence, cold and razor-thin, slipped through. It was not Arcturus's full consciousness, but a probe, a tendril of thought. It examined the memory of the porridge dispassionately, turned it over. Harry held his breath, desperately trying to keep the rest of his mind. The image of the shattered fern, the wail of the day pendant, the whisper of the locket, locked away behind thicker walls. The probe withdrew. The door shut. Adequate, Arcturus said. The memory was sufficiently sterile. But the effort of containment was visible. I could feel the strain in the walls around it. True occlumency is not constant strain, it is a state of being. You must learn to live behind those walls, so they become not a fortress under siege, but your natural skin. The lessons were grueling, a new kind of torture. For hours each day, Harry would try to shield trivial thoughts while Arcturus's mental probes, sometimes gentle, sometimes brutally forceful, sought weaknesses. He learned to recognize the flavor of different kinds of thoughts, memories like still paintings, emotions like colored fog, immediate sensations like sharp pinpricks of light. He learned to bury them, to flatten them, to hide the important things among dunes of meaningless mental noise. It was during one of these sessions, his mind aching from the effort, that he felt something else. Not Arcturus's probe, but a pull. A faint, distant, psychic tugging from somewhere else in the house. It was sweet, cloying, and desperate. A siren song of longing. He broke focus, his eyes snapping open. What was that? Arcturus's eyes narrowed. What did you feel? A pull. Like a whisper. But not from you. From downstairs. Something, wanting. A grim smile touched Arcturus's lips. The house has many voices. You are developing sensitivity. That is the portrait of my late wife, Melania. She was a Macmillan. A sentimental woman. Her portrait is infused with her maudlin longing for the light of family. It seeks to connect, to empathize. It is a weakness given form. You will learn to ignore such pulls. They are traps for the unwary, trying to lure you into emotional connection. But Harry couldn't forget it. It was different from the Locket's hungry void or the dependent's screaming storm. This was a soft, sad call. And it called specifically to him. He avoided that wing of the house for days, focusing on his drills. His wandless, wordless magic grew more refined. He could now extinguish every lamp on a floor with a single thought, plunge the hall into a darkness so absolute even his own breath seemed loud. He could make the dust in the library rise and form intricate, silent tableaus, battles from the history books Arcturus made him read. One afternoon, he was practicing temperature transference, drawing the heat from a cup of tea into a nearby vase of dead flowers, making the tea freeze and the ceramic vase crack from a sudden, internal heat. Creature entered to deliver a message, his eyes fixed on the steaming, cracked vase. Master Arcturus will be in his study late tonight, young master, Creature croaked. Business with the Wizengamot via the flow. Creature is to serve the young master his supper alone. Harry nodded, releasing the magic. The teacup remained frozen. What business? Creature's ears twitched. The old families, they stir, young master. Talk in the shadows. The Dark Lord is gone, but his ideas have not found a new home. Master Arcturus listens. He watches. He waits for the right vessel. The elf's eyes flicked to Harry, then away, filled with a complex mess of hope and fear. After a silent supper at the vast, empty table, Harry found himself restless. The house felt different with Arcturus occupied, its silence more profound, its whispers more pronounced. The soft, sad pull from Melania's portrait was a constant, low hum in his newly sensitive mind. Against his better judgment, he descended to the first-floor landing where the portrait hung. It was a painting of a handsome, stern-faced woman with kind eyes, seated in a sunlit garden that seemed impossibly bright compared to the gloom of Grimmauld Place. As he approached, the painted figure looked up from her embroidery. "Oh," she said, her voice like the rustle of silk. "You've come. I've been waiting." Harry said nothing, just watched her. "You feel so closed off, dear child," Melania said, her painted brow furrowed with concern. "So cold. This house, it's sinking its teeth into you, isn't it? I tried to warn Orion. I tried to bring light in. But the black madness prefers the dark." She leaned forward, her expression intense. "There is light in you. I can feel it. A little ember, buried very deep. You must protect it. You must remember." "Remember what?" Harry asked, his voice flat. "Who you are. Not just the black, the other side. Your mother's eyes, you have them, you know. Lily Potter. I met her once, at a ministry function. A fierce, bright thing. Like a sunflower in a graveyard. She loved you so very much. That love, it's in you. It's the ember." The words should have meant nothing. They were just sounds. But they landed in the quiet, dark pool of his magic and caused a tiny, almost imperceptible ripple. A flicker of warmth, instantly smothered by the cold. "Sentiment is a weakness," Harry recited, Arcturus's dogma falling from his lips automatically. Melania's face saddened. "Oh, my dear boy. What has he done to you? Love is not a weakness. It is the only magic Voldemort ever feared." She spoke the name, and the painted garden around her seemed to dim momentarily. "It is why you lived. Do not let him carve it out of you. You will need it. The darkness he is filling you with, it is a tool, but it is a hungry one. It will consume you if there is nothing else to hold its shape." Harry felt a surge of irritation. This was the trap Arcturus had warned him of. Maudlin, emotional nonsense trying to undermine his discipline. "You are a painting. You are not real." "I am a memory," Melania corrected gently. "A memory of a woman who believed in something better. And memories have power. Especially in this house, which is so full of bad ones." She glanced around her painted frame, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "He is not telling you everything, child. About the locket. About Regulus. About the price of the path you are on. There is a reason true Horcruxes are considered the ultimate evil. They fracture the soul. What Arcturus is doing to you, it is a different kind of fracture. He is not splitting your soul. He is trying to replace parts of it. To smother your heart with centuries of ice. It is a slower corruption, but just as absolute. Her words echoed in the silent hall. Replace parts of it. Is that what the ritual had been? Not just awakening the black blood, but actively suppressing, walling off the rest. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked, his occlumency walls firmly in place, analyzing her words as data, not truth. Because someone must, she whispered. And because I can feel the other one listening. The real threat in this house is not my husband. It is the thing he keeps in a case. It is awake now. It knows you are here. And it is interested. A chill that had nothing to do with magic went down Harry's spine. The locket. It preys on doubt, on ambition, on pride, Melania said urgently. It will offer you knowledge, power. It will twist everything Arcturus teaches you, make it darker, more absolute. You must beware. The Black family madness is not just cruelty, it is a hubris that believes it can wield such darkness without being consumed. Every single one who has tried has fallen. The painting's light was fading, the garden growing duskier. I cannot speak much longer. He dislikes it when I talk to you. Remember the ember, Harry. And remember this, the dependent in the cellar, it was not always a monster. It was a house elf. A loyal one. My father-in-law used the first and only creature whose unconditional love he could count on. That is the true face of the transference Arcturus teaches. The painting froze. Melania returned to her embroidery, a perfect, still image, her earlier animation gone as if it had never been. Harry stood in the darkened corridor, his mind reeling. A house elf. The twisted, suffering creature in the cellar was once light creature. The cost of the ritual struck him with new, horrific clarity. And the locket was interested. He turned and walked quickly away, his footsteps echoing. He needed facts, not the sentimental whispers of a portrait. He went to the library, pulling down heavy volumes on magical theory, on soul magic, on the nature of consciousness. He read until his eyes burned, searching for any mention of psychic pulls, sentient portraits, or the long-term effects of magical blood dominance rituals. He found little. The books in the Black Library were curated. They spoke of power, of control, of blood supremacy. They did not speak of cost, of corruption, of love. Frustrated, he finally climbed the stairs to his room. As he passed the door to the gallery, he stopped. The ward shimmered softly. He could feel the locket's dissonant hum through the wood, stronger now, a lazy, predatory attention. It knows you are here. He pressed his hand against the door. The ward recognized him and eased. He didn't go in. He just stood there, feeling the locket's presence. It didn't feel like a tool. It felt like a patient, ancient predator in a cave, watching a new animal enter its territory. A soft crack sounded behind him. Harry spun, his magic rising in instant, silent defense. Creature stood there, wringing his hands, his eyes huge in the gloom. The young master should not linger here, the elf whispered, his voice trembling. The nasty locket, it whispers to creature too. Bad things. Dark things. It talks of the young master's great power. It says creature could help the young master become strong, like the Dark Lord, if creature would only bring it a drop of the young master's blood. Harry stared at creature. The elf was terrified, but beneath the fear was a terrible, yearning fascination. You will not speak to it, Harry commanded, his voice cold. You will not go near it. Creature must obey the heir of the house, creature moaned, bowing low. But the locket, its voice is in the walls now. It is hard not to hear. What does it say? Harry asked, against his better judgment. Creature looked up, his eyes gleaming with a reflected madness. It says the young master has a great destiny. Not a savior. A conqueror. It says the blood of Slytherin and the blood of Black are a potent mix. It says it can teach the young master secrets Arcturus has forgotten, secrets of immortality, of true dominion. It says, creature leaned closer, his whisper a dry leaf scraping stone. It says it can show the young master how to break the dependence chain, and use the pain. Not just look at it. To drink it. To make it power. The idea was obscene. It was also, in the cold, logical calculus Arcturus had taught him, the ultimate efficiency. A wasted resource, harnessed. The ultimate transference. Harry felt a dizzying pull between two abysses. The cold, controlled path of Arcturus, who saw power as discipline and legacy, and the hungry, chaotic path of the Locket, which promised raw, immediate supremacy. Both paths were dark, but one was a structured descent. The other was a freefall. Go, Harry said to Creature, his voice unnaturally calm. Do not listen. If you hear its voice, come to me. That is an order. Creature flinched, then nodded desperately before vanishing with a pop. Harry was left alone outside the gallery door. The Locket's hum seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. Come, it seemed to whisper, not in words, but in pure, tempting intent. See what you could be. See the truth he hides from you. He knew it was a trap. Melania's warning echoed. Arcturus's lessons on discipline rang louder. He took a step back from the door. Then he took a step forward. His hand touched the handle. The ward dissolved. He pushed the door open. The gallery was dark. He didn't light a charm. He walked slowly, his magic extended, feeling the auras of the heirlooms. The arrogant goblet. The sly scroll. The black dagger, thirsty and cold. He stopped before Slytherin's locket. In the darkness, it was just a shape. But its aura was a vortex. It wasn't reaching for him now. It was waiting, offering. He thought of the Cruciatus. The pure, intellectual desire to inflict pain. The locket was the embodiment of a deeper desire, the desire to consume, to dominate, to exist forever. It was the next logical step. He reached out a hand, not physically, but with his will. He touched the edge of the void. A cascade of images, faster and more violent than before, slammed into him. A cave. A potion that burned like despair. A lake of dead things. A locket, swapped for a fake. Regulus, dying, his face pale and determined, ordering Creature to leave. A girl with bushy brown hair, crying over a book. A red-haired boy laughing, turning into a sneer. Himself, older, standing over a battlefield, a wand of elder in his hand, his eyes green slits of triumph. A flash of green light. A woman's scream. Not Harry. Please. He gasped, wrenching his mind back, slamming his occlumency walls up. The visions ceased, but their echoes trembled in his bones. They were not all from the locket. Some felt, older, more personal. Fragments of a life not lived. The locket's hum was now a pleased, soft thrum. It had shown him things. Truths. Possibilities. Lies. He couldn't tell. Step away from that, boy. Arcturus's voice cracked like a whip from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard him approach. The old man stood there, his face a mask of cold fury in the light of the wand he held. His aura, usually a controlled monolith, radiated a dangerous, spiky heat. Harry lowered his hand, his heart pounding. He said nothing. Arcturus strode forward, his gaze locked on the locket, then on Harry. I told you it was a poison. It offers shortcuts. Visions of grandeur. It lies. It showed me Regulus, Harry said, his voice quiet. Arcturus froze. The anger in his aura flickered, mixed with something else, pain, sharp and old. It shows what it knows will hook you. It uses the weaknesses of this house against its inhabitants. It used Regulus's pride, his desire to prove himself. It is using your confusion. He seized Harry's arm, his grip vice-like. You are not to come here alone again. Is that understood? It was not a question. It was an ultimatum. Harry saw in Arcturus's eyes not just anger, but a flicker of something new, fear. Not fear of Harry, but fear for him. Fear of losing his carefully crafted heir to the very darkness he was cultivating. I understand, Harry said. Arcturus pulled him from the room, sealing the door behind them with a complex series of wand movements and a hissed incantation that made the wood groan. The ward was now not just a lock, but a barrier that felt actively hostile. He marched Harry to the study. The portrait spoke to you, he stated, releasing him. Yes. And what did the sentimental fool tell you? That you were replacing my soul. That the dependent was a house elf. That love is magic Voldemort feared. Arcturus's lip curled. Fairy tales and half-truths. The dependent's origin is irrelevant, it is a tool. Love is an unpredictable, messy energy, useful in rare, specific circumstances, but a liability in governance. And as for your soul, he looked at Harry, his gaze piercing. I am not replacing it. I am strengthening it, cutting away the weak, muggle-tainted portions so the strong, pure core can flourish. A sculptor does not destroy the marble, he removes the excess to reveal the statue within. He leaned on his desk, suddenly looking every one of his advanced years. The locket is a cancer, Harry. It does not build. It consumes. It promises power but delivers slavery. What I offer you is harder. It is discipline. It is legacy. It is true, sustainable power born of your own will, not parasitical attachment to a shredded soul. For the first time, Harry heard something like genuine conviction in Arcturus's voice, not just cold doctrine. The old man believed his path was the right one, the noble one, even in its darkness. The locket showed me other things, Harry ventured. Flashes. A girl. A boy. A battlefield. Arcturus's eyes narrowed. Legilimency works both ways. The locket is a powerful, malicious consciousness. It may have pulled fragments from your own hidden memories, or it may be weaving plausible futures. Do not trust its visions. Trust only what you can control. What you can wield. He straightened up. Your lessons will intensify. We will accelerate your practical magic. You need stronger defenses, both mental and magical. The outside world is not asleep forever. Dumbledore's instruments will have noted the surge in dark magic from this house when you cast the Cruciatus. He will be curious. We must be prepared. Harry was dismissed. As he walked back to his room, the house felt more divided than ever. It was no longer just a grim home, it was a battleground. Melania's soft light in one corner. The locket's hungry void in another. Arcturus's monolith in the center. And himself, a nexus of warring legacies, standing in the middle. He entered his room and went to the window. The night was clear, the stars sharp and cold. He thought of the ember Melania had spoken of. He tried to find it within himself, behind the walls of ice. It was there. A tiny, stubborn glow. The memory of a red-haired laugh. A flash of green eyes that were not his own, full of fierce love. He could not afford it. It was a weakness, a flaw in the marble. But as he turned from the window, he caught sight of Creature, hiding in the shadows of the corridor, watching him. The elf's eyes held that same desperate hope. Not for a kind master, but for a powerful one. A true black. Harry looked at him, and then past him, down towards the cellar, towards the gallery. The paths were laid before him. The structured darkness, or the chaotic one. He closed his door, sealing himself in the quiet. The whispers in the walls continued, a soft, maddening chorus. And in the deepest part of his fortified mind, the part even Arcturus couldn't touch, a new thought, born of neither black discipline nor locket madness, but of his own, singular will, began to form. Perhaps, the thought whispered, I do not have to choose their paths at all. Perhaps I can make my own. Down in the cellar, the day pendant shifted, its chain clinking. It sensed the shift in the house's energy, the new, nascent will forming above. Its blind eyes turned upward. And for the first time, its endless, silent wail paused. It waited. The silence after his defiance was not empty. It was charged, like the air before a lightning strike. Arcturus said nothing more that night, but his disapproval was a physical chill that followed Harry up the stairs and seeped under his bedroom door. The house itself seemed to hold its breath, the usual whispers of portraits and settling stones stifled into an attentive hush. Sleep did not come. Harry lay in the dark, feeling the new thought, my own path, echo in the vault of his mind. It was a shapeless, dangerous idea. Arcturus's path was a straight, descending road of black ice. The locket's was a whirlpool. Forging a third way in this place felt like trying to light a match in a hurricane. Yet, the ember remained. That stubborn, buried warmth. It was no longer just a memory, it was becoming a point of orientation. A true north in the psychic blizzard of Grimmauld Place. He couldn't afford it as weakness, but perhaps he could study it. As Arcturus studied dark artifacts. To understand a thing was to begin to master it. The next morning, the routine was shattered. There was no mind discipline before the fire. No history lesson. Creature appeared at his door, his face more sunken than usual. Master Arcturus requests the young master's presence in the alchemy laboratory. Harry had not known there was an alchemy laboratory. He followed Creature down, past the cellar entrance, to a sub-basement he had never seen. The door was iron-bound oak. Arcturus stood before it, waiting. He looked older in the grim torchlight, the lines on his face like cracks in stone. You demonstrated a concerning lack of judgment last night, Arcturus began, no preamble. A susceptibility to external influence. The mind fortress must be impregnable. Today, we test its foundations under duress. Legilimency is not a parlor game. It is a war. And in war, one must understand the terrain of the enemy's mind as well as one's own. He pushed the heavy door open. The room beyond was long and low, lined with workbenches cluttered with brass instruments, crystal retorts, and jars of substances that glowed, smoked, or moved. The air tasted of metal and ozone. In the center of the room was a single, high-backed chair, made of dark wood and worn smooth. It faced a blank stone wall. Sit. Harry sat. The chair was cold, its arms carved into the shapes of snarling hounds. You will open your mind to me, Arcturus said, standing before him, his wand held loosely at his side. Not a single door. The entire fortress. You will lower all your shields. And you will try to keep me from seeing one specific thing. A secret. Any secret. A memory you wish to hide. The goal is not to keep me out entirely, that is impossible at your level. The goal is to practice compartmentalization under assault. To hide a single tree in a burning forest. Harry's blood ran cold. Open his mind. After last night's transgression, this felt less like a lesson and more like an inquisition. A punishment. What if I can't? His voice was small in the cavernous room. Then I will see everything, Arcturus said flatly. And you will learn the cost of failure. Begin. There was no time to prepare. Harry took a shuddering breath and, with immense effort, willed the walls in his mind to dissolve. It was like tearing his own skin off. The sensation of exposure was immediate and terrifying. He felt naked, his thoughts laid bare. But he had a secret. He chose the ember. The feeling of his mother's love, the fragmented memory of her laugh, the green eyes. He gathered the sensation, wrapped it in layers of static, the taste of porridge, the sound of creature weeping, the geometric pattern of the library rug, and buried it deep in a corner of his now open mind. Arcturus's presence entered. It was not the thin probe of their previous lessons. It was a flood, a cold, dark ocean pouring into the shores of his consciousness. Show me your earliest memory of magic. The command was not spoken aloud. It was implanted, a stone dropped into the pool of Harry's thoughts. The memory rose, unbidden, the cupboard. The dust cat. The faint, wobbly purr. Arcturus observed it dispassionately. Sentimental. Uncontrolled. A leak. He moved on, a relentless tide. Show me your feelings towards the Dursleys. A complex knot of fear, numbness, and a faint, bitter ash of hatred presented itself. Weak. You should feel nothing. They were obstacles, removed. The tide surged deeper, sifting through memories of lessons, of meals, of the long, silent hours reading in the library. Harry clung to his secret, hiding it behind a frantic screen of other images, the shape of the Cruciatus on the fern, the genealogical charts, the feel of the black family ring Arcturus sometimes wore. The mental invasion was agony. It was a violation more intimate than any physical touch. Arcturus didn't just see his memories, he felt the associated emotions, judged them, discarded them. It was a psychic vivisection. Why did you approach the locket? The question was a spear of ice. Harry's mind scrambled. He threw up a wall of intellectual curiosity, to understand the enemy, to feel the magic, but beneath it, Arcturus sensed the other pull, the allure of the shortcut, the intoxicating whisper of absolute power. Dangerous. Ambition must be directed, not tempted. The disapproval was a wave of freezing water, shocking in its intensity. The assault continued. Harry's mental landscape was laid bare, his frustrations, his cold satisfactions, his buried fears. He felt his secret, the ember, trembling in its hiding place. Arcturus's presence circled it, a shark sensing blood in the water. What do you hide? Panic. Pure, undiluted panic. Harry threw everything he had into obscuring the secret. He conjured a false memory, a shameful moment of childish fear, crying in the cupboard after a nightmare. He made it bright, loud, pathetic. Arcturus paused at the false memory. For a terrifying second, Harry thought he'd bought it. Then the mental presence sharpened, contemptuous. A child's trick. The real secret is deeper. It is warm. He was closing in. Harry could feel the pressure around his buried ember, the static shields crumbling. In a moment of desperate, inspired instinct, he didn't try to hide it further. He did the opposite. He amplified it. He took the warm, loving feeling and, using the same cold focus he used for the Cruciatus, he twisted it. He fused it with the black magic, creating a hybrid sensation, not love, but a possessive, burning obsession for legacy. A feeling that the love of his parents was not a gift, but a claim on him, a debt to be repaid by becoming the ultimate wizard, the pinnacle of both lines. He made it fierce, proud, and utterly aligned with Arcturus's own goals. He presented this forged emotion, this dark perversion of the ember, as his secret. Arcturus's mental presence recoiled, just for an instant. Then it engulfed the forged secret, examining it. Harry held his breath, his mind screaming with the effort of the lie. HMPH. The mental grunt was thoughtful. A distorted understanding, but a useful one. Your parents' sacrifice was indeed a claim. A demand for greatness. You begin to see. The tidal pressure lessened. Arcturus withdrew, slowly, leaving Harry's mind feeling scoured and raw, like a beach after a storm. He slumped in the chair, drenched in cold sweat, trembling violently. Arcturus looked down at him, his expression unreadable. You hid something. You failed to keep it completely concealed, but you successfully misdirected me as to its true nature. That is a more advanced skill than simple occlusion. You turned a weakness into a weapon of deception. That shows promise. It was not praise. It was an assessment. Harry had passed a test by committing a profound act of self-betrayal. He had taken the one pure thing left in him and corrupted it to survive. The lesson is concluded, Arcturus said, turning away. You will find your capacity for wandless magic heightened now. The mind, once stretched and stressed, often finds new channels of expression. Use the afternoon to practice. We will resume normal studies tomorrow. He left Harry alone in the alchemy lab. The silence was absolute. Harry sat in the cold chair, feeling the echo of the violation in every neuron. He felt filthy. He had opened himself and then poisoned his own well to survive the inspection. But he had kept the true ember secret. It still glowed, deep down, now buried under layers of shame and a terrifying, brilliant lie. He stood, his legs unsteady. As he left the lab, he felt a strange new clarity. His magic did feel different. Not stronger, but more accessible. As if the mental barriers he used for occlumency had thinned, new channels running through them to his magical core. He went to his room, not to practice, but to think. To rebuild. The encounter with the Locket and the psychic assault had changed the board. Arcturus was not an infallible guide, he was a ruthless master, willing to break his apprentice to reshape him. The Locket was a predatory tempter. Melania's portrait was a ghost of a lost cause. And he was in the middle, a pawn who was starting to learn how the pieces moved. That evening, as he forced down supper, Creature sidled up to him, his eyes wide. Master is having a flow call in his study, the elf whispered. Creature heard a name. Malfoy. The blonde one is asking for guidance. He speaks of a diary. A book that talks back. He is afraid. Harry's fork stilled. A diary that talked back. It sounded like the Locket. Another piece of the same evil. What did Master Arcturus say? Master said the Malfoy boy is a fool for playing with toys he doesn't understand. Master said the Dark Lord's trinkets are for those who wish to be consumed. He told him to contain it, to hide it, and to wait. Creature's voice dropped even lower. Master said, the vessel is not yet ready, but he grows. The old must be swept away before the new can rise. Creature thinks he means you, young master. A vessel. The word was a cold splash of water. Not an heir. A vessel. For what? For the Black Legacy. Or for something else. After Creature vanished, Harry sat in the deepening gloom of the dining room. A plan, fragile and dangerous, began to form. He needed information Arcturus would not give him. He needed to understand the true nature of the Locket, of these trinkets. He needed to know what the old meant, and what sweeping away entailed. There was one source in the house he had not fully interrogated. One source of pain that was also a source of knowledge. The dependent. He waited until the dead of night. This time, he did not creep. He walked with a purpose that was new, born of desperation and a cold, calculated risk. He went to the cellar tapestry and lifted it. The creature was still, for once. It lay curled around its iron ring, a pathetic heap of bones and gray skin. Its blind eyes were open, staring at nothing. Harry did not look with his normal sight. He opened his magical perception fully, as Arcturus had forced him to open his mind. He let the torrent of the creature's agony wash over him. This time, he did not recoil. He anchored himself in his own cold pool of magic and observed. The pain was not random. It had patterns, currents and eddies. Within the screaming storm, he could see fragments, not memories, but imprints. The echo of the wizard who had created it, Arcturus's father. Feelings of aristocratic boredom, of cold disdain for the living, of a desperate, craven fear of death. The date pendant was a perfect record of a specific, ugly soul. And there, woven into the pain, were strands of something else. Older magic. House elf magic. A deep, binding magic of service and love, twisted and perverted into an engine of suffering. Melania had told the truth. This thing had once been a beloved elf. Its love had been used as the foundation for its eternal torture. Harry spoke, not aloud, but projecting his thought into the maelstrom, as he had learned to project his will. "Can you hear me?" The date pendant stirred. Its head lifted. Its milky eyes turned towards him, not seeing, but sensing. The storm of pain focused around Harry's psychic voice. "Master. I am not your master," Harry thought, layering the thought with the cold, commanding authority of black magic. "I am the heir. You will answer." The creature shivered. A wave of fresh agony pulsed from it. The air, the blood sings, it is strong, and cold, and warm. Confusion rippled through its pain. "You were a house elf," Harry pressed. "You served the House of Black. What is your name?" A name surfaced from the storm, a tiny, bright shard of identity amidst the darkness. "Dobby." No, that wasn't it. Bobby. The impression was of polish, of silver, of a name called in a warm, sunlit room long ago. Bobby. Then, a later name, a title given in cold irony by its new master, Anchorite. Anchorite, Harry echoed. "You anchor his pain." "Yes, the pain, it is all there is. He did not want it. So he gave it to me. He was afraid. So afraid of the dark. Now I hold the dark for him. Forever." "What of the other darkness?" Harry asked, pushing an image of the locket, of its hungry void. The date pendant convulsed. The storm of pain turned sharp, spiky with a new, specific terror. The soul shard. The hungry one. It is worse. It does not hold pain, it creates it. It eats joy and leaves only despair. It wants to make everything into itself. The master, the young master Regulus, he saw. He tried to break it. It broke him instead. Images, sharper than before, flashed from the creature to Harry. Regulus, pale and determined, drinking a potion that made him scream with a thirst that was spiritual, not physical. Regulus, whispering orders to a younger, weeping creature. Regulus, being dragged beneath the black water by skeletal hands. Why? Harry demanded. Why did he do it? A single, clear concept emerged from the date pendant, not in words, but in pure feeling: honor. A twisted, black family honor. The realization that he had served a master who was not a purist, but a parasite. A desire to atone. To strike a blow, even a futile one, against the ultimate impurity, a fractured soul. Regulus had not been a hero in the light sense. He had been a fanatic of purity turning on a greater blasphemer. His was a dark redemption. The locket is here, Harry thought. In the house. What does it want? It wants a new heart. The date pendant's thought voice was a terrified whisper. Its old heart is gone. It seeks a vessel of power and hate to nest in. It calls to the strong blood. It called to Regulus. It calls to the old master. It calls to you. And Arcturus. What does he want with it? The patriarch, he fears it. He hates it. But he also covets its secret. The secret of not dying. He thinks he can learn without being tainted. He is wrong. The hungry one cannot be studied. It can only corrupt. Harry absorbed this. The lines were clearer now. Arcturus saw the Horcrux as a flawed but instructive evil, a textbook of power written in a dangerous language he believed he could decipher without learning to speak it. A fatal arrogance. Can the chain be broken? Harry asked finally, looking at the iron ring, the glowing runes. The date pendant's response was a wave of such profound, hopeless longing it nearly knocked Harry off his psychic feet. The chain is my pain. To break it, the pain must go somewhere. It must be transferred. Consumed. Only the hungry one could do that. Or, a flicker of something else. A will stronger than the pain. A will that could hold it, shape it, without being consumed. The thought was followed by a surge of agonized doubt. But such a will does not exist. Harry withdrew his consciousness, severing the connection. He stumbled back from the tapestry, his own mind aching from the contact with the raw, centuries-old suffering. He had his information. The locket was inactive, seeking evil. Arcturus was playing a dangerous game of containment and study. And the date pendant was a key, a source of immense, tormented power, and a potential weapon. As he climbed the stairs, his mind raced. A will stronger than the pain. Arcturus believed in such a will, his own. He believed he could control the darkness, shape Harry into a master of it. Harry reached the top of the servants' stairs and turned towards the main hall. A figure stood there, waiting in the shadows. Arcturus. He leaned on his cane, his face invisible in the dark, but his aura was a controlled inferno of anger. I felt the psychic disturbance, his voice cut through the silence. You communed with the abomination. There was no point in denial. I sought information. From a thing that knows only suffering. What wisdom did you expect? The mewling of a broken tool. It knew about the locket. About Regulus. It knows what you are trying to do. Arcturus stepped into the thin moonlight from a high window. His eyes were pits of shadow. And what am I trying to do, boy? Enlighten me. You're trying to create a new kind of pureblood leader. One with the power of the dark, but the control you believe the Death Eaters lacked. You're using the locket as a benchmark. A negative example. And you're using me as the raw material. A long, silent moment passed. Adequately summarized, Arcturus conceded, a hint of something like respect in his tone. But incomplete. The Death Eaters were rabid dogs, chasing the primitive thrill of blood and cruelty. I offer you the mantle of a wolf, a calculated, apex predator. The locket represents the path of the serpent, sly, parasitic, hiding in the shadows. Both are beneath you. You will be the storm. Visible. Unavoidable. Feared not for petty bigotry, but for the sheer, awe-inspiring totality of your power. He took another step closer. But a storm must be directed. Your foray into the cellar was not direction. It was a lapse. You sought answers from a source of corruption. You exposed yourself to a harmonic of pain that could have unraveled your own fragile control. For that, there must be a consequence. Harry braced himself, his magic coiling coldly within him. The consequence is this, Arcturus said. You are now a prisoner in your own mind. Until I deem you have regained your discipline, you will perform all magic verbally. You will speak every incantation. You will use a wand for any magic more complex than levitation. It was a masterstroke, a humiliation designed to reinforce dependency. To make him feel the weight of the chains he was supposed to be learning to place on others. Wandless, wordless magic had been his first taste of true, unfettered power. Now it was being revoked. Arcturus held out a wand. It was long, dark, and slightly crooked, made of a wood Harry didn't recognize. This was your grandmother Doria's. Black walnut and dragon heartstring. Unyielding. It will tolerate no weakness. You will learn from it. And you will speak your spells. Harry took the wand. It was cool in his hand. A strange vibration ran up his arm, a resonance that was both familiar and alien. It felt like the house. It felt like legacy. Now, Arcturus said, his voice final. To bed. Tomorrow, you begin again. From the beginning. And you will not approach the cellar again. If you do, the consequence will not be so instructive. It will be permanent. Harry climbed the endless stairs to his room, the wand heavy in his hand. The cold pool of his magic chafed against the new restriction, the need to channel it through a stick and a word feeling crude, insulting. He sat on his bed, holding Doria's wand. He had gained knowledge tonight, but at a high price. He was more confined than ever. Yet, the knowledge was a weapon. He understood the players now, the locket, the dependent, Arcturus. And himself. He looked at the wand. An unyielding tool of a black witch. A conduit for the very magic he was supposed to master. A slow, cold smile touched his lips, there in the dark. Arcturus thought he was imposing a limitation. But a wand was not just a crutch. It was a focus. And a focus could be used to sharpen intent, to hide true power behind a spoken word. He had learned to hide a warm ember behind a lie. Now he would learn to hide a gathering storm behind a spoken spell. He pointed the wand at the candle on his desk. Not with a thought, but with a clear, deliberate intent, channeled through the wood. Lumos. The light that bloomed was not the soft, white glow of his childish charm. It was a fierce, actinic blue-white blaze that filled the room with sharp, cutting shadows and made the walls themselves seem to flinch. It was not obedience. It was a declaration. In the gallery, Slytherin's locket gave a soft, approving click. And deep below, the dependent named anchorite curled tighter around its chain, A single, clear thought rising from the ocean of its pain for the first time in a century. The heir has teeth. The blue-white glare of the Lumos spell burned itself into Harry's retinas, etching the sharp shadows of his room onto his mind. It was not light, it was an accusation. A proof of the power Arcturus was trying to bottle. As the fierce glow faded, leaving ghostly afterimages, the wand in his hand felt less like a tool and more like a shackle made of bone. Doria's wand. It hummed with a low, stubborn frequency, a vibration that seemed to say, I have seen stronger. I have bent for better. Sleep was a lost cause. The violation of the legilimency, the harrowing communion with the dependent, the humiliating restriction, they swirled in his mind like shards of broken glass. The cold pool of his magic, now forced to flow through the narrow conduit of the wand, sloshed against imaginary banks. Restless and irritated, when dawn's gray light finally crept through his window, it felt like a reprieve. He dressed mechanically and went downstairs. Arcturus was already in the dining room, reading a copy of the Daily Prophet so old it was yellow at the edges. He did not look up as Harry entered. Sit, eat, then we begin your remedial studies. The porridge tasted of ashes. Harry ate in silence, feeling the weight of the wand in his pocket, a constant reminder of his diminished state. The lesson took place in the drawing room. Arcturus had transfigured a moth-eaten armchair into a simple wooden post. You will cast the disarming charm, Arcturus stated. A simple spell. Child's play for a first year. You will cast it with the wand, and you will speak the incantation. Clearly. Precisely. The goal is not to disarm. The goal is to execute the form perfectly. Magic is built on foundations. Yours, it seems, needs repouring. Harry stood before the post, drawing Doria's wand. It felt alien, an extension that didn't belong. He focused on the simple intent, to disarm. He channeled his magic, the cold, dark pool, into the wand. Expelliarmus. A weak, sputtering jet of reddish light shot from the wand's tip, striking the post and causing it to wobble slightly. It was pathetic. A week ago, he could have shattered the post with a thought. Again, Arcturus commanded, his voice devoid of inflection. Your pronunciation is sloppy. Your wrist movement is erratic. You are forcing the magic. You must guide it. Harry tried again, and again. For hours. Each cast was a struggle. His magic, used to flowing directly from will to effect, rebelled against the intermediary. The wand felt like trying to write with his left hand. The incantation felt like a childish nursery rhyme he was forced to shout. Arcturus's corrections were minute, relentless, and icy. The I is long, not short. Your stance is too wide. You are not bracing for a physical blow, you are conducting energy. You are anticipating the result. Do not anticipate. Command. By midday, Harry's arm ached, and his throat was raw from repetition. The post remained standing, only slightly scorched. Humiliation burned in his gut, hotter than any spell. Enough, Arcturus finally said, sounding bored. Your frustration is polluting the spell. Magic is emotion, but disciplined emotion. Your anger is a cloud. You must turn it into a blade. We will try something else. He vanished the post and conjured a small, glass orb, which he set floating in the center of the room. The banishing charm. Depulso. The opposite of a summoning charm. It requires not a pull, but a push. A rejection. That should suit your current temperament. Focus your irritation, your sense of confinement. Push it through the wand. Speak the word as if you are casting out a poison. Harry looked at the floating orb. He didn't just feel confined, he felt caged. The wand was the cage. Arcturus's rules were the bars. The house was the prison. He gathered that feeling, the hot, sharp coil of resentment, and instead of letting it rage, he did as Arcturus said. He forged it into a point. A single, concentrated desire to repel. He pointed Doria's wand. Depulso. The spell shot out not as a jet of light, but as a visible, concussive wave of air. It hit the orb with a sharp crack, not banishing it, but shattering it into 1,000 crystalline shards that flew across the room, embedding themselves in the velvet drapes and the dark wood paneling. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. Excessive. But the principle was correct. You channeled a base emotion into structured intent. That is the foundation. Now, control the output. Conjure another orb and try again. Half the force. The afternoon wore on in a similar fashion. They moved through simple charms, Lumos, Nox, Wingardium Leviosa. Each one was a battle. Harry's raw power, forced through the wand and verbal filter, was either anemic or dangerously explosive. There was no middle ground. The wand itself seemed to resist subtlety, responding only to commands of absolute will or stark emotion. During a water-making charm, Aguamenti, Harry's focus slipped, his mind flashing to the dependent's thirst. Instead of a clear stream, the wand spat out a gout of foul, brackish, lukewarm water that smelled of stagnant ponds and despair, soaking the Persian rug. Arcturus vanished the mess with a flick of his own wand. The wand is picking up on subconscious associations. You must master your mind, or it will master your magic. Clean this up manually. Then you are done for the day. Manual labor was another part of the punishment. Harry spent the next hour on his hands and knees with a scrub brush and a bucket creature provided, the elf sniffling about, the young master doing a poor elf's work. The physical drudgery was a new kind of torment, a deliberate grounding in mundane misery. That night, exhausted and raw, Harry lay in bed, Doria's wand on the nightstand. The silence was oppressive. He reached for it, not to cast, but just to hold it. As his fingers closed around the dark wood, something shifted. A whisper. Not in the air, but in the wood itself. A faint, fragmented impression, like a memory too old to recall clearly. It wasn't words. It was a feeling, a sensation of immense, girded pride. A fierce, protective possessiveness that was cold as a glacier. The pride of a Black who had married out but never considered herself less. The possessiveness of a mother for her only son, James. The impression was gone as quickly as it came. Harry sat up, heart pounding. He stared at the wand. It was just a stick of wood and a core. But magic, as he was learning, was imprint. Will left a residue. He picked it up again, closing his eyes, trying to quiet his own mind, to listen not with his ears but with his magical sense, the way he listened to the auras of objects or the psychic pull of the portrait. At first, there was nothing. Then, as he let his own cold magic seep into the wand, a fragile connection formed. The whispers returned, faint, overlapping, like distant radio signals. Will not show weakness in front of the Lestranges. Charles, the boy must understand the stakes. My son, my bright, reckless boy, why won't you listen? Potters are so sentimentally stubborn, but the blood is strong, the blood will tell. The voice, Doria's voice in impression, was a blend of steel and a buried, desperate warmth. She was every bit as proud and severe as Arcturus, but her focus was narrower, more personal. Her ambition was for her line, not for an abstract pureblood ideal. She saw James not as a traitor to blood, but as a beloved fool led astray by his heart. And then, a sharper, later impression, laced with a grief so deep it had turned to icy diamonds. Gone. Both gone. And the boy survives. The last piece. He must be reclaimed. The blood must not be left to rot with muggles, Arcturus will see. He must. The connection broke. Harry opened his eyes, his breath fogging in the suddenly cold room. So that was it. He wasn't just a vessel for Arcturus's ambitions. He was a lost heirloom, recovered. A piece of property Doria had wanted returned to the family vault. Her dying wish, perhaps. This wand, her wand, was a key to that understanding. It didn't love him. It recognized him. As blood. As legacy. A new idea, treacherous and clear, formed. The wand was a constraint, yes. But it was also a link. A link to a witch whose magic was of this house, whose will was in these stones. If he could learn to listen to it, to truly sync with it. Perhaps he could turn the constraint into an advantage. Use its own nature, its Black family stubbornness, to channel his power with more precision than he could alone. To hide his growth in plain sight. The next day, the lessons continued. The shield charm, Protega. Harry failed miserably at first, producing only feeble, shimmering discs that shattered at a whispered flipendo from Arcturus. His magic, used to aggressive action, recoiled from pure defense. You see defense as passive, Arcturus chided. It is not. It is assertive rejection. You are not hiding behind a wall. You are declaring a territory where foreign magic is not permitted. Your will must be a fortified line. Again, Harry thought of his mind fortress. He thought of the walls he built against intrusion. He imagined projecting that same concept outwards, a dome of silent, impervious negation. He poured that will into the wand, not fighting its nature, but aligning with its own proud, unyielding character. Protega. A shield bloomed before him, not translucent, but a shimmering, dark silver, like polished hematite. It didn't just block Arcturus's flipendo, it absorbed the spell with a sound like a stone dropping into deep water, its surface rippling slightly before settling, stronger. Arcturus lowered his wand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Better. The wand is accepting you. Do not become complacent. But Harry had felt it. In that moment, his will and the wand's ingrained nature had been in concert. It hadn't been a struggle. It had been a partnership. A dark, severe partnership, but a partnership nonetheless. He began to experiment in secret, during the hours he was meant to be reading or practicing simple wand movements alone. He didn't try to break the rule about wordless magic. He obeyed it. But he poured different intentions into the spoken words. He pointed his wand at a locked desk drawer. Alohomora. But he layered the simple unlocking charm with a whisper of the Locket's hungry curiosity, a desire to know secrets. The lock didn't just click, it disassembled itself with a series of tiny, precise sounds, the mechanism lying bare and understood on the wood. He pointed at a dead fly on the windowsill. Incendio. But he mixed in the cold, transactional focus he'd used on the mouse, the transference of life to energy. The fly didn't just burn, it vaporized into a tiny, bright pinprick of heat that warmed the glass for a second. He was learning the wand's language. It responded to clarity, to severity, to unflinching purpose. It amplified what was given, but demanded a coherent will to shape that amplification. It was a harsh teacher, but an honest one. Days turned into a week. The forced regression began to bear a strange fruit. His control, when he finally managed it, was sharper, more refined than his raw, wandless efforts had ever been. The wand acted as a lens, focusing his chaotic, potent magic into a deadly beam. One evening, Arcturus called him to the study. A large, ornate brass box sat on the desk. A puzzle box, Arcturus said. Enchanted with a series of interlocking curses, jinxes, and mechanical tricks. A traditional black family test for children of about 11. You will open it. You may use any spell you have been taught, or any you can deduce. But you will use your wand. And you will speak. Begin. The box was covered in intricate engravings of serpents and thorny roses. Harry could feel the magical traps layered on it, a buzzing, malevolent hive. He extended his senses, listening with his magic, as he had learned to listen to the wand. He could feel a tickling jinx tied to the first clasp, a stinging hex to the second, a nasty little hair loss curse on the hidden latch. He pointed Doria's wand. Finite incantatum. A general, counter spell. It was a blunt instrument. The magic leapt from his wand, but he shaped it with precision, not trying to obliterate all the enchantments at once, but to unravel them. He imagined his magic as a needle, threading through the complex knots, snipping the weakest threads first. He poured the cold, analytical focus of his black magic into the spell. The box shuddered. One by one, the enchantments fizzled out with tiny pops and sparks. The tickling jinx died with a sigh. The stinging hex faded with a hiss. The hair loss curse dissipated like a bad smell. But the box didn't open. There was a final, deeper lock. A silent, psychological trap. As Harry's magic probed it, he felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of despair and loneliness, the feeling of the cupboard, magnified 100-fold. It was a Dementor's kiss of a trap, designed to sap the will to continue. His own walls slammed up, the Occlumency fortress holding firm against the external assault. But to break the lock, he needed to attack, not defend. He thought of the opposite of that despair. Not joy, that was a foreign country. The opposite was indifference. A supreme, icy negation of the trap's emotional weight. He didn't know a spell for that. So he invented one. He focused on the core of his black magic, the still, cold pool, and pushed it through the wand, giving it voice with the closest incantation he could think of. Silencio. The spell, usually used to mute sound, shot forth as a wave of utter, profound stillness. It didn't just silence the magical trap, it stilled it. The despair snuffed out like a candle in a vacuum. The final lock gave a soft, defeated click. The lid of the puzzle box swung open. Inside, on a bed of black velvet, lay a single, perfect black pearl. Arcturus had watched the entire process in silence. Now, he reached in and picked up the pearl. A prize, he said. And a lesson. You used a counter spell, but with a surgeon's precision. You used a silencing charm to quell an emotion. You adapted. You thought. The wand is becoming an extension of you, not a barrier. He held the pearl out to Harry. This absorbs and stores minor negative emotions, frustration, irritation, fear. A useful tool for inaccumens. It is yours. Harry took the pearl. It was cool and smooth. He could feel its hollow, absorbent nature. A tool to help him remain calm, cold, in control. Another brick in the fortress. Thank you, he said, the words automatic. Do not thank me, Arcturus said, turning back to the window. Earn it. Tomorrow, we begin on the Patronus charm. Harry froze. The Patronus. The shield against Dementors. A spell of pure, happy memory. The ultimate expression of the light magic he was supposed to be walling off. Arcturus glanced back, seeing his expression. You look surprised. Did you think I would ignore a defensive art of such power? The Patronus is not about goodness, boy. It is about focus. The ability to crystallize a positive emotion into a weapon. It is the ultimate discipline of joyful will. And it is one of the most difficult spells a wizard can master. I expect you to fail. Repeatedly. But you will understand the theory. And you will see the limitations of that kind of magic. The challenge was a Gauntlet Thrown. The next day, in the dusty ballroom, Arcturus explained the theory. The Patronus requires a memory of consuming happiness. Not contentment. Not satisfaction. Joy. A memory so potent it can fuel a corporeal guardian. For you, this will be instructive. Harry stood in the center of the room, Doria's wand in hand. He searched his mind. Happiness. The Dursleys offered none. Grimmauld Place offered none. His life before, there were only flashes, sensations, the color green, a feeling of safety, a laugh. But they were fragments, buried under years of neglect and months of calculated cold. He tried. Expecto Patronum. Nothing. Not even a wisp of silver. The wand felt dead in his hand, the words hollow. You are reciting, not invoking, Arcturus said from the sidelines. You must feel it, but feeling is your weakness. This is the paradox. Try again. Harry tried. He grasped at the memory of the treacle tart, the surprising sweetness. It was a memory of a transaction, of power. Not joy. Nothing. He thought of mastering the Cruciatus. That was satisfaction. Cold pride. Not joy. He thought of the ember, the hidden warmth. But touching it directly was dangerous. It was shielded, locked away to protect it from Arcturus's inspections. Again. Hours passed. His voice grew hoarse. The wand remained inert. The cold pool of his magic had no purchase on this spell. It was a foreign language. Finally, trembling with exhaustion and a deep, unfamiliar sense of helplessness, Harry lowered his wand. I can't. Arcturus nodded, as if this was the expected result. Of course you can't. The well from which that spell draws has been capped within you. It is a curiosity. A party trick for those with the luxury of untarnished hearts. Its utility is narrow, it repels Dementors and can send messages. But against any other dark creature. Against a wizard. It is useless. Remember this feeling, Harry. This impotence. This is the cost of the path you are on. There are tools you will simply not be able to wield. Ensure that the tools you can wield make that sacrifice worthwhile. The lesson was over. Harry walked away, the black pearl cool in his pocket, the failure hot and acidic in his throat. He had mastered the Cruciatus with ease. But a spell of protection, of light, was beyond him. Arcturus had made his point perfectly. That night, he lay in bed, the wand beside him. He took the black pearl and held it, focusing his frustration, his shame at the failure, into it. The pearl grew slightly warmer, absorbing the negativity, leaving him feeling hollowed out, but calm. He picked up the wand again. He didn't try to cast. He just listened. The whispers were there, faint. Doria's pride, her possessiveness, her buried love for a son who chose a different path. And then, a new whisper, even fainter, buried under layers of time. A man's voice. Charles Potter. It was warm, with a laugh in it. My fierce Doria. Our boy will change the world. And her response, a feeling more than words, he will. Or he will break it trying. Our blood is strong. Our blood. Not just black. Potter too. The wand had known both. It had channeled the magic of a proud black witch in love with a bold Potter wizard. It was a bridge, however slender, between the two warring halves of himself. He had failed to produce a Patronus because he had tried to find a purely happy memory. But what if the memory didn't have to be pure? What if it could be complex? The wand understood complexity. It thrived on strong, defined will, not simple emotion. He sat up. He wouldn't try to cast. Not yet. But he would think. The ember was a memory of love, but it was also a source of pain, of loss. Could that be focused? The determination to survive, born from that love. The stubborn will to live, inherited from both lines. It wasn't joy. It was something harder. Something fiercer. He looked at the wand. In the dark, it seemed to absorb the faint light from the window. I will learn your language, he whispered to it, not a spell, but a promise. And then I will write my own. Down in the study, Arcturus Black stared into the dying fire. In his hand, he held a small, silver mirror. It showed not his reflection, but a shifting, starry map. One bright point, labeled H. Potter, pulsed with a steady, dark blue light. It was no longer the vibrant gold it had once been, nor the angry red of accidental magic. It was the deep, cold blue of controlled, dark-tinged power. A successful transformation. But at the very edge of the point, almost invisible, was a thin, stubborn filament of gold, refusing to be extinguished. Arcturus's face was grim. The foundation holds, he murmured to the empty room. The cracks are sealed with iron. But the core still resists. We shall see if it can withstand the next forging. He tapped the mirror, and the image shifted to show a view of a different house, a ruined, sad-looking shack on a cliff. A name appeared beside it, Gaunt. The old must be swept away, he repeated his own words to Lucius Malfoy. And the tools for the sweeping are being prepared. In his room, Harry finally slept. He dreamed not of Dementors or Patronuses, but of the wand. In the dream, it grew into a black, thorny tree. From its branches hung two fruits. One was a glistening black pearl. The other was a tiny, fiercely burning star, trapped in a cage of ice. He reached for the star. And the tree's thorns dug deep into his hand, holding him fast. The black pearl became a secret companion. In the days following his humiliating failure with the Patronus charm, Harry carried it in his pocket, his fingers often curling around its smooth, cool surface. When Arcturus's criticisms grew too sharp, when the wand's stubborn resistance grated, when the memory of his own impotence threatened to bloom into something hotter and more dangerous, he would press the pearl and feel the negative emotion seep away, leaving behind a blank, calm slate. It was useful. It was also a little like dying inside, piece by piece. Arcturus noted his increased composure with approval. The irritants of learning are being managed. Good. Emotional static clouds the magical signal. The lessons plunge deeper into darker waters. They moved beyond curses to enchantments and hexes of subtle malice. Harry learned the flagranti curse, which made objects burn to the touch, and its more insidious cousin, the flagrate hex, which could sear marks onto flesh or stone with the tip of a wand. He learned the Densagio hex to grotesquely enlarge teeth, not as a childish prank, but as a means of disabling a foe's speech and concentration. Pain as a teacher, Arcturus intoned as Harry practiced etching a glowing, runic symbol into the surface of a practice dummy. But humiliation is a sharper one. A wizard who is afraid to open his mouth, or whose hands blister when he reaches for his wand, is often more thoroughly neutralized than one in agony. The magic was intricate, demanding precise wand movements and clear, rhythmic incantation. Doria's wand responded well to this structured cruelty. It seemed to relish the application of will to inflict specific, elegant suffering. Harry's proficiency grew, his casts becoming cleaner, faster, more automatic. He could now whip a stinging hex so precise it would strike a single eye, or lay a flagranti curse on a doorknob that would activate only for a specific person, keyed to their magical signature. He was becoming a craftsman of spite. Yet, the ember persisted. In quiet moments, usually just before sleep, he would test his occlumency walls, searching for it. It was always there, a faint, gold smudge behind the black ice. He didn't try to touch it. He just noted its presence, like a prisoner checking that a hidden cache of food was still there. One afternoon, Arcturus did not summon him for a practical lesson. Instead, he met him in the library, where a large, sealed scroll case lay on the table. "It is time you understood the political landscape," Arcturus said, tapping the case. It sprung open with a hiss of aged air. Inside was not a scroll, but a detailed, magical map of Britain. Tiny, labeled points of light glimmered across it, wizarding homes, ministries, magical creature enclaves. The colors varied, some a steady gold, others a murky brown, a few a faint, sickly green. The Ministry, Arcturus said, pointing his cane at a cluster of gold lights in London. A bureaucracy of the mediocre, maintained by Dumbledore's shadow and the fear of what they think they defeated. Their power is an illusion of consensus. It shatters under pressure. He moved the cane. The old families. The gold ones. The Knots, the Lestranges, the Malfoys. They have wealth, lineage, and a memory of true power. But they are aimless. Their champion is gone, and they are left with trophies and prejudices, no unifying vision. His cane hovered over a few, rare points of bright, silvery white. The so-called light. The Weasleys, the Bones, a few others. Powered by sentiment and Dumbledore's patronage. Their strength is their cohesion, but it is a brittle strength, reliant on moral certainty. Undermine that certainty, and they crumble. Finally, he pointed to a vast swath of land that glowed with a deep, forest-green pulse. Hogwarts. The heart. And the headmaster's office. A tiny, brilliant blue star pulsed there. Dumbledore. The spider at the center of every web. He is the only one with both the power and the vision to be a true obstacle. But his vision is flawed. He believes in redemption, in love, in second chances. It is a weakness we will exploit. Harry stared at the map. It made the world outside Grimmauld Place feel suddenly real, and suddenly small. A chessboard with very few pieces. And us? Harry asked. Arcturus gestured to the spot representing number 12. It was not a point of light, but a small, dark vortex, a tiny hole of blackness on the map that seemed to suck the light from the surrounding area. We are the silence between the notes. The unpredictable variable. For now, we watch. We listen. Creature brings me whispers from the other house elves. The portrait of my great-aunt in the Ministry Records office sees much. We know of the Malfoy boy's troubled diary. We know of Dumbledore's increasing searches for you. We know the werewolf, Lupin, drinks himself to despair in a dingy flat, and the traitor, Black, raves in his cell. The pieces are in disarray. He fixed Harry with his flint gaze. Your first foray into that world will not be as a savior, or a student. It will be as a reckoning. But before that, you must be flawless. There is one area where you remain, unproven. Harry knew what was coming. His fingers found the black pearl. Direct, magical combat, Arcturus said. Spells in motion, reaction, adaptation. Theory is nothing if you cannot apply it under duress. Tonight, we begin dueling. The dueling hall was on the same forgotten floor as the alchemy lab. It was a long, narrow room with scorch marks on the walls and a sprung, wooden floor. There were no portraits here, no finery. This was a place of pure function. Arcturus took his place at one end, shedding his outer robes to reveal lean, wiry arms beneath a black tunic. He looked like an old raptor. He did not adopt a formal dueling stance. He simply stood, wand held loosely at his side. You will attempt to strike me. You may use any spell you have been taught, or any you can invent. I will defend, and I will counter. The purpose is not to win. It is to survive, to learn. Begin when you are ready. Harry stood 20 feet away, his heart a drum in his chest. Doria's wand felt alive, anticipatory. He had never fought anyone. He had broken objects, tortured plants, but this was different. This was a mind, a will, opposing his. He didn't hesitate. He slashed his wand. Flipendo. The knockback jinx was a yellow streak. Arcturus didn't move. A faint, silvery shield appeared inches from his body, deflecting the spell into the wall with a dull thud. Telegraphed, Arcturus remarked. Your eyes gave the target away. Harry cast again, a rapid 1-2. Stupefy. A jet of red light. Followed instantly by a whispered, Furnunculus. Hoping the Boyle's hex would catch him off guard. Arcturus swatted the stunner aside with a flick of his wand as if it were a bothersome insect. The Boyle's hex hit his shield and fizzled. Predictable sequence. You fight like you read, in straight lines. A spell shot back at Harry, so fast he barely saw it. Lapifors. A transformation spell. Harry felt a terrifying, internal lurch. He threw himself sideways, the spell grazing his shoulder. His arm didn't turn into a rabbit's foot, but it went numb and twitched uncontrollably for a few seconds. Defense is more than dodging, Arcturus said, advancing slowly. It is control of the space. Harry scrambled up, his mind racing. Straight lines. He needed to be unpredictable. He didn't aim at Arcturus. He aimed at the floor in front of him. Glacius. A sheet of ice spread across the wooden boards. Arcturus's foot slid slightly. It was only a fraction of a second's imbalance, but it was an opening. Harry didn't fire a spell. He yanked his wand upward, a wandless command he channeled through the wood. Depulso. The banishing charm hit not Arcturus, but the heavy iron chandelier above him. It groaned, and a shower of rust and one sharp, broken chain link fell. Arcturus looked up, his shield flashing to deflect the debris. In that moment of diverted attention, Harry struck. Crucio. The curse left his wand as a thin, black streak. It was instinctive. It was the spell he understood most deeply. Arcturus's head snapped down. His free hand came up, not with a wand, but with a clawed gesture. He didn't block the curse. He caught it. The black streak hit his palm and seemed to compress into a swirling, angry ball of darkness, crackling in his grip. His face showed a flicker of strain, his eyes wide with something that wasn't fear, but profound, furious shock. "You dare," he breathed, his voice guttural. He clenched his fist. The ball of cursed energy imploded with a sound like a dying breath. Then he thrust his own wand forward. Incarcerus. Thick ropes shot from his wand tip, but they weren't ordinary ropes. They were black, barbed, and moved with sentient malice. Harry tried to dodge, to slash at them with a cutting charm, but they were too fast. They wrapped around his legs, his torso, his wand arm, the barbs biting through his clothes and into his skin with a cold, sharp pain. He was yanked off his feet and slammed onto the floor, bound tightly, the wand torn from his grasp. Arcturus stood over him, breathing heavily. The calm, analytical master was gone. In his place was something older, wilder, a patriarch defied in his own hall. "The Unforgivables are not for spars, you foolish boy. They are declarations of war. To use one against the head of your house is tantamount to suicide." Harry struggled against the barbed ropes, the pain clearing his head. "You said, any spell. I did not expect such profound stupidity." Arcturus roared. Then he closed his eyes, mastering himself. The fury receded, replaced by a colder, more dangerous intensity. He leaned down, his face inches from Harry's. "You wished to test your power against mine. You felt a surge of pride at your clever distraction. You are an infant waving a lit match in a powder keg. The Cruciatus is not a tool to be used lightly. It is a testament. You offered me a testament of your will to dominate. And I rejected it." He straightened up, waving his wand. The barbed ropes vanished, leaving behind stinging, bleeding cuts. Harry lay on the cold floor, humiliated and in pain. "Get up." Harry stood, his legs wobbly. "You have power," Arcturus conceded, his voice now dangerously quiet. "And you have a spark of tactical thinking. But you lack judgment. You lack respect. For the magic, and for the hierarchy that contains it. This will be rectified." The next week was purgatory. The dueling lessons continued, but they were no longer about creativity. They were about punishment and precision. Arcturus attacked relentlessly with minor, stinging hexes and jinxes, tickling charms that felt like wasps under the skin, jelly legs jinxes, trip jinxes, minor biting curses that left painful, bloodless marks. Harry's task was not to win, but to defend perfectly. To cast a Protega the exact millisecond before impact. To dissipate a hex with a precise finite. To move in the strict, prescribed footwork patterns Arcturus drilled into him. It was brutal, exhausting, and utterly devoid of the cold satisfaction Harry had begun to associate with magic. It was pure, repetitive drudgery. His world shrunk to the sting of hexes, the barked corrections, the ache of his muscles. The black pearl was constantly warm in his pocket, drinking his frustration. He saw nothing of the rest of the house. He ate, he trained, he slept. The whispers of the portraits, the pull of the locket, the memory of the dependent, all faded into a blur of fatigue. One evening, after a particularly grueling session where a mistimed Protega had resulted in a Langlock jinx that glued his tongue to the roof of his mouth for an hour, Harry stumbled towards the bathroom to clean his wounds. As he passed the grand staircase, a glint of silver caught his eye. The glass case holding the tiara. The one he had made vibrate months ago. It was fogged over again, but this time, a fine tracery of frost covered the glass from the inside. And within the frost, words seemed to be etched, as if by a ghostly finger. "He breaks you to fit the mold. But what if the mold is flawed?" Harry stopped, his breath catching. He looked around. The hall was empty. He approached the case. The words remained for a few seconds, then melted away as the frost receded, leaving the tiara gleaming and inert. It wasn't the portrait. It wasn't the locket. The house itself was speaking. Or something in it was. That night, the dream returned. The black, thorny tree. The pearl. The caged star. This time, the thorns didn't just hold him. They bled him. Dark, viscous blood dripped from his hand onto the roots of the tree. Where the blood fell, the roots recoiled, blackening and withering. The tree shuddered. The cage around the star cracked, just a hairline fracture. He woke with a start, his hand throbbing with a phantom pain. The ember behind his walls felt closer. Not warmer, but more present. As if his suffering was feeding it, not the cold magic. The next day, a change came. Arcturus announced there would be no dueling. You have reached the limit of what pain can teach for now. We turned to a different art. The art of the unseen. They were in the study. Arcturus placed a simple, brass button on the desk. The disillusionment charm. To bend light around you, to become a living chameleon. It is a spell of stealth, of observation. Of power withheld. The incantation is, obscuro, paired with a complex swirling motion. But the true magic is in the stillness of your own presence. Your magic must become a mirror, reflecting the world around it, not a beacon. Harry listened, the fatigue still deep in his bones. He picked up his wand, performed the motion, and spoke the incantation. Nothing happened. Your magic is too defined, too loud, Arcturus said. It shouts, I am here. You must make it whisper. You must make it forget itself. Think of the pearl. That absorbing stillness. Try to become that. Harry tried again. And again. It was perhaps the hardest thing he had attempted. His magic, by nature and by training, was assertive. Making it passive, reflective, went against every instinct. Hours passed. The button sat, stubbornly visible. Finally, in a moment of sheer, drained hopelessness, Harry stopped trying. He just looked at the button, his mind blank, the constant thrum of his magical will quiet for the first time since the ritual. He wasn't Harry the apprentice. He wasn't the heir of Black. He was just a boy looking at a piece of brass. He lifted his wand, a half-hearted, tired motion. Obscuro. His magic didn't surge. It seeped. A faint, shimmering haze, like a heat mirage, washed over him from head to toe. He looked down at his hand. It wavered, became translucent, blending with the color of the desk and the wall behind it. He wasn't invisible, but he was incredibly difficult to look at directly. The button on the desk seemed to sharpen in focus as he faded. Adequate, Arcturus said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Fatigue has quieted your ego. Remember that state. It is more useful than fury. For the next several days, Harry practiced the disillusionment charm until he could maintain it for minutes at a time. He wandered the halls of Grimmauld Place under its influence, a ghost in his own home. He saw a creature talking to a moldy patch of wall, calling it, Master Regulus. He saw the portrait of Phineas Nigellus leave his frame to visit another painting down the hall, a landscape of a Scottish loch. He stood, silent and unseen, outside the gallery door, feeling the Locket's hunger pulse against his muted magical presence. It felt curious, as if it knew he was there but couldn't quite see him. And he saw Arcturus. He was in his study, late one night, not reading, not scheming. He was standing before the family tapestry, staring at the burnt hole where Sirius's name should have been. His shoulders, usually ramrod straight, were slumped. In his hand, he held a small, faded photograph. From his hidden vantage point, Harry saw the image, a young, handsome man with dark hair and a reckless grin, arm in arm with a younger, less severe Arcturus. The man was waving, laughing, before fading and repeating the motion. Sirius. Arcturus's finger traced the edge of the photograph. His face, in the private gloom, was not that of a ruthless patriarch, but of an old, tired man bearing a weight of profound failure. There was grief there, and a bitter, unyielding love that had twisted into something hard and sharp. He looked, for a moment, like the most lost thing in the whole dark house. Then he stiffened, as if sensing he was not alone. His head turned slightly, his eyes, though they couldn't see Harry, scanning the room with predatory sharpness. Harry held his breath, pouring every ounce of will into the disillusionment, into being nothing, a part of the silence. Arcturus's gaze passed over him. After a long moment, he turned back to the tapestry, his mask of severity firmly back in place. He pocketed the photograph and left the room. Harry let the charm drop, leaning against the wall, his heart pounding. He had seen a crack in the monolith. A flaw in the mold. Not a sentimental weakness, but a fault line of personal tragedy that had shaped the old man's entire philosophy. His war on sentiment was born from a wound inflicted by it. It changed nothing. And it changed everything. A few days later, Arcturus announced they would be leaving the house. A practical test. You will maintain a disillusionment charm for an extended period. We will go to Diagon Alley. Harry's pulse spiked. The outside world. A place he only knew from books and maps. It is the day before Hogwarts students depart for the school year, Arcturus explained. The alley will be crowded. Chaotic. Perfect for observation. You will not speak. You will not interact. You will watch. You will see the world as it is, a herd of sheep, milling about before the wolves. And you will remain unseen. They left not by thestral carriage, but through the flow network. Arcturus threw a pinch of powder into the study fireplace, the flames turning emerald green. The leaky cauldron, he said. He stepped in, vanished. Harry, his disillusionment charm firmly in place, followed. The sensation was like being sucked down a giant, roaring drain. He stumbled out into the smoky, low-ceilinged back room of a pub, righting himself instantly. The charm held. He was a ripple in the air. No one noticed. Arcturus, looking every inch a severe, wealthy pure blood, strode through the pub, nodding curtly to the bartender, Tom. Harry followed, a silent shadow. They passed through the rear courtyard. Arcturus tapped the bricks with his cane in a specific sequence. The wall shuddered and peeled open. Diagon Alley exploded into Harry's senses. It was a torrent of color, sound, and magic. The crowd was a river of robes, squeaking children dragging reluctant parents, owls hooting, cats weaving between legs, the smell of baking pastry, potion ingredients, and dust. Signs creaked and moved. Gringotts, white marble gleamed at the far end. It was overwhelming, vibrant, and terrifyingly alive. Arcturus moved through it like a black ship through gaudy, choppy water. People instinctively gave him a wide berth, their eyes dropping. Harry followed, his disillusioned state making the crowd part around him unknowingly. He saw everything. He saw a plump, red-haired woman fretting over a list, surrounded by a flock of boys with flaming hair. The Weasleys. They looked poor, harried, but there was a warmth between them, a shoving, joking camaraderie that felt like a physical blow. One of the twins shoplifted a trick wand from a cart, his brother covering for him with a grin. He saw a haughty, pale boy with white blonde hair being fitted for robes in Madame Malkin's, a large, grim man who could only be Lucius Malfoy standing watch. The boy complained about the fabric, his voice a nasal drawl. Draco Malfoy. He saw a bushy-haired girl, her arms laden with books taller than she was, arguing passionately with a shopkeeper about the edition of A History of Magic. Her intelligence was a visible aura, sharp and bright. And he saw, standing before the window of quality Quidditch supplies, a boy. A boy with round glasses, messy black hair, and a look of such wistful longing it stopped Harry in his tracks. The boy was staring at a gleaming new broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. He was small, skinny, and looked utterly alone in the bustling crowd. He was also, unmistakably, a mirror. A reflection of what Harry might have looked like, raised in the light, careworn but free. It was like looking at a ghost of himself. The ember behind his walls flared, painful and bright. Arcturus had stopped too, watching Harry watch the boy. A cruel, understanding smile touched his lips. The Potter boy, he murmured, low enough for only Harry's enhanced hearing to catch. Living with his muggle relatives. Dumbledore's pet. See how he longs for what he cannot have. How he is adrift. That is the product of sentiment. Of coddling. He is nothing. A symbol with no substance. The boy, the other Harry, sighed, shoved his hands in his pockets, and trudged away, lost in the crowd. Harry stood, unseen, the noise of the alley fading to a distant roar. The vibrant, messy, living world was here. And he was a specter in it. He had power growing within him, cold and sharp. This boy had nothing but a lonely longing and a famous scar. And yet, the other boy walked with his head up. He looked at the broom with desire, not with a calculative need to possess it as a tool, but with a simple, aching want. He was, open, unshielded, vulnerable in a way Harry could never afford to be. For a dizzying second, Harry felt not superiority, but a profound, disorienting loss. He had been spared the cupboard, but he had been given a gilded cage. He had been spared neglect, but he had been given a ruthless sculptor. He had power, but he was a ghost. The disillusionment charm wavered. For a fraction of a second, his outline solidified, a pale, green-eyed boy with a severe expression, standing alone amidst the crowd. A witch carrying a large parcel walked right through the space he occupied, shivering as she passed. "Brr, draft," she muttered. Arcturus's hand clamped onto his shoulder from behind, invisible to others, a grip of iron. "Focus," his voice hissed in his ear. "Sentiment is a luxury. Observation is a discipline. Do not fail." Harry slammed his occlumency walls up, quashing the turmoil. The charm stabilized. He was a ripple once more. "Come," Arcturus said. "We have seen enough." They turned to leave. As they passed the mouth of a dark, narrow alleyway leading off Diagon, Nocturne Alley, Harry felt a new, familiar pull. A hungry, cold, dissonant hum. Different from the Locket, but kin to it. His head turned. Deep in the shadows of a shop window, he saw it. A handsome, black leather diary, displayed on a cushion of faded velvet. It radiated a similar, though younger, hungrier malice. It seemed to pulse, and for a moment, the busy street around him seemed to gray and silent, the laughter turning to distant screams. Then Arcturus yanked him back into the flow of the crowd, and the sensation vanished. The journey back to Grimmauld Place was a silent blur. The moment they stepped out of the study fireplace, the disillusionment charm still clinging to him, Arcturus spoke. "You saw the alternative. A life of petty wants, of emotional chaos, of being a pawn in Dumbledore's soft-handed game. You saw the other relics of the Dark Lord's folly, waiting for weak hands to claim them. Remember it. That is the world we will correct." He dismissed Harry. In his room, Harry let the charm fall away. He stood before the small mirror. He saw a pale face, sharpened by discipline, eyes that were too old, too cold. He did not see the lonely, yearning boy from the alley. He took the black pearl from his pocket. It was warm, almost hot, saturated with the day's emotions, shock, longing, disorientation, loss. He set it on the nightstand. He did not want to absorb those feelings. Not yet. He needed to feel them. To understand what they meant. For the first time since the ritual, he deliberately, cautiously, reached behind his occlumency walls. Not to the ember, but to the memory of the other boy's face. The open longing. The unguarded hope. It hurt. It was a different kind of pain than the cruciatus or the barbed ropes. It was an ache of something missing, a path not taken, a self that had been smothered before it could breathe. He let the ache sit there. He didn't feed it. He didn't fight it. He just observed it, as Arcturus had taught him to observe everything. And in that observation, a new, chilling clarity dawned. The boy in the alley was not his opposite. He was his shadow. A possibility. And shadows, as Arcturus himself might say, could be useful. They could be manipulated. They could be made to take the light while the real form moved in darkness. He picked up Doria's wand. He looked at his reflection, and then past it, to the dark room behind him. "I am not him," he whispered to the empty air. "But the world will think I am. Until it is too late." Outside his door, in the dark hallway, Creature listened, his head cocked. He heard the young master's words. And for the first time, the hope and the fear in the elf's heart found a perfect, terrible balance. The heir understood. The fading light of the other boy's life had just become a beacon. And Harry Potter Black knew exactly how to use it. The ache of longing, observed and dissected, did not fade. It crystallized. It became a hard, cold fact in Harry's mental landscape, another data point in the equation of his existence. The other boy, the shadow, the public Harry, was a factor to be accounted for. A piece on the board he now saw clearly. He stored the image of that wistful face alongside the genealogical charts and curse diagrams. Asset. Distraction. Mask. Life in Grimmauld Place resumed its harsh rhythm, but the axis had tilted. Harry carried himself with a new, quiet assurance that made Arcturus watch him more closely, a glint of speculative approval in his flint eyes. The wand lessons grew more complex. They moved into transfiguration, not the harmless, textbook kind, but the severe, practical magic of the old families. Transfiguration is the art of enforcing your will upon reality, Arcturus stated, turning a teacup into a scorpion with a lazy flick. The creature skittered across the desk before he turned it back. It is the purest expression of magical dominance. To look at one thing and declare it shall be another. Most wizards are limited by the underlying nature of the object. Wood wishes to be porous, stone to be dense. They fight it. A true master does not fight. He convinces. He makes the object believe it was always meant to be the new form. Harry's first attempts were predictably violent. A paperweight, when he tried to transfigure it into a glass orb, shattered into vicious shards. A rug, targeted to become a silk sheet, erupted into a cloud of choking dust and frayed threads. You are commanding, not persuading, Arcturus critiqued. Your will is a hammer. For this, it must be a needle, threading the essence of one thing into the pattern of another. Feel the paperweight's desire to be solid, heavy. Redirect that desire into the clarity and fragility of glass. It is not a change. It is a translation. It was maddeningly subtle. It required a empathy for the inanimate that felt utterly alien. Harry spent days just sitting with objects, trying to sense their essence with his magical awareness. The goblet felt arrogant and hollow. The dagger felt thirsty. The dust motes felt resigned. He finally achieved a crude success with a dead leaf from one of the solarium plants. He held it, feeling its brittle, dry finality. He didn't try to make it green again. He encouraged its dryness, its fragility, until it crumbled into a perfect, miniature replica of the leaf, carved from sand. A translation of death into a different kind of death. Adequate, Arcturus said, examining the sand leaf. You found a point of congruence. Now find one between disparate things. Turn this stone into water. The stone was flint. Cold, hard, sparking. Water was fluid, yielding. Harry struggled for hours, the stone remaining obstinately solid. Finally, frustrated, he remembered the black pearl. The way it absorbed. The stone's hardness was a kind of resistance. What if he persuaded it to relent? To let go? He focused not on the water, but on the concept of surrender. He poured that intent through the wand, a whispered, mutare aqua. The flint didn't become water. It wept. Beads of dark, oily liquid seeped from its surface, pooling on the desk, leaving behind a crumbling, porous residue. It was wrong. It was disturbing. But it was change. Arcturus stared at the oily puddle, his expression unreadable. An interesting interpretation. You bypassed the physical properties and attacked the metaphysical stance. Unorthodox. Potentially useful. He vanished the mess. We will return to this. The mind, however, requires sharper tools. He began teaching Harry the nuances of legilimency as an offensive art. Most think of it as reading thoughts. That is its crudest function. At its height, it is the art of narrative. You do not just see memories, you shape them. You insert suggestions. You highlight certain emotions, bury others. You can turn a fond memory sour with a whisper of doubt, or make a minor slight fester into a grudge. They practiced on Creature. The elf's mind was a tapestry of devotion, pain, and madness, easy to navigate but chaotic to influence. Harry's task was to find the memory of Regulus giving the order to destroy the locket and subtly amplify the elf's sense of failure, making it a fresh, bleeding wound. Sliding into Creature's mind was like diving into a swamp of grief. The memories were vivid, stinking of cave water and despair. Harry found the moment. Regulus's pale, determined face, the terrible thirst, the command. He didn't just observe. He pressed on the memory, feeding it with his own cold understanding of futility. You were too weak. You always were. Your failure killed your master. Creature, who was polishing the same silver spoon for the 10th time, let out a sudden, racking sob and began banging his head against the leg of the sideboard. Failed. Creature failed. Nasty, weak elf. Arcturus nodded. Efficient. The subject's existing pathology does most of the work. A healthier mind would resist. We will practice on stronger material. The stronger material was a series of enchanted, crystal orbs Arcturus produced, pensives in miniature, containing curated, anonymized memories bought or stolen from various sources. Harry practiced walking through the memories of strangers, learning to identify emotional pressure points, to plant seeds of fear, arrogance, or paranoia. He learned to make a memory of a successful potion brew seem like a fluke, or a moment of kindness feel condescending. It was insidious work. It made the Cruciatus feel honest. This was a poison that worked slowly, from the inside out. Harry excelled at it. His occlumency walls, forged under assault, gave him the perfect detached perspective from which to manipulate others' inner worlds. One night, After a session where he had successfully turned a memory of a wedding toast into a source of simmering class resentment, Arcturus seemed almost pleased. You have a talent for corrosion. It is a subtle art, often more effective than brute force. Remember, the mind brought down the Dark Lord as much as any spell. Pettigrew's fear. Black's recklessness. The Malfoys' self-interest. All weaknesses exploited. He fixed Harry with a look. Soon, you will need to apply these arts in a less controlled environment. The outside world stirs. Dumbledore's search for you has grown more persistent. He suspects you are not with the Muggles. He is questioning the loyalties of certain old families. It is time to give him a distraction. The other boy, Harry said, the conclusion immediate. Precisely. The shadow must dance. We will allow a controlled leak. A suggestion planted in the right mind, that the boy who lived has been seen, happy and healthy, in a distant wizarding community. A red herring to draw the old man's gaze away from London, away from the heart of the old families. You will craft the narrative. Harry's mind was already working. He needed a credible source, a believable location, a specific, innocuous detail. He spent the next day in the library, cross-referencing obscure wizarding enclaves, considering which of Arcturus's network of informants and enchanted portraits could be the vector for the leak. As he worked, a familiar, dissonant hum brushed the edge of his consciousness. The Locket. It had been quiet since his return from Diagon Alley, but now its attention was focused, probing. It was no longer a general broadcast of hunger. It was a targeted signal. And it was tinged with something new, amusement. That night, Harry dreamt of the diary. Not as he'd seen it in Nocturne Alley, but as it might be, open on a desk, a handsome, teenage Tom Riddle smiling from its pages. He tries to make you a scalpel, the dream Riddle said, his voice honeyed and reasonable. But why be a tool in another's hand? I can show you how to be the hand. How to write the story, not just edit a paragraph. The dream shifted to the cave, the potion, but this time it was Harry drinking, and the hands dragging him down were not skeletons, but figures in familiar robes, Arcturus, Dumbledore, the red-haired Weasley mother, the other Harry. All pulling him into the dark. He woke, not with a gasp, but with a slow, cold clarity. The Locket wasn't just tempting him with power. It was offering him a framework to understand his enemies, all of them, light and dark, as fundamentally the same, obstacles to his own autonomy. He rose before dawn. The house was in its deepest silence. He did not go to the gallery. He went to the cellar. Lifting the tapestry, he looked at the day pendant with his magical sight. The storm of pain was eternal, but he thought he could see weaker currents within it now, patterns he recognized from his mental manipulations. He projected a thought, sharp and clear. Anchorite. The Locket speaks. It offers partnership. What does it truly offer? The creature stirred, its agony rippling. It offers a cage, of your own choosing. It makes the bars feel like power. The patriarch fears the cage, but he builds his own around you. The Locket would make you its heart. The patriarch would make you his hand. Both are prisons. Is there a third way? Harry asked, the question he had been shaping for weeks. The day pendant was silent for a long time, the pain swirling in contemplative eddies. There is, the way of the Unmaker. The one who breaks chains. But to break a chain, you must hold it. You must feel its weight. You must understand its making. It shuddered. I am a chain. The Locket is a chain. The blood in your veins is a chain. The love in your heart is a chain. To be free, is to hold all the links, and choose none. It was a paradox. A riddle spoken from the heart of suffering. Before Harry could press further, a new presence slammed into his awareness. It was not Arcturus. This magic was alien. A warm, vast, and terribly gentle power, brushing against the outer wards of Grimmauld Place. It felt like sunlight on old stone, like the offer of a helping hand. It was probing, searching, not with malice, but with profound, worried determination. Dumbledore. The probe was feather-light, impossibly subtle. If Harry hadn't been connected to the house's magical fabric through his communion with the day pendant, he would never have felt it. It skirted the main wards, seeking a weakness, a crack, a forgotten window into the soul of the house. Panic, cold and swift, shot through him. He severed the connection with the day pendant and raced upstairs, his bare feet silent on the stones. He had to warn Arcturus. This was the breach. The outside world wasn't just stirring, it was at the door. But as he reached the first-floor landing, he stopped. Arcturus's door was closed. The probe from outside was not an attack. It was a search. A delicate, precise search. What if letting it find a specific thing was the perfect distraction? A plan, reckless and brilliant, ignited in his mind. It would be a gamble. It would require perfect timing, perfect control, and a betrayal of Arcturus's direct orders. It would also be the first move truly his own. He turned and ran not to Arcturus, but to his own room. He seized Doria's wand from his nightstand. Then he went to the gallery door. The ward, keyed to his blood, let him pass. He went straight to the case holding Slytherin's locket. He didn't touch it. He stood before it, opening his magical senses wide, making himself a beacon. Not of power, but of conflict. He drew up the memory of the other Harry's face, the ache of the lost path, the ember of his mother's love. He let it glow, just for a second, alongside the cold pool of his black magic. He created a brief, violent psychic dissonance, the exact signature of a boy torn between two worlds, a boy perhaps vulnerable to influence. He aimed it not at the locket, but through it, using the Horcrux's own hungry nature as an amplifier, broadcasting the signal outwards, towards the gentle, searching probe. Here, he pulsed. Conflict. Pain. A child in darkness. A soul in turmoil. The locket shuddered in its case, the silver serpent seeming to coil tighter. It drank the offered emotions eagerly, amplifying them, radiating them out like a dark lighthouse. For a moment, the dissonant hum and Harry's crafted signal became one, a scream of tempting vulnerability. Outside, the gentle probe recoiled, then focused with laser intensity. It had found what it was looking for. Not a location, but a state. A child in profound distress, tainted by dark magic. Harry slammed his occlumency walls shut, cutting the signal off abruptly. He was just a boy standing before a case, breathing heavily. The locket's hum was now a satisfied, purring thrum. It thought it had tempted him. It thought it had won a small victory. He turned and left the gallery, sealing the door behind him. He hurried back to his room, heart hammering against his ribs. He had just sent up a flare to the most powerful wizard in Britain. A flare that said, "The weapon you fear is here, and it is wounded." Minutes later, the house shook. It wasn't a physical tremor. It was a magical concussion, a deep, resonant gong that vibrated through the very essence of number 12. The wards had been tested, not broken, but struck with immense, purposeful power. The portraits all along the hall woke at once, screaming, "Intruder! Albus Dumbledore! He dares approach the House of Black." Arcturus's door flew open. He stood there, fully dressed, his face a mask of apocalyptic fury. His magic rolled off him invisible, dark waves, making the gaslights gutter. He saw Harry in his doorway, wand in hand. "To me," he snarled. Harry ran to him. Arcturus gripped his shoulder, his fingers like talons. He would not have found us without a beacon. Something called him. His flint eyes drilled into Harry's. "Did you touch the locket?" "No," Harry said, the truth. He had not touched it. Another blow shook the house. This one was different, not an attack, but a demand for entry. A powerful, rhythmic knocking that seemed to come from the very front door and the sky simultaneously. Arcturus's fury crystallized into cold, deadly focus. He cannot enter without an invitation from the blood. He knows this. This is a display. A message. He knows you are here. He looked down at Harry, a decision flashing in his eyes. Very well. He wishes to see the monster. He will see its keeper. But not its face. You will stand behind me. You will be silent. You will be still. You are a shadow. Nothing more. He strode towards the stairs, pulling Harry along. Creature popped into existence at the bottom, ringing his ears, wailing. The nasty old headmaster is at the door. He is smiling. Creature cannot make him go away. Silence, elf, Arcturus spat. He approached the front door, his wand held low but ready. With a final, searing look at Harry, who had schooled his features into blank emptiness, he yanked the door open. Albus Dumbledore stood on the top step of number 12, Grimmauld Place. He was not as Harry had imagined from the books. He was taller, his presence somehow both gentle and immense, filling the space where the door had been. His half-moon glasses glinted in the pre-dawn gloom, his long silver hair and beard pristine. His robes were deep blue, embroidered with stars that seemed to twinkle with their own light. He looked like wisdom and kindness personified. But his eyes, a bright, penetrating blue, held no twinkle now. They were sharp, sad, and deeply, dangerously aware. They swept past Arcturus and locked onto Harry, standing half-hidden behind his great-grandfather's robes. For a fraction of a second, those eyes widened, just a little. Harry saw the shock in them, the recognition of the face, yes, but more than that, the recognition of the magic. The cold, dark pool, so at odds with the boy he must have expected to find. And deep within that shock, a flicker of terrible pain. Arcturus, Dumbledore said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight. A late hour for a call, I grant you. But my business could not wait. You have no business here, Dumbledore, Arcturus said, his voice like grinding stones. You violate the sanctity of a noble house. Leave, now. I felt a cry, Dumbledore said softly, his eyes still on Harry. A cry of profound anguish. From a child. From this child. The magic was unmistakable. And deeply concerning. My conscience would not allow me to ignore it. You felt nothing but the echoes of your own meddlesome spells, Arcturus retorted. The boy is well. He is where he belongs. With his family. Is he? Dumbledore's gaze finally shifted to Arcturus, and the temperature on the doorstep seemed to drop. I see the marks of a harsh curriculum, Arcturus. I feel the chill of magic that has no place in a child's education. You are forging a weapon. Not raising a boy. I am preserving a legacy. Arcturus shot back. Something you, with your muggle-loving philosophies, have systematically sought to destroy. He is a Black. His place is here, learning the strength of his blood, not being taught to apologize for it in your castle. His mother was Lily Evans, Dumbledore said, and the name hung in the air like a charm. His father was James Potter. He is their son. He carries their love, their courage. That is his legacy as well. You cannot carve it out of him, no matter how deep you make the cuts. Harry stood perfectly still, a statue of obedience. But inside, the words landed. You cannot carve it out of him. He met Dumbledore's eyes again. The old wizard looked at him not with fear or disgust, but with a heartbreaking, fierce compassion. As if he saw the ember, still fighting behind the ice. You will leave, Arcturus said, raising his wand. The air crackled. Or I will make you leave. The wards of this house answer to me. You may be powerful, Dumbledore, but you are not a Black. You are not welcome here. Dumbledore sighed, a sound of infinite weariness. He looked once more at Harry, and his eyes held a message, clear and direct, meant only for him. I see you. I have not forgotten. Be strong. Then he looked back at Arcturus. This is not over, Arcturus. You hide him behind ancient stones and older hatreds. But the world will not forget Harry Potter. And neither will I. He took a step back, and with a soft crack, vanished. The pressure on the house lifted. The street was empty, normal, muggle. Arcturus stood rigid for a full minute, then slammed the door so hard the hall shook. He turned, his fury now a cold, volcanic rage. He backhanded Harry across the face. The blow was shocking in its violence. Knocking Harry to the floor. His cheek burned, his ear rang. You, Arcturus breathed, looming over him. You foolish, reckless child. You gave him a thread to pull. How? How? Harry looked up, tasting blood. He did not cower. He let the cold pool rise, numbing the pain, freezing the fear. I was practicing. In the gallery. The locket, it reacted. It pulled at me. I fought it. The struggle must have leaked. It was a lie wrapped in truth. The locket had reacted. He had fought it, in his way. Arcturus stared at him, his chest heaving. The lie was plausible. The locket was a known variable, unpredictable. His rage shifted target. That abomination. He whirled, his robes flaring. Creature. The elf appeared, trembling violently. The gallery is to be sealed. Not with wards. With brick and mortar. Today. That thing will not interfere again. Yes, master. Creature sobbed, vanishing. Arcturus looked down at Harry again, the cold calculation returning. Dumbledore has seen you. He has seen the darkness. That changes the timeline. The shadow will no longer suffice. We must accelerate. He pulled Harry to his feet, his grip bruising. You wished for a true test. You will have one. The Malfoy boy's diary. It is a cancer, like the locket, but active. Lucius is a fool, playing with a viper he thinks he controls. You will find it. You will study it. And you will destroy it. Not as an act of light, but as a declaration. The old, Flawed darkness must be cleared away by the new. Your first real mission, Harry. Do not fail. He released him. Now, get out of my sight. Harry walked up the stairs, his cheek throbbing, his mind racing. He had done it. He had manipulated Dumbledore, Arcturus, and the Locket in one move. He had brought the war to the doorstep. And he had been given a target. He entered his room and went to the window. The first rays of dawn were painting the London rooftops gray. He touched his stinging cheek. Dumbledore's compassionate eyes haunted him. The man had seen the monster, and had looked at it with pity. That was more unsettling than any fear. He picked up the black pearl. It was cool. He hadn't needed it during the confrontation. The cold pool had been enough. He looked at his reflection, the red mark on his pale face. The uninvited guest had come and gone. And the game had just become infinitely more dangerous. Far away, in his office, Albus Dumbledore slumped into his chair, older than Harry could possibly imagine. Before him, the delicate silver instruments whirred in agitation. The black star representing Harry still pulsed with cold power. But around it, the instruments now detected something new, a faint, shimmering echo of the psychic distress call he had felt, a call that had felt agonizingly real, and yet. He steepled his fingers, his eyes bleak. A cry for help, he murmured. Or the most cunning bait I have ever been offered. He had looked into the boy's eyes. He had seen the ice. But deep within, behind formidable shields, something else had flickered. Not the simple, warm light of a child. The determined, calculating spark of a survivor. What are you becoming, Harry? He asked the silent room. And which side of the board will you choose, when you finally make your move? For the first time, the great wizard felt a chill that had nothing to do with Dementors. He had seen the weapon Arcturus was forging. And he had seen the intelligence in the weapon's eyes, already learning how to aim itself. The mark on Harry's face faded within hours, erased by a terse command from Arcturus and a dollop of sharp-smelling salve from a black jar. The humiliation, however, lingered. It was a new kind of data, the volatility of the Patriarch's control. Arcturus's rage was not a loss of control, but a facet of it, a calculated, terrifying display of consequence. Harry filed it away. Threshold of tolerance, low. Trigger, external threat combined with perceived internal weakness. The order to destroy the diary was not repeated. It hung in the air of Grimmauld Place, a silent ultimatum. The timeline had moved. Harry was no longer just a student, he was an operative, and his first target was a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. The focus of his studies shifted dramatically. Theory gave way to applied, ruthless practicality. Arcturus procured, through means Harry didn't question, a series of magically fortified objects, a Gringotts grade lock, a cursed amulet that induced paranoia, a small, animated stone guardian that fought back with stinging hexes. His task was to breach, dismantle, or destroy them. The diary is a container, Arcturus explained as Harry studied the violent, scuttling stone guardian. It was the size of a rat, its surface etched with defensive runes. It is also a consciousness. It will have defenses. Physical. Perhaps it is impervious to flame, to cutting, to simple vanishing. Magical. It may be booby-trapped with curses, memory charms, or more insidious compulsions. Psychological. It will seek to seduce, to dominate, to converse. Your task is to bypass all three and unmake it. Harry's first attempt on the Stone Guardian was a direct assault. A blasting cursed Confringo merely chipped it, making it more aggressive. A slicing hex Defindo glanced off its runes. It shot a jelly legs jinx at him, which he deflected, feeling the strain of maintaining both offense and defense. He stepped back, observing. The Guardian moved in jerky, predictable arcs, its magic flaring from specific runes before each attack. It was a puzzle. He stopped attacking. He let it come, dodging its hexes, studying the sequence. After 3 cycles, he saw the pattern. A rune on its left flank glowed faintly green a half-second before it tried to bind his feet with vines. He didn't block the next vine attack. He let it snake around his ankle. As the Guardian focused its magic on maintaining the hold, Harry struck, not at the Guardian itself, but at the glowing green rune. A needle-thin jet of concentrated force, a modified piercing hex he'd read about, shot from Doria's wand. Crack. The rune shattered. The vines dissolved. The Guardian staggered, a chunk of its stone body shearing away. It tried to reorient, but its movement was lopsided, its magic sputtering. A second precise hex to a central rune cluster reduced it to inert rubble. Analysis before annihilation, Arcturus nodded from his chair. Good. The diary will not be so simple. Its primary defense will not be stone, but silk. It will invite you in. Your greatest weapon here will not be a curse, but your occlumency. Your mind must be a locked vault. You will offer it nothing, not even curiosity. You will be a void. They began a new, grueling regimen. Arcturus would fire subtle legilimency probes at Harry while he was engaged in complex spellcasting, trying to create a distraction, to find a purchase. Harry learned to split his consciousness, a fraction maintaining his mental shields, the rest directing his magic. It was like juggling knives while walking a tightrope over a chasm. At night, the house was abuzz with silent activity. Creature and other, older house elves Harry had never seen, their skins leathery, their eyes milky with age, were bricking up the gallery entrance. The sound of mortar being mixed and stone sliding into place was a constant, grim whisper through the walls. The Locket's hum was now muffled, distant, but it had taken on a new quality, a patient, simmering anger. It knew it was being imprisoned. Harry found himself drawn to the cellar again, not for answers but for calibration. The dependent's pain was a constant, a baseline of suffering against which he could measure his own growing coldness. He would stand at the tapestry, open his senses to the storm for just a few seconds, then shut it away. The torrent of agony made his own struggles seem precise, clean. It was a dark form of perspective. One afternoon, Arcturus presented him with a blank, leather-bound journal. This is a simulacrum. I have enchanted it with a weak, persuasive consciousness. It will try to convince you to write in it. To share your secrets, your dreams, your fears. Your task is to open it, to withstand its enticements, and to burn its pages without writing a single word. Harry took the journal. It felt warm, inviting. He opened it. The pages were pristine. Immediately, a soft, sympathetic voice whispered in his mind, not unlike Melania's portrait but without the sadness. It must be so hard, carrying all this alone. Such weight for one so young. Wouldn't it be a relief to share it? Just a little. No one has to know. He felt a tug, a genuine desire to confess, the strain of the lessons, the cold loneliness, the confusing ache of the other Harry's face. He saw the quill on the desk dip itself in ink, hovering helpfully. Harry closed his eyes. He built his vault. He was not a boy with burdens. He was a void, a silent, dark space. The journal's voice echoed in the emptiness, growing faint, desperate. So cold, why are you so cold? Let me in, I can help you, I can make you powerful. Power. That was its mistake. It offered what he already had a path to. He opened his eyes, his will crystallizing. He pointed his wand at the open journal. Incendio. The fire that erupted was not his usual violent blaze. It was a cold, white-hot pinpoint of flame, born of pure, focused negation. It touched the first page and the journal screamed, a high, psychic shriek that rattled the glassware in the study. The pages blackened and curled to ash in a perfect, sequential wave, from first to last, until nothing remained but a smear of soot on the desk. The sympathetic voice cut off mid-plea. Arcturus examined the soot. Clean. No interaction, only eradication. The diary will fight harder. It is not a copy, it is an original. It will have a soul's cunning. You must be prepared to negotiate. Harry looked up, surprised. To destroy a consciousness, you must first understand what it wants, Arcturus said, steepling his fingers. The diary wants a life. It wants to pour itself into a living vessel and remake the world. You cannot offer it that. But you can pretend to. You can create a false front in your mind, a persona of ambition and resentment that it will find appealing. You will let that persona converse with it, while your true self seeks its weakness. It is a dangerous game. One slip, and it will infest you. It was the most advanced form of occlumency yet, not just shielding, but crafting a believable illusion within the shield. Harry practiced for days, constructing a false self, a Harry Potter bitter at his muggle upbringing, hungry for recognition, susceptible to flattery and promises of pureblood glory. He refined the persona with Arcturus, who acted as a devil's advocate, probing for inconsistencies. Why do you hate the muggles? Arcturus would ask, playing the diary's role. They kept me in a cupboard. They hated what I was, Harry's false self would reply, layering the truth with a twisted interpretation. What do you desire? Power. To never be weak again. To make the wizarding world see me as more than a scar. And the light. Dumbledore. He left me there. He uses people. He's a sentimental old fool. The lies felt smooth, natural. They were woven from strands of truth and the dark philosophy he'd been immersed in. The persona was a weapon, a mask he could wear. The final piece of preparation was the method of destruction. Basilisk venom is the surest thing, Arcturus said, showing him a vial containing a single drop of shimmering, acrid green liquid held in stasis. But it is irreplaceable, and you will not have it. Fiendfire would work, but it would likely consume you in half of Wiltshire. The fang of the basilisk itself is ideal, but the monster is dead. You must find another way. A magical deconstruction. You must unravel the enchantments that bind the soul fragment to the object. Think of it as unknitting a sweater from the inside. You must find the thread and pull. He made Harry practice on increasingly complex magical artifacts, a self-writing diary that only told lies, a mirror that showed your greatest fear, a music box that played a lullaby that induced sleepwalking. Harry learned to trace the flow of magic within them, to find the keystone enchantment, the central knot of will, and disrupt it. Sometimes it was a whispered counter-charm. Sometimes it was a physical act, breaking a specific crystal, inverting a rune with a drop of his own blood, a substance Arcturus called a powerful sympathetic focus. Each object taught him something new about the arrogance of the Maker, the flaws in their design. The night before he was to leave for Malfoy Manor, Arcturus summoned him to the study. The atmosphere was funereal. On the desk lay a set of clothes. Fine, dark traveling robes, dragonhide boots, and a plain, black velvet bag. You will go as a shadow, Arcturus instructed. Creature will take you by sight along apparition to the edge of the Malfoy wards. You will penetrate them using the disillusionment charm and the ward-breaking techniques we have discussed. The manor is vast. Lucius is arrogant, he will have hidden the diary, but not with the seriousness it deserves. Look for his son's room, or his study. Places of vanity or convenience. The diary will likely be trying to influence the boy, Draco. Its magical signature will be, needy. You will feel it. He handed Harry the velvet bag. Inside was a short, silver dagger with a blade of goblin-made steel, and a small, crystal phial filled with a swirling, gray mist. The dagger can cut through most minor enchantments. The phial contains a soul smoke, a captured fragment of a Dementor's essence. If you cannot unravel the diary, plunging the dagger, coated in this smoke, into its pages may disrupt the soul fragment enough to destroy it. It is a last resort. The feedback could be severe. Harry took the bag, his fingers closing around the cool crystal of the phial. The mist inside seemed to press against the glass, hungry and cold. Remember, Arcturus said, his gaze boring into Harry's. This is not a test of light against dark. It is a culling. You are removing a flawed, parasitic predecessor. Do not hesitate. Do not converse. Unmake it, and return. Your success will tell the old families that a new power is rising. One that does not fear the relics of the past. Harry nodded. He felt no fear, only a cold, humming readiness. The mission was a logic problem with lethal stakes. He slept a dreamless, 4-hour sleep, enforced by a potion creature brought. He woke in the deep night, dressed in the traveling robes, and secured the bag inside them. Doria's wand was a familiar weight in its holster on his forearm. Creature found him in the entrance hall, the elf dressed in a surprisingly clean tea towel. Young master is ready, he squeaked, his eyes wide with awe and terror. Yes. Creature took his hand. The elf's fingers were dry and bony. With a crack that felt like being sucked through a keyhole, the world dissolved into pressure and darkness. They landed in a copse of wet, skeletal trees. A cold, misty rain fell. Ahead, through the bare branches, Harry could see the imposing silhouette of Malfoy Manor, its windows dark, its lines severe against the night sky. He could feel the wards, a slick, oppressive web of magic that spoke of arrogance and exclusion. They were strong, but they were designed to keep out muggles and uninvited wizards, not to detect someone who meant to be nothing at all. Creature waits here, the elf whispered, already shivering. Creature will wait for the young master's return. Harry nodded. He drew his wand, not Doria's, but a plain, black one Arcturus had provided for the mission. Obscuro. The disillusionment charm settled over him like a second skin. He became a ripple in the mist and rain. He approached the ward line, extending his magical senses. He found the pattern, a rhythmic, pulsing barrier of pure blood prejudice. It would reject anyone without pureblood heritage, or anyone who bore ill will. Harry had the black blood. And his ill will was not a hot, aggressive thing, it was a cold, purposeful intent. He focused on the mission's objective, removal of an impurity. To the ward, it might feel like a surgeon's cold intent, not a thief's greed. He pressed forward, his magic a subtle, persuasive whisper. I belong. I am here to cleanse. The ward shimmered, hesitated, and parted for him like a curtain. He was inside the grounds. The manor loomed larger, more menacing. He moved like a ghost across the manicured, rain-slicked lawns, avoiding the pale statues that watched with empty eyes. He found a servant's entrance, its lock yielding to a silent Alohomora refined to a mere thought. Inside, the manor was opulently dark. Marble floors, towering portraits of sneering Malfoys, the smell of polish and old money. He extended his magical feeling, seeking that needy signature. He felt the usual household magic, the dormant aggression of cursed objects behind glass cases, the deep, smug slumber of Lucius Malfoy from a room above. And then, faint but distinct, a pulsing, hungry thread of magic, coming from the east wing. It felt young, petulant, and ravenously empty. Draco's rooms. He glided up the grand staircase, his steps making no sound. The hunger grew stronger, a psychic whine. He followed it to a door left slightly ajar. Peering inside, he saw a room of green and silver, oppressively neat, filled with expensive toys and Quidditch posters. A 4-poster bed with emerald hangings. And on a small, ornate writing desk by the window, lit by a single shaft of gray moonlight, lay the diary. It was just as he'd seen it in Nocturne Alley, black leather, handsome, innocent. But to his senses, it was a gaping mouth. It pulsed with a malevolent desire to be filled, to be used. Draco Malfoy was asleep in the bed, his face pinched even in slumber. The diary was inches from his outstretched hand, as if he'd fallen asleep while holding it. Harry slipped into the room. He kept his mind a vault, his false persona a locked room within it. He approached the desk. The diary's hunger focused on him. He felt a tendril of magic, sweet and persuasive, brush against his mental shields. Hello, it whispered, a voice like a handsome, older boy. You're not Draco. You're interesting. So quiet. So strong. What do you want? Harry didn't answer. He looked at the diary with his magical sight. The enchantments were a masterpiece of evil elegance. The soul fragment was woven into the very parchment, the ink, the leather. Unraveling it would be like trying to unweave a tapestry with a single thread. The central knot was deep, protected by layers of compulsive magic and a deadly, reactive curse that would likely petrify or kill anyone who tried to force it open with hostile intent. He had to make it open itself. He allowed the smallest crack in. His outer shield, not enough to reveal his true self, but enough to let the false persona breathe. He projected the carefully constructed bitterness, the ambition, the feeling of being an outsider with a great, unrecognized destiny. The diary's interest sharpened to a point. You understand, it whispered, delighted. You see the lies they tell. The weakness of the old man, the hypocrisy of the light. You could be so much more. I can show you. Harry let a flicker of tempted curiosity seep through. Show me what? Power. Real power. Not the clumsy shadows they teach you. The power to shape reality, to command loyalty, to live forever. The diary's covers quivered, just slightly. Write in me. Share your thoughts. Let me help you. This was the moment. To write would be to give it a hook into his soul. But he needed it to open, to expose its core. He picked up the quill from the desk. He dipped it in the inkpot. He held the tip poised over the diary's first page. In his mind, his true self watched, a cold, detached operator. His false persona leaned forward with greedy anticipation. He touched the quill to the page. The diary sang with triumph. The page absorbed the drop of ink hungrily. Yes, that's it. But Harry didn't write a word. Instead, using the connection the diary had just opened, the channel of offered ink and attention, he struck. He didn't send a thought. He sent a concept. The same concept he had used to make the flint weep, the concept of surrender. Of utter, absolute relinquishment. He poured it through the quill, not as magic, but as pure, anti-magical intent. The cold pool of his will, focused to a razor's edge, pushed into the diary's welcoming embrace. The diary's song became a shriek of betrayal. The page where the ink had landed turned gray, then white, the pallor spreading like frost. The hunger twisted into panic. What are you doing? Stop. Harry held the connection, relentless. He was not trying to destroy the soul fragment yet. He was commanding the diary's own magical matrix to unbind. To let go. The leather covers thrashed. The book flew off the desk, hitting the floor. Draco stirred in his bed, muttering. The diary tried to fight back. It projected a vicious image into Harry's mind. Himself, older, kneeling before a throne where Tom Riddle sat, handing over Doria's wand. It tried to ignite his ambition, his pride. Harry's occlumency walls held. The false persona absorbed the image, nodded greedily, while his true self fed more of the relinquishment concept down the line. The diary, confused, its defenses split between the seductive persona and the corrosive will, began to fray. The threads of its enchantment glowed visible in the air around it, a tangled, shimmering web of dark light. Harry saw the central knot, a complex, ugly snarl of soul magic and murder. He dropped the quill. He drew the silver dagger and the phial of soul smoke. He uncorked the phial with his teeth, the gray mist swirling out with a soundless cry. He coated the blade. The diary sensed the final threat. It abandoned subtlety. It shot a bolt of pure, killing hatred, a sickly green curse that was a crude imitation of the killing curse, straight at Harry's heart. Harry didn't dodge. He brought Doria's wand up, not with a shield, but with a cutting motion. Sectum Sempra, a slashing curse of his own design, born of studying the dagger's magic, met the green bolt midair. There was a silent, concussive tear in reality. The curses annihilated each other, leaving a scorched mark on the rug. In the split second of stillness that followed, Harry plunged the smoke-coated dagger into the glowing, central knot of the diary's magic. The scream was not sound, but a vacuum of it. The light in the room died. The diary convulsed, pages fluttering wildly as if in a gale. The handsome leather blackened, cracked, and then it began to leak. Not ink. A thick, toxic-looking black substance, like crude oil mixed with blood, seeped from its spine. It pooled onto Malfoy's expensive rug, smoking, eating into the fibers. The soul fragment, unmoored and mangled, was dissipating, its consciousness unraveling into nothingness with a final, silent shriek of rage and disbelief. Harry watched, breathing hard, the dagger still in his hand. The job was done. A lamp flared on. Draco Malfoy was sitting bolt upright in bed, his face pale with terror, staring at the black, smoking ruin on his floor and the faint, shimmering outline of a disillusioned figure holding a dagger. Father. He tried to scream, but only a strangled gasp came out. Harry didn't wait. He turned and ran, the disillusionment charm straining as he moved at full speed. He heard a roar from elsewhere in the manor, the sound of doors slamming. Lucius was awake. He raced down the stairs, through the halls, out the servants' entrance. He sprinted across the lawn, the wards parting for him again, this time ringing a silent alarm he could feel shivering through the ground. He didn't look back. He hit the tree line where Creature waited, the elf's eyes like saucers. Home. Harry gasped. Creature seized him. The world compressed and twisted. They landed in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place. Harry staggered, letting the disillusionment drop. He was covered in fine ash and the smell of ozone and burnt soul. Arcturus was there, waiting, as if he hadn't moved. His eyes went from Harry's heaving chest to the now empty phial and the stained dagger in his hand. Report. It's done, Harry said, his voice rough. Unraveled and dissolved. The Malfoy boy saw me. Not my face, but my presence. Lucius is alerted. A slow, grim smile spread across Arcturus Black's face. It was a terrible thing to see. Excellent. Let Lucius be alerted. Let him feel the violation. Let him know that something walked into his fortress, destroyed his master's treasure, and walked out again. The message is sent. He took the dagger and phial. Clean yourself. Rest. You have passed your first trial. As Harry walked up the stairs, exhaustion weighing on him, he felt not triumph but a hollow cold. He had destroyed a piece of a soul. He had felt it die. It had been a malignant, parasitic thing, but its end had been profound. A tiny, screaming extinction. In his room, he looked at his hands. They were clean, but in his mind, he could still see the black, leaking substance, the final, silent scream. He had taken a life. A twisted, fractional life, but a life nonetheless. The path was getting darker. And he was walking it without a flicker of light to guide him. Only the cold, sure knowledge that he had been the stronger serpent. And in the ashes of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy stared at the foul, black stain on his son's rug, his face a mask of fury and a new, creeping, unnameable fear. Something had gotten in. Something had destroyed that. And it hadn't been Dumbledore. The game had changed. And a new player, silent and deadly, had just announced himself. The silence that followed the destruction of the diary was not the empty quiet of Grimmauld Place. It was a thick, waiting silence, heavy with consequence. Harry slept for 12 hours, a deep, dreamless plunge into oblivion granted by his exhausted mind and body. When he woke, the memory of the diary's death was waiting for him, not as a trauma, but as a completed equation. Input, target, process, infiltration, deception, focused will. Output, annihilation. The black stain on the Malfoy rug was just a variable solved for. Arcturus's grim approval was palpable in the days that followed. The lessons did not resume their normal pace. Instead, they became strategic debriefings. Describe the ward's reaction to your presence, Arcturus would demand over a spare breakfast. It tested for blood and intent. I presented black lineage and a purpose of purification. It admitted me. And the boy, Draco. What was his state? Asleep. The diary was within reach. He looked drained, thin. Good. The parasite was feeding. Your description of the magical unraveling, the relinquishment concept. Demonstrate on this. Arcturus would provide a cursed snuffbox or a bewitched quill, and Harry would replicate the technique, forcing the object to surrender its own enchantment. It was cleaner now, more refined. The diary had been a brutal, desperate application. On smaller things, it was a surgical strike. Harry found his magic had changed. The cold pool was deeper, yes, but it was also more responsive. It had tasted a victory that was entirely its own, not a lesson mastered, but a real enemy unmade. Doria's wand felt more like an extension of his arm, its stubbornness now a familiar challenge rather than an impediment. When he cast a simple Lumos now, the light was a pale, icy blue, throwing stark, dramatic shadows. When he practiced defensive magic, his Protega shimmered with a dark, mercury-like sheen. He was evolving. The tool was honing itself. A week after the mission, the outside world intruded again, not with a magical probe, but with the post. A large, handsome eagle owl, its plumage groomed to perfection, arrived at the kitchen window, a letter clutched in its talon. It refused creatures offered treat, staring down its beak with an air of contempt until Arcturus himself took the parchment. It was heavy, cream-colored paper, sealed with green wax imprinted with the Malfoy crest. Arcturus broke it open at the dining table, his eyes scanning the elegant, slanted script. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. Lucius, he announced, setting the letter down. Expressing his concern, he reports a vile and unprecedented breach of his home. A dark artifact of personal value was destroyed. He detects the lingering signature of ancient, disciplined magic, and wonders if the esteemed head of the noble house of Black has heard any whispers in the shadows. He is, of course, too polite to accuse. But he is afraid, and he is seeking an ally. He passed the letter to Harry. The language was veiled, diplomatic, but the fear screamed between the lines. Lucius Malfoy was a man who understood power, and he had felt a new, unknown variety of it in his son's bedroom. What is the correct response? Arcturus asked. A test. Harry considered. Acknowledge the breach. Express sympathy. Deny knowledge, but imply understanding. Suggest that the destruction of such an artifact might be a blessing in disguise. A cleansing of an unstable element. Offer no alliance, but leave the door open. Make him come to you. Arcturus nodded once. Exactly. He will interpret our silence on the perpetrator as complicity. He will believe we know who did it, and that we approve. It will draw him closer, make him dependent on our insight. We become the port in his storm. He summoned a quill and parchment and began to write, his script sharp and unforgiving. Harry watched, learning the art of poisonous correspondence. Every word was a blade, carefully sheathed in civility. The owl left, looking marginally less arrogant. The house settled again, but the act had sent ripples. 2 nights later, during a lesson on advanced ward breaking, the enchanted model of a manor house they were working on suddenly glowed with a soft, gold light from a upper window, a simulated alarm. Intrusion detection, Arcturus muttered, examining the model. But not aimed at us. This is a general pulse. Something has disturbed the magical ecosystem. He went to his study and returned with the silver mirror that showed the star map of magical Britain. He tapped it, focusing on the area representing Wiltshire. The point of light representing Malfoy Manor was pulsing a distressed, frantic orange. And from it, a thin, faint ripple of gold was spreading outward, washing over other points of light, the Ministry, Hogwarts, a few other ancient homes. The diary's destruction has triggered a resonance, Arcturus said, his face lit by the mirror's glow. The Dark Lord's soul fragments are linked, however faintly. One has gone silent. The others have felt it. And so, it seems, has the one who made them. In the mirror, over the Scottish Highlands, a new symbol flickered to life. It was not a point of light, but a small, slowly spinning, dark gray vortex. A question mark in magic. He is aware. He is weak, barely alive, but he knows a piece of him is gone. In Dumbledore, Arcturus shifted the view. The brilliant blue star of the headmaster's office was now surrounded by a constellation of frantic, silver activity. He knows something significant has happened. He will be piecing it together. The diary was a vulnerability. Now it is a clue. He put the mirror down. Our window of shadow is closing. The world is waking up. Your next lessons will be accelerated. You must be ready to step out of the darkness sooner than planned. The pressure, which had never truly lifted, now became a vice. Harry's days were a blur of relentless, high-stakes magic. Arcturus taught him the Fidelius charm, not to cast, but to recognize and unravel. The most perfect prison is a secret. To break it, you must find the keeper, or become a truth the secret cannot hold. He taught him advanced apparition theory, how to splinch an opponent by destabilizing their magical core during transit. He taught him to brew a handful of critical potions, the Draught of Living Death, the Polyjuice potion using heir creature, acquired, from a ministry clerk, and a vicious, contact poison that left no magical trace. Through it all, the memory of the diary's end haunted Harry, not as a nightmare, but as a benchmark. He had taken a life. He found himself cataloging the lives in the house with a new, clinical detachment. Creature, useful, bound, emotionally compromised. The dependent, a resource of pain, currently inert. The portraits, sources of information, echoes of prejudice. Arcturus, mentor, strategist, primary authority. And himself, the weapon, becoming sharper. He also watched Arcturus more closely. The old man's satisfaction at the Malfoy letter was genuine, but Harry now saw the cracks he had glimpsed before. The tension around the eyes, the way his hand would sometimes tighten on the head of his cane when he thought no one was looking. The patriarch was not just molding a weapon, he was gambling his entire legacy on it. The pressure was on him too. One evening, after Harry successfully transformed a disagreeable, spitting garden gnome captured by Creature into a reasonably convincing leather briefcase, Arcturus did not dismiss him. Instead, he poured 2 small glasses of an amber liquid from a crystal decanter. Sit. Harry sat, taking the glass. It smelled of smoke and old wood. You have done well, Arcturus said, sipping. The Malfoy operation was executed with a precision I did not expect. You are ahead of schedule. But power is not just capability. It is perception. The old families respect blood, but they worship strength. To lead them, you cannot just be strong. You must be seen to be inevitable. He set his glass down. There is a gathering. An informal meeting of the old guard at the Knot estate. Lucius will be there, seeking reassurance. So will others, the Parkinsons, the Bulstrodes. The Goyles. They are frightened. The diary's destruction, Dumbledore's increased vigilance, the rumors of the Dark Lords stirring, they are rats on a sinking ship, looking for a new captain. He looked at Harry. You will attend. Not as my heir. As my protege. A demonstration. You will say nothing unless directly addressed. You will observe. You will be a living statement, that the House of Black is not merely surviving, it is producing the future. Your mere presence, your demeanor, your magic, will be the message. Harry's blood went still. A public appearance. Among Death Eaters and their sympathizers. It was a quantum leap from operating in shadows. When? Tomorrow night. There was no time to prepare, only to perfect. The next day was a whirlwind. Arcturus had robes brought in, not the austere black of Grimmauld, but robes of a deep, charcoal gray, subtly embroidered with silver thread in patterns that suggested both serpentine grace and avian predation. They were cut for a youth, severe and elegant. His hair was trimmed by a silent, terrified witch creature fetched, who left without meeting Harry's eyes. Arcturus drilled him on etiquette, on the specific, silent language of pureblood gatherings. A slight incline of the head acknowledges an equal. A raised chin dismisses an inferior. Do not make eye contact unless you intend to challenge. Your magic should be felt as a quiet, deep chill in the air around you, not a flamboyant display. Let them feel the void. As dusk fell, Arcturus fastened a cloak around Harry's shoulders. It was lined with what felt like the fur of some dark, silken creature. Remember, he said, his hands on Harry's shoulders, his flint eyes burning with intensity. You are not Harry Potter. You are the culmination of black. You are the answer to their fear. Show no mercy, for they offer none. Show no weakness, for they will exploit it. They did not apparate. A sleek, black carriage, drawn by 2 thestrals, awaited them in the hidden square. This one was larger, grander than the one that had taken him from Privet Drive. The interior smelled of cedar and cold metal. The flight was silent. Harry watched the lights of London fall away, replaced by the dark quilt of the countryside. He reached for the cold pool inside him. It was there, deep and still. He built his occlumency walls, not just as a defense, but as a facade. He became the image Arcturus required, calm, impenetrable, powerful. The Knot estate was a grim, Gothic manor house set on a windswept hill. Dark windows stared like blind eyes. Thestrals from other carriages croaked in the shadows. As they descended the steps, Harry saw other arrivals, cloaked figures, faces obscured, moving swiftly towards the heavy oak doors. No names were announced. They were ushered into a vast, dimly lit drawing room. A fire roared in a cavernous fireplace, but it seemed to give more shadow than light. The air was thick with the smell of expensive cigar smoke, old wine, and a tension so sharp it was almost tastable. Perhaps 24 people were there, standing in small, murmuring clusters. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy immediately, his pale blonde hair like a beacon in the gloom, his face drawn and anxious. He stood with a thick-set, ugly man Harry guessed was Gregory Goyle's father, and a woman with a face like a pug, Mrs. Parkinson. Others he knew only from the genealogical charts, a gaunt, severe man who must be not, a round-faced, nervous-looking Bulstrode. All conversation died as Arcturus Black entered. A path cleared for him. Eyes, wide with a mixture of respect, fear, and desperate hope, followed him. And then those eyes slid to Harry, walking a half-step behind and to his right. The scrutiny was a physical force. He felt their magical senses brushing against his shields, testing, probing. He let them feel the chill. He kept his face a smooth, pale mask, his green eyes scanning the room with detached interest, landing on no one. Arcturus stopped in the center of the room, leaning on his cane. "Theodore," he said, his voice cutting the silence. "Your hospitality is noted." Not, the host, gave a shallow bow. "The House of Black honors us, Arcturus." His eyes flicked to Harry. "And you bring a new face to our councils. This," Arcturus said, without looking at Harry, "is my great-grandson. Harry Potter Black. He is of this world, and he understands its necessities." A ripple went through the room. Potter Black. The name was a shockwave. Potter, the blood traitor name, yoked to the most ancient of lines. It was a heresy and a revelation. Lucius Malfoy's eyes locked onto Harry. There was a frantic calculation in them. He took a step forward. Potter Black. An interesting amalgamation. One wonders from which tree the fruit has fallen. His voice was smooth, but there was a tremor underneath. Harry said nothing. He met Lucius's gaze, just for a second, then let his own drift away, as if the man had already ceased to be of interest. It was a dismissal more brutal than words. Arcturus answered for him. "The tree is black, Lucius. The fruit is its own. The past is littered with fallen branches. We look to the roots, and to the new growth." The message was clear: your Dark Lord is a fallen branch. This is the new growth. An elderly witch with a voice like dry leaves spoke from the shadows. Can he demonstrate his understanding? The times are perilous. We have heard of disturbances, of lost treasures. She was looking straight at Lucius. All eyes were back on Harry. This was the test. Arcturus gave an almost imperceptible nod. Harry did not draw his wand. He turned his head slowly towards a heavy, wrought iron candelabra that stood against the wall, its candles guttering. He focused on the flame of the central candle. He thought of the diary's dying scream, the absolute finality of its end. He thought of the cold, efficient void that had followed. He didn't want to extinguish the flame. He wanted to still it. To make it a monument to absence. He extended a single, gloved hand, palm open towards the candelabra. A wave of profound, silent cold radiated from him. The fire in the massive hearth didn't die, but its roar muted to a whisper. The candles on the walls flickered. The central candle in the iron holder didn't go out. Its flame froze. It became a perfect, motionless sculpture of golden light and heat, arrested in time. No smoke rose. No wax dripped. It was fire, made a prisoner. A collective, sharp intake of breath filled the room. It wasn't a loud spell. It was a quiet, absolute imposition of will on reality. It was magic of a kind they had never seen, not destructive but dominative. It spoke of a control so complete it could halt entropy itself. Harry lowered his hand. The frozen flame remained. A testament. He turned his gaze back to the room, his expression unchanged. The silence was now awestruck, terrified. Lucius Malfoy looked from the frozen flame to Harry's impassive face. The fear in his eyes crystallized into something else, recognition. This was the signature he had felt in his son's room. This cold, silent, absolute power. He paled further, his hand tightening on the head of his serpent cane. Arcturus allowed the silence to stretch for a long, potent moment. Then he said, "The past's tools are breaking. Its guardians are old, or blind, or sentimental. New times require new solutions. The House of Black has always provided." He didn't ask for allegiance. He didn't need to. He had shown them the future, and it was standing beside him, cloaked in ice and silence. The rest of the evening was a blur of murmured conversations Arcturus conducted while Harry stood as a silent sentinel. He heard snippets: Dumbledore's mudblood policies, the werewolf legislation, the need for stability, for a strong hand. They were casting around, looking for a banner. Arcturus offered none. He simply was. And by his presence, Harry was. On the flight back, the frozen candle still burning motionlessly in the Knot Manor, Arcturus finally spoke. "You did well." The flame was a masterstroke. It was not a threat. It was a demonstration of sovereignty. They will not forget it. Harry stared out the carriage window at the passing clouds. He felt no exhilaration, only a deeper cold. He had performed perfectly. He had been a symbol, a weapon on display. And it had worked. "They are weak," Harry said, his voice flat. "They are scared. They want someone to follow. They are the foundation upon which empires are built," Arcturus corrected. "Weak stones, individually. But cemented together by tradition, blood, and fear, they become an unassailable wall. You have given them a glimpse of the cement." When they returned to Grimmauld Place, something was wrong. The air in the entrance hall was jagged, electric. Creature was waiting, rocking back and forth, his ears twitching violently. Master Arcturus, Creature is sorry." Creature tried to stop it. "Stop what, elf?" Arcturus's voice was dangerous. The thing in the cellar, it is screaming. Not like before. A new scream. And the bricks by the gallery, they are weeping." Harry and Arcturus exchanged a glance. They moved as one, Harry shedding his cloak as they strode through the house. From the depths, a new sound rose. It was the dependent's wail, but transformed. No longer a constant, hopeless keen. This was a sharp, focused, panicked shriek, as if it were being attacked. And from the direction of the bricked-up gallery, a slow, cold drip could be heard. Not water. Something thicker. They reached the cellar first. Harry lifted the tapestry. The dependent was not dragging itself in a circle. It was pressed against the far wall of its prison, as far from the iron ring as its chain would allow. Its blind eyes were wide with terror, its mouth open in that new, desperate scream. It was staring, not at Harry or Arcturus, but at the cellar ceiling, towards the gallery. "What is it?" Arcturus demanded, his wand out. The creature's thoughts were a jumbled hurricane of fear. The other, the hungry one, it is angry, it is afraid, it felt the death, the true death, it is trying to get out, to find a new heart, before it is next. The diary's destruction. The locket had felt its sibling's end. And it was reacting, not with sorrow, but with a desperate, survivalist rage. "The gallery," Arcturus hissed. They ran upstairs. The corridor outside the bricked-up doorway was damp. A dark, viscous, oily liquid was seeping from between the new mortar, tracing glistening paths down the fresh bricks. It smelled of salt, metal, and a profound, spiritual decay. The air hummed with a frantic, dissonant magic. From behind the wall, a low, rhythmic thumping could be heard, like a giant, diseased heart. Arcturus raised his wand, beginning a complex series of diagnostic charms. The bricks groaned. A crack, hair-thin, split the mortar from ceiling to floor. "It's trying to breach its prison," Arcturus said, his voice tight. "Using the sympathetic resonance of the other Horcrux's death. It's pouring its malice into the house itself." As he spoke, the portraits along the hall began to rattle in their frames. The subjects were covering their ears, their painted mouths open in silent screams. The very light from the gas lamps stretched and twisted, painting monstrous, pulsing shadows on the walls. The locket wasn't just a relic anymore. It was a cornered animal. And it was making its stand. Arcturus turned to Harry, his face lit by the eldritch, throbbing light. The plan, the careful timeline, the political maneuvering, all of it was secondary now. "It seems," Arcturus said, the thrill of a true challenge finally breaking through his icy control, "your first kill has woken the beast." He pointed his wand at the weeping, thumping wall. "Now we see if you can handle the source." The click of the locket snapping shut echoed in the sudden, absolute silence of the gallery. It was a sound of finality, deeper than any curse, heavier than any tomb door ceiling. The oppressive, dissonant hum that had lived in the walls of Grimmauld Place for decades was gone. In its place was a silence so profound it felt like the house itself was holding its breath. Harry stood, swaying slightly, the dead weight of the locket cool in his palm. His mind felt scoured, his magical core drained, aching hollow. The cold pool was not just still, it was shallow, its depths exhausted by the monumental act of will. He had not just cast a spell, he had performed a magical euthanasia on a fragment of soul. The sensation was unlike anything he'd ever known, a void where a profound wrongness had been. Arcturus stepped through the dissipating silver ward, his boots silent on the now calm stones. His eyes, sharp as ever, took in the scene, the restored cases, the settled artifacts, the absence of the malignant pressure. They came to rest on the locket in Harry's hand, and then on Harry's face. The old man's expression was unreadable, a monument of severe lines in the flickering gaslight. "Report," he commanded, his voice low. "The fragment is gone," Harry said, his own voice sounding thin, distant to his ears. "Not contained. Unmade. How?" Harry marshaled his thoughts. The experience was a chaotic blur of psychic warfare, but his training forced it into a coherent narrative. It attacked with illusions, my parents, an alternate life. Then it offered partnership, amplified ambition. I used a variation of the relinquishment concept. I fed it a false version of myself, then severed the connection at the moment of consumption. It created a paradox in its magical matrix. A disruption. I saw the anchor point and translated it out of existence. He left out the visceral details, the ache of his parents' images, the pull of the sunlit Hogwarts fantasy, the seductive whisper of godhood. Those were vulnerabilities, data points for his own analysis, not for sharing. Arcturus listened without interruption. When Harry finished, he was silent for a long moment, his gaze piercing. "You offered it a sacrifice of self," he finally said, and there was a strange, grudging respect in his tone. "A calculated risk of ego. And then you imposed a metaphysical transfiguration on a soul anchor. That is, advanced magic. Far beyond what I taught you." "It was the only logical path," Harry said simply. The cold logic of it was all that mattered. Sentiment, temptation, fear, they had been obstacles to be navigated around. The solution had been a brutal equation. Introduce a variable, false self, that would cause a fatal error in the target's core programming, hunger, then exploit the crash to rewrite its fundamental code, preservation to dissipation. Arcturus took the locket from him. He held it up, his thumb rubbing over the serpentine. It was just metal now. A trophy. A proof of concept. Tom Riddle sought to defy death by fragmentation. A flawed, grotesque perversion of immortality. You have proven that even a soul can be debugged. If one has the will. He pocketed the locket. This changes the strategic landscape entirely. The Dark Lord is now, whether he knows it or not, mortally vulnerable. His anchors are failing. He turned and began walking from the gallery, expecting Harry to follow. The date pendant will be quiet now. Its distress was sympathetic resonance. With the primary toxin neutralized, the echo will fade. His voice was analytical, but Harry could sense the thrum of intense, focused energy beneath it. The game board had been kicked, pieces were in motion. As they emerged into the main hall, the house did feel different. The whispers of the portraits were hushed, awed. The very air seemed lighter, though no less cold. Creature popped into existence, his eyes wide, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Master, the screaming, it stopped. The bad pain in the walls, it's gone. He looked at Harry with something akin to religious terror. The young master, he silenced the heart of the house's ache. The heart was a cancer, creature, Arcturus said dismissively. It has been excised. Return to your duties. The house requires purification. The elf bowed so low his nose touched the floor and vanished with a soft pop. Arcturus led Harry not to the study or the training rooms, but to the solarium. The dead plants stood as silent witnesses. The moon was high, casting a bone-white light through the grimy glass. Sit. Harry sat on the cold stone bench. The exhaustion was bone-deep now, a physical weight. Arcturus remained standing, looking out at the night. You have passed the final trial I had conceived for you years hence. You have faced and bested a piece of the century's greatest dark wizard, using magic of your own design. You are no longer my apprentice. You are a realized entity. He turned, his silhouette black against the moonlight. The purpose of your education was twofold. To survive the world that would use or destroy you. And to reshape that world into an order that respects power, lineage, and will. The first goal is achieved. The second begins now. But we are no longer the only players on the board. He gestured, and a silvery, misty shape emerged from the tip of his cane. A Patronus, not a corporeal form, but a shimmering, hawk-like shape. It was the first time Harry had seen Arcturus cast one. The magic of it was not warm, but fiercely protective, a guardian's chill. It spoke in Arcturus's voice, but the words were not for Harry. The seal is broken. The path is clear. Converge at the nexus. The hawk dissolved, shooting through the wall towards the north. What was that? Harry asked. A call to arms. To the few remaining assets loyal not to a madman's cause, but to the survival of our kind. Arcturus's eyes glinted. While you were wrestling with the Locket, I received other news. The diplomatic pressure from the Malfoy incident, combined with the magical shockwave of the diary's destruction and now the Locket's silencing, has forced Dumbledore's hand. He can no longer afford to search in the shadows. The Ministry, pressured by Lucius and his allies, is demanding the boy who lived be produced, to prove he is safe and to quell dangerous rumors. Dumbledore has agreed to bring him before the Wizengamot for a formal status review in 1 week's time. Harry's mind, despite its fatigue, snapped to attention. The other Harry. Yes. The shadow will be brought into the light of the court. A public spectacle. Dumbledore's attempt to regain control of the narrative, to present his symbol, wholesome and light, to reassure the masses. A cruel smile touched Arcturus's lips. It is the perfect stage. For what? For your debut, of course. Arcturus leaned forward. Think, boy. The wizarding world will be watching. The old families will be there, nervous, looking for leadership. The Ministry will be there, bloated and insecure. Dumbledore will be there, with his precious, trained symbol. And into that arena, we will introduce a new variable. The true heir of two ancient lines. Not a symbol of hope, but a living embodiment of power they cannot ignore. You will not be presented. You will appear. And you will show them the difference between a storybook hero and a wizard who has looked into the heart of darkness and commanded it to cease. The scale of it was staggering. It wasn't a mission of stealth or assassination. It was a declaration of war in the most public forum imaginable. How? Harry asked. The Wizengamot is secured. There will be Aurors, wards, Dumbledore himself. There are always cracks, Arcturus said. And we have spent years mapping them. The gathering I just summoned will provide the means. Your role is to be the weapon. Sharp, unstoppable, and to make a choice. What choice? When you stand before them, before Dumbledore, before the shadow, what will you do? Arcturus's voice dropped to a whisper. Will you discredit the shadow? Expose him as a puppet? Will you challenge Dumbledore directly? Or will you offer the frightened old families a new banner to rally under? The choice of action will be yours. I have given you the tools. I have shown you the battlefield. The strategy of the opening move is mine. The tactics of the engagement will be yours. It was the ultimate test of agency. Arcturus was handing him the reins in the most critical moment. It was a gesture of supreme confidence, and also a final, ruthless examination. Could the weapon choose its own targets? Harry looked down at his hands. They were clean, pale, capable of wandless magic, of unraveling souls. He thought of the other boy's face, full of simple longing. He thought of Dumbledore's pitying, compassionate eyes. He thought of Lucius Malfoy's fear, the cowering respect of the Knots and the Parkinsons. I understand, he said. Good. Arcturus straightened up. For the next week, you will not practice magic. You will rest. You will meditate. You will prepare your mind. The physical and magical preparations are mine to oversee. You must be at your peak, not of power, but of clarity. The world is about to see you, Harry Potter Black. Ensure they never forget what they see. The following days were a strange, suspended animation. The relentless grind of lessons ceased. Harry ate, slept, and walked the silent halls of Grimmauld Place. He avoided the cellar and the bricked-up gallery. The house felt like a great beast holding its breath, its malignance soothed but its essential darkness unchanged. He spent hours in the mind discipline, not to build walls, but to explore the landscape behind them. The cold pool was slowly refilling, but it felt different, deeper, calmer, more integrated. The warring currents of Black and Potter magic were not reconciled, but they had found a brutal, efficient equilibrium. The black ice formed the structure, the channels, the defenses. The Potter ember, the stubborn warmth, was the power source, the driving wheel, locked in the reactor core. It no longer felt like a weakness. It felt like a contained star, its energy harnessed for his use. He examined the memory of the Locket's destruction from every angle, analyzing his own performance. He identified moments of near succumbing, moments of brilliant adaptation. He filed them away. He thought of the upcoming Wizengamot session. He ran scenarios, considering Arcturus's prompts. Discredit the shadow. Easy. A public legitimacy probe, exposing the boy's simple thoughts, his training, his lack of true power. Challenge Dumbledore. Riskier. The old wizard's power was legendary. But a direct challenge might not be magical, it could be philosophical. A public rejection of his entire worldview. Offer the old families a banner. That required a speech, a vision. He began to draft one in his mind, using the cold, compelling logic Arcturus had taught him, infused with the fierce, possessive energy of Doria's legacy. He was crafting himself into a symbol, but one of his own design. Not a savior. Not a monster. A sovereign. Midweek, Arcturus summoned him to the study. 2 other people were there, and the sight was so jarring Harry stopped in the doorway. One was a witch, ancient and bent, her skin like parchment stretched over bird-like bones. She was dressed in moth-eaten robes that might once have been fashionable a century ago. Her eyes were a milky blue, but they saw him with unnerving acuity. The other was a man, younger than Arcturus but still old, with a sharp, intelligent face and tired eyes. He had the look of a scholar worn down by too many dark truths. This is Cassiopeia Black, Arcturus said, nodding to the witch. My sister. A recluse, and an expert in magical genealogy and blood rites. The witch gave Harry a nod that was almost a spasm. And this, he indicated the man, is Tiberius Ogden. A former Wizengamot elder, now, disenchanted. He maintains certain contacts within the ministry's administrative body. Cassiopeia's voice was a dry rustle. The blood sings true in him, Arcturus. But it is a new song. There is a harmonic. From the mother's line. It disrupts the pure frequency. It strengthens the melody, Arcturus countered. It adds range. Tiberius Ogden watched Harry with a sad, knowing expression. So you're the boy. The one he's been building in the dark. You look like James. But your eyes, they're all black. They are mine, Harry said, his voice level. The statement seemed to surprise both visitors. Arcturus's lip twitched. Indeed. We have logistical matters to discuss. Cassiopeia has confirmed that you can be entered into the Black family magics as the primary heir, which will grant you certain ancient rights and recognitions within the Wizengamot chamber itself, the right to be heard, for one. Tiberius has provided the schematics for the chamber, the rotation of the guard, and the specific wards on the public entrance. He has also secured this. Ogden placed a small, ornate brass key on the desk. It is a master key for the service passages within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It will not get you into the Wizengamot itself, but it will get you to a viewing gallery that has been forgotten. It is how you will make your entrance. Harry picked up the key. It was warm. And my exit. Your exit, Arcturus said, will be through the front door. As a recognized member of the Wizengamot by blood right, leaving with the other members. Once you have made your statement, the confusion will be your cover. We will have allies in the crowd to assist the disruption. The planning was clinical, precise. Cassiopeia muttered about blood signatures and ancestral precedents. Ogden pointed out weak points in the security schedules, times when the Aurors changed shifts. Harry listened, absorbing it all. He was not just the weapon, he was now part of the targeting system. The night before the Wizengamot session, Harry stood again at his window. Tomorrow, the shadow would be paraded before the court. And he would step out of the darkness behind it. He felt no fear, only a cold, vast certainty. This was the purpose for which he had been forged. Not to hide, but to tower. Not to be a secret, but to become a fact. He took out the black pearl, now cool and dormant. He wouldn't need it tomorrow. He needed to feel everything. A soft sound made him turn. Creature was there, holding a folded piece of black cloth. For the young master, the elf whispered. Creature has polished it. It was Master Regulus's. He would have wanted a true black too. Wear it. Harry unfolded the cloth. It was a cloak. Not the silken thing he'd worn to the knot gathering, but a heavier, older cloak of a black so deep it seemed to drink the light from the room. The lining was silver satin, embroidered with the Black family crest. It felt like a weight of history, of expectation. He put it on. It settled on his shoulders perfectly, as if it had been waiting for him. In the mirror, the boy from the cupboard was utterly gone. In his place stood a pale, serious figure, wrapped in legacy and power, his green eyes like chips of glacial ice over a deep, dark sea. Thank you, creature, he said. The elf burst into fresh tears, bowing over and over. The young master, he will make them see. He will make them fear. Creature is proud. Harry turned back to the window. Dawn was still hours away. He was Harry Potter Black. And tomorrow, the wizarding world would learn his name. Far away, in a temporary holding room deep within the Ministry of Magic, a small, skinny boy with messy black hair and round glasses sat on a hard chair. He was wearing borrowed robes that were slightly too big. He looked scared, and confused, and terribly alone. An elderly wizard with a long, silver beard patted his shoulder gently. It will be all right, Harry, Albus Dumbledore said, his eyes full of a kindness the boy desperately wanted to believe in. We will simply show them you are well. Then we can find you a proper home. A happy one. The boy, Harry Potter, nodded, trying to be brave. He had no idea what a Wizengamot was. He only knew that the strange, kind old man had taken him from the Dursleys' house, which was now full of angry letters and official-looking people, and brought him here. He was the center of something huge, and he didn't understand why. He clutched a small, wooden toy knight in his pocket, a pathetic, childish comfort. He had no wand. He had no power. He only had a scar, and a story he couldn't remember. In the highest tower of Hogwarts, a silver instrument shaped like a miniature Wizengamot chamber suddenly glowed. Two tiny figures appeared on the model floor, one, a small, gold-lit form. The other, a new figure, made of swirling darkness and sharp, silver light, materialized in the spectator stands, then stepped down onto the floor itself, facing the first. Albus Dumbledore, miles away, did not see it. But in his office, the portrait of former headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black sneered. Well, the painted wizard murmured to the empty room. The prodigal returns. And he's brought a storm with him. The stage was set. The players were in position. And in the heart of Grimmauld Place, a monster in a hero's cloak closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to envision the dawn of a new, darker day. The cloak was heavier than it looked. As Harry stood in the disused ministry service corridor, the weight of the black wool and silver-threaded crest felt like a physical manifestation of the legacy now strapped to his shoulders. The air was thick with dust and the distant, muffled thrum of bureaucratic magic. Tiberius Ogden's key had worked as promised, admitting him through a door that hadn't been oiled in decades, into a network of passages forgotten by everyone except the rats and the desperate. He moved silently, the disillusionment charm a perfected second skin. Arcturus's final instructions echoed in his mind: do not enter the chamber until the session is called to order. Let the shadow be presented first. Let them settle into their comfortable narrative. Then break it. Through grimy air vents and cracks in the ancient wainscoting, Harry caught glimpses of the ministry's heart. Aurors in red robes paced with bored vigilance. Flustered clerks rushed by with towering parchment stacks. The air smelled of ink, flow powder, and a faint, underlying anxiety. He found the forgotten viewing gallery Ogden had described. It was a small, balcony-like space high up in the dome of the Wizengamot chamber, accessible through a hidden door behind a tapestry of a particularly dull-looking witch sentencing a goblin. The tapestry swung shut behind him, muffling the outside sounds. Here, the acoustics were strange, funneling the noise from below into a muted, echoing murmur. He looked down. The Wizengamot chamber was a circular, sunken amphitheater of dark wood and deep purple velvet. Tiered benches rose in steep banks, each seat occupied by a wizard or witch in plum-colored robes with a silver W embroidered on the left breast. Their faces were a sea of bland authority, mild curiosity, and, in a few notable cases, thinly veiled hostility. He spotted Lucius Malfoy immediately, his blonde hair a stark banner, his expression one of pinched, attentive concern. Nearby sat other faces from the Knot gathering, Knot himself, Parkinson, Goyle Sr., their postures tense, eyes scanning the room not for the spectacle, but for threats, for opportunities. At the very center of the chamber floor stood a single, high-backed chair. It looked oddly like a prisoner's dock. And there, flanked by Albus Dumbledore and a severe-looking witch with a monocle, Amelia Bones, Harry's memory supplied, stood the shadow. Harry's breath hitched, just for a second. Seeing him in person was different from a glimpse in a crowded alley. The boy was small, swimming in robes that were clearly not his own. His glasses were slightly crooked. He kept shifting his weight from one foot to the other, his hands clasped tightly in front of him. He looked up at the encircling Wizengamot members with a kind of terrified awe, his eyes huge behind his lenses. This was the symbol, the child upon whom the wizarding world had hung its fragile hope. He looked like a strong wind would knock him over. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder and stepped forward. His voice, amplified by a gentle sonorous charm, filled the chamber with its calm, measured tones. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, thank you for convening on such short notice. We are here today to address the concerns, the rumors, and the quite natural anxieties regarding the welfare of Harry James Potter. He gestured to the boy. As you can see, he is safe. He is well. He has been living under protective enchantments, as was necessary following the tragic loss of his parents. The recent disturbances in our world have prompted me to reassess this arrangement. It is time for Harry to step back into the world he so bravely saved. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Dumbledore continued, weaving a narrative of protective custody, of gentle preparation, of a boy being gently introduced to his legacy. It was a masterful performance. He spoke of love, of sacrifice, of the bright future ahead. The shadow, Harry Potter, listened, a faint, hopeful smile touching his lips as Dumbledore spoke of Hogwarts, of friends he would make. It was nauseating. It was also brilliantly effective. Harry could see the tension easing from many of the Wizengamot members' shoulders. This was what they wanted. A simple story. A happy ending. A symbol they didn't have to think too hard about. Lucius Malfoy stood. Headmaster Dumbledore, his voice was smooth as silk. We are, of course, relieved to see the boy in good health. But these protective enchantments, where, precisely, has he been? And who has been overseeing his education? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though it seemed forced. He has been in a place of perfect safety, Lucius. Overseen by myself and a few trusted others. His education has been that of any Muggle-raised child, with a gentle introduction to our world. He is, as you see, an ordinary, bright young boy. Ordinary. The word hung in the air. That was the point. The weapon hidden in plain sight was meant to look ordinary. Another wizard stood, a man with a kind face and tired eyes, Arthur Weasley, Harry deduced. The important thing is he's safe and well. We should be focusing on his future, not interrogating his past. The past is precisely the issue, Weasley, a witch with a face like a haughty vulture snapped. The boy is a magnet for trouble. His very presence could destabilize. The debate began, polite but sharp. The shadow stood in the middle, shrinking under the weight of the arguing voices. He looked to Dumbledore for guidance, his earlier hope fading into confusion. Harry watched it all from his shadowed perch, a predator observing the herd. This was the moment. The narrative was established, but fragile. The cracks were there: Lucius's suspicion, the vulture witch's fear, the shadow's palpable uncertainty. He reached within himself. The cold pool was full, deep, and still. The contained star of his other magic burned steady. He was not nervous. He was focused. This was not a battle of spells, but of perception. He had to rewrite the story they were all telling themselves. He let the disillusionment charm drop. He did not make a sound. He simply stepped to the front rail of the forgotten viewing gallery, placing his hands on the dark wood. For a moment, no one noticed. The debate below continued. Then, a witch in the back benches happened to glance up. She froze, her mouth falling open. She nudged her neighbor, who also looked up. A ripple of silence spread outwards from that point, a wave of arrested conversation, as more and more eyes lifted from the pitiful boy in the center to the figure standing high above them, cloaked in profound black, watching them with an expression of icy, detached assessment. Dumbledore felt the shift in the room's attention. His head turned, his bright blue eyes lifting. Harry saw the moment of recognition, followed by a shock so profound it wiped all expression from the old wizard's face, leaving only a blank canvas of stunned disbelief. Lucius Malfoy followed his gaze. His jaw tightened, his knuckles whitening on his serpent cane. Not fear this time, but a fierce, vindicated triumph. The shadow, confused by the sudden silence, also looked up. His eyes met Harry's. Harry saw the exact moment the other boy processed what he was seeing: another him. Older, paler, clad not in borrowed, ill-fitting robes, but in a cloak of ancient power, his face a mask of serene, chilling authority. The shadow's face went from confusion to dawning horror, his breath catching in a tiny, audible gasp that echoed in the silent chamber. "Who is that?" someone whispered, the sound carrying. "By Merlin, he looks like Potter." But how? Harry didn't speak. He let the silence build, let the confusion and dread ferment. He met Dumbledore's gaze and held it. He saw the calculations flying behind those ancient eyes: denial, theory, strategy, all failing against the sheer, impossible reality of his presence. Finally, when the silence was a taut wire about to snap, Harry moved. He didn't use the stairs. He placed one hand on the gallery rail and vaulted over it. A collective gasp rose as he fell. But he didn't plummet. He descended, not like a bird, but like a stone dropped in slow motion, his cloak billowing around him as if underwater. It was a simple, wandless application of a slowed fall charm, but performed with such effortless, silent control it seemed like a supernatural event. He landed on the chamber floor with a soft thud, 10 feet from the shadow, between the boy and the Wizengamot benches. The impact was psychological. He had broken their spatial narrative. He was no longer a spectator. He was in the arena. Now, he spoke. His voice, magically amplified not by a charm but by the sheer, resonant power of his will, filled the chamber. It was young, but it held no childishness. It was clear, cold, and cut through the lingering murmurs like a knife. "You debate the safety of a symbol," he said, his gaze sweeping the stunned faces. "You fret over the upbringing of a story, while the man who murdered his parents lingers in the shadows, nursing his shattered soul. While the institutions you trust rot from within with complacency and fear." He turned slowly, his eyes landing on Dumbledore. "You hid him away, headmaster. You hoped love and ignorance would forge a shield. But you only made a hostage. A lamb to be paraded before the wolves when it suited your narrative." Dumbledore found his voice, though it was stripped of its usual warmth. "Harry, my boy, what has been done to you?" The pity in the tone was a mistake. Harry's smile was a faint, cold flicker. "What has been done? I have been taught. I have been awakened. While you left a child of 2 ancient houses to starve in a cupboard, I was given my inheritance." He turned to the gawking Wizengamot. "My name is Harry James Potter Black, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black, by blood of my grandmother, Doria Black Potter. Scion of the House of Potter. The boy you see here," he gestured dismissively to the shadow, who flinched, "is a construct. A placeholder you created because you could not find the original. Because you did not look in the right places." Chaos erupted. Shouts of "preposterous," "proof," "a trick," filled the air. Amelia Bones banged a gavel, her monocle flashing. Silence. The shadow, the other Harry, found his voice, small and trembling. Who are you? Harry looked at him, his true counterpart. The boy's magic was a faint, untrained glimmer, a candle next to a cold forge. There was no malice in him, only terror and a world-shattering confusion. He was indeed a lamb. I am what you were meant to be, Harry said, and though the words were harsh, he spoke them with a strange, clinical truth. Had they not left you to wither? Had they valued blood and power over sentiment and secrecy? Lucius Malfoy stood again, his voice cutting through the din. This individual makes an extraordinary claim. One that strikes at the heart of our security. I move that he be examined. Veritaserum, legilimensee. Let us determine the truth. You will not dose a member of the Wizengamot with truth serum, Lucius. Dumbledore's voice was sharp, final. His blood right, if it is true, grants him privilege. Then let him prove it, shouted the vulture-faced witch. Black family magic is specific. Let him claim the seat. All eyes turned to the benches. Among the plum robes, one seat was empty. It was older, darker than the others, carved with ravens and thorns. The Black family seat. It had been vacant since Arcturus's formal seclusion. Harry looked at the seat. He felt a pull, not from the chair, but from the magic in the room, the accumulated authority of centuries of law. It was a test. The family magics would reject a fraud. He walked towards the benches. The crowd parted as if repelled by an invisible force. He climbed the steps, his cloak whispering against the stone. He reached the empty seat. He did not sit. He placed his hand on the high, carved back. The wood was cold. Then, it warmed. A pulse of magic, deep and dark and old, thrummed from the seat up his arm. It felt like Grimmauld Place, austere, proud, demanding. It sought his signature, his blood. Harry didn't fight it. He opened his magical core, just a fraction. He let the cold, black pool resonate. He let the contained star of his Potter magic burn in its cage. He offered the hybrid truth of himself. For a moment, nothing. Then, with a sound like a deep, approving bell, the carvings on the chair glowed with a soft, silver light. The ravens seemed to shift, their jet eyes turning towards him. A ghostly, silvery tapestry unfurled in the air above the seat for all to see, the Black family tree. And there, burning with a fierce, new light, was his name, Harry James Potter Black, connected by a solid line to Doria Black. The proof was irrefutable. The gasps this time were of pure, legalistic shock. The magic of the Wizengamot itself had recognized him. He removed his hand. The glow faded. He turned back to the chamber floor, his point made. Dumbledore looked aged, the weight of this catastrophe settling on his shoulders. The shadow was crying, silent tears cutting through the dust on his cheeks, his world reduced to ruins. Why? Dumbledore asked, the single word heavy with grief. Why come here like this? To destroy him. He meant the shadow. He was already a ghost, Harry said, his voice carrying to every corner. I did not come to destroy a fiction. I came to show you the reality you have ignored. You fear the darkness that was Voldemort. He said the name, and the chamber winced as one. But you cower from the strength that could truly oppose it. You cling to soft myths while the world needs a sword. He looked at Lucius, at Nott, at the other old faces. You seek leadership. You whisper in dark corners, clinging to a dead man's robes. There is your future. He pointed a contemptuous finger at the weeping shadow. A symbol with no substance. Or, he let his gaze sweep over them, the chill in it promising not comfort, but power. You can look to a house that has never fallen. To a will that has been forged, not found. The choice is yours. But the time for hiding, for pretty stories, is over. He had done it. He had shattered the narrative and offered a new, terrifying one. He had given the old families a banner, and thrown Dumbledore's plans into chaos. But as he stood there, bathing in the shock and fear and burgeoning awe, he saw the shadow look at him through his tears. Not with hatred, but with a shattered, profound loss. And in that moment, Harry felt not triumph, but a strange, hollow echo. He had won this battle of perception. But as he looked at the broken boy who shared his face, a chilling, unexpected thought whispered from the deepest part of his mind, the part that still remembered dust cats and a mother's laugh. What have I become? The gilded cage of the Wizengamot held its breath. And within it, two Harry Potters stood, one weeping in the light, one standing frozen in a victory that tasted of ashes. High above, in the Forgotten Gallery, a third pair of eyes watched. Arcturus Black, shrouded in his own disillusionment, allowed himself a smile of pure, savage satisfaction. The weapon had performed flawlessly. It had chosen the correct tactical path, offering the old families a vision, discrediting Dumbledore, and destroying the Shadow, all without casting a single offensive spell. The stage was set for the next move. The pieces were in motion. And in the heart of the storm he had created, Harry Potter Black felt the first, faint tremor of doubt. The silence that followed Harry's pronouncement in the Wizengamot chamber was not the quiet of acceptance, but the stunned hush of a detonation's aftermath. The air itself seemed scorched by the revelation. Plum-robed wizards and witches stared, their faces frozen in masks of shock, outrage, or dawning, hungry calculation. The only sound was the ragged, muffled weeping of the boy, the Shadow, the other Harry, whose entire existence had just been rendered obsolete by a more perfect, terrifying copy. Harry Potter Black stood at the center of the crater he had made, his own breath steady, his heart a slow, cold drum in his chest. The triumph was there, a sharp, clinical satisfaction at a plan perfectly executed. But beneath it, the echo of that last, unbidden thought, "What have I become?" lingered like a faint, discordant note in an otherwise flawless symphony. Albus Dumbledore was the first to move. He stepped toward the weeping boy, placing a sheltering arm around his shoulders, but his brilliant blue eyes were fixed on Harry. The twinkle was gone, extinguished. In its place was a grief so profound it seemed to etch new lines into the old wizard's face. But there was something else, too, a sharp, relentless focus. The strategist assessing a new, unforeseen enemy. This conclave, Dumbledore's voice, though soft, carried with undeniable authority, is adjourned. The matters raised here today are of a seismic nature. They require contemplation, not spectacle. Amelia, if you would. Amelia Bones, her monocle cracked, her face pale with a mixture of fury and confusion, nodded stiffly. She banged her gavel. This session is closed. All members will depart in an orderly fashion. Aurors, secure the exits. Chaos, held at bay by sheer shock, erupted. Voices rose in a cacophony of questions, accusations, demands. Lucius Malfoy did not join the fray. He stood calmly, his gaze locked with Harry's from across the chamber. He gave a single, slow, deliberate nod. Not of friendship, but of recognition. The message is received. As Aurors in red robes began to herd the protesting Wizengamot members out, Dumbledore gently guided the sobbing Shadow toward a side door. The boy looked back once, his tear-filled eyes meeting Harry's. There was no understanding in that look, only a world of broken glass. Harry didn't watch him go. His role here was done. He turned and walked, not toward the main exits where the crowd jostled, but back toward the empty Black family seat. The carved ravens watched him pass. The magic of the seat still hummed a faint, approving frequency against his skin. He climbed the steps past it, heading for a small, arched door behind the highest bench, a private exit for the oldest families, another detail Tiberius Ogden had provided. No one tried to stop him. The Aurors were too busy with the crowd, and something in his demeanor, the glacial calm, the absolute certainty of his path, made even the most determined among them hesitate. He was a fact, a natural disaster walking. You didn't arrest a hurricane. The door led to a narrow, torchlit corridor that smelled of damp stone and centuries of whispered deals. It wound upwards, emerging onto a secluded balcony overlooking a disused ministry courtyard. The cold London air hit his face, a welcome shock after the chamber's thick, emotional heat. A figure awaited him, leaning on an obsidian cane. Arcturus Black stood with his back to the door, looking out over the grimy courtyard. He did not turn. The performance was adequate, he said, his voice carrying a razor's edge of approval. You presented the dichotomy with clarity. The lamb and the wolf. The fiction and the fact. The old families will be dissecting your words for weeks. Dumbledore's credibility is fractured. The Shadow is neutered. Harry came to stand beside him, the heavy cloak settling. He was crying. Of course he was crying, Arcturus snapped, finally turning his flint eyes on Harry. He is a child raised on pap and fairy tales, suddenly told the fairy godmother is a lie. His pain is irrelevant. It is data. It proves the weakness of the path he was on. It proves he felt something, Harry said, the words out before he could analyze why he said them. Arcturus studied him closely, the analytical gaze that could strip a soul bare. Do you envy his tears, boy? Do you think they make him more real? More human? He sneered. Tears are a lubrication for failure. They change nothing. You stood before the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain and remade their reality without shedding a single one. That is power. That is legacy. Do not confuse sentiment for strength. The cold logic was impeccable. It was the same logic that had guided every lesson, every ritual. Harry pushed the image of the Shadow's broken face away, locking it behind his occlumency walls. It was, as Arcturus said, data. A demonstration of the ineffectiveness of Dumbledore's methods. What now? Harry asked, his voice returning to its flat neutrality. Now, we reap the whirlwind, Arcturus said, a grim anticipation in his tone. The owls are already flying. The whispers are becoming shouts. We return to Grimmauld Place. You will rest. And then, your true work begins. You are no longer a secret. You are a contender. And contenders must build a faction. The journey back was made not by thestral carriage, but by a series of connected, secret flows, a network known only to the oldest houses. They emerged in the study at Grimmauld Place. The house felt different. The silence was no longer just oppressive, it was expectant, like a theater awaiting the next act. Even the portraits were quiet, watching Harry pass with a new, wary respect. Creature met them in the hall, practically vibrating. Master. Young master. The calls are coming. The flow is alight. So many voices asking for the House of Black. Ignore them all, Arcturus commanded. For now, let them stew. Let their fear and curiosity ferment. We will answer in our own time, on our own terms. He looked at Harry. To your room. Meditate. Stabilize your core. The expenditure today was not magical, but it was profound. Your psychic landscape has been assaulted by the collective will of the Wizengamot. Fortify it. Harry climbed the stairs. In his room, he removed the heavy cloak, hanging it carefully. He sat on the floor before the cold fireplace, assuming the familiar posture for mind discipline. But he did not seek the blank emptiness. Instead, he reviewed the events of the chamber with ruthless detachment. He saw the faces again. The shock, the fear, the greed. He analyzed his own performance, the timing, the tone, the physicality of his entrance. Flawless. He examined the moment of doubt, the echo. He traced it to its source, not the black ice, but the contained star, the Potter ember. It had resonated with the Shadow's pain, a sympathetic vibration. A weakness. He added another layer of shielding around that part of himself, a buffer of pure, analytical thought. As he did, a faint, familiar hum brushed the edge of his consciousness. Not the Locket's dissonance, that was gone, bricked away and silenced. This was different, older. It came from the cloak, from the house itself, from the very magic in his veins. It was the echo of the Black family magics in the Wizengamot, now awakened and tethered to him. It felt like a crown of cold iron. It was responsibility, and it was hunger. It wanted him to lead, to dominate, to expand. He opened his eyes. The room was dark. Hours had passed. He was not tired. He was charged. A soft crack announced creature. Master Arcturus requests the young master's presence in the drawing room. There is a guest. A guest. So soon. Harry changed into simpler black robes and descended. The drawing room fire was lit. Arcturus stood by the mantelpiece. And seated stiffly in a high-backed chair, looking profoundly out of place amidst the dark grandeur and morbid decor, was Narcissa Malfoy. She was pale, her blonde hair swept into a severe chignon, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She wore robes of midnight blue, expensive but subdued. Her eyes, a cold, clear gray, darted to Harry as he entered, widening slightly before she mastered her expression. He could feel the frantic, bird-like flutter of her magic, tightly controlled but saturated with fear and desperate hope. Mrs. Malfoy, Arcturus said, his voice devoid of warmth. You have bypassed the usual channels. Explain this, impertinence. Narcissa's throat worked. Lord Black, forgive the intrusion. The usual channels, or compromised. My husband's fire is being monitored. The ministry is in an uproar. He dared not come himself. Her gaze shifted to Harry, lingering on his face, the famous scar, the unfamiliar coldness in his eyes. He sent me. To see. To understand. To see what? Harry asked, his voice quiet. He did not sit. He remained standing, a dark pillar beside Arcturus's leanness. To see if it was true, she whispered. What they are saying, that a new power has risen. That the boy who lived is not a child in Dumbledore's pocket, but something else entirely. She took a shaky breath. My son, Draco. Since the incident with his diary, he has been ill. Not a physical illness. A sickness of the spirit. He whispers in his sleep. He fears the dark. Lucius believes, we believe the thing that destroyed the diary, that stood in the Wizengamot today, could it? She couldn't finish, her aristocratic composure cracking. Could it what, Narcissa? Arcturus pressed, merciless. Could it protect you? Could it offer sanctuary from the storm that is coming? From the wrath of a failed master, or from the judgment of the light? Tears, cold and dignified, welled in Narcissa Malfoy's eyes. She did not let them fall. We are adrift. The Dark Lord's return, even as a phantom, is a sword over our necks. Dumbledore's mercy is a poison. We need a harbor. She was offering their allegiance. Not out of loyalty, but out of survival. It was the first concrete fruit of his display. Harry looked at her, this woman trembling on the precipice. He thought of Draco Malfoy, the pale, sneering boy in Madame Malkin's, now haunted by a ghost he didn't understand. He felt nothing for them. But he saw their use. A harbor requires loyalty, Harry said, his words measured. Not the fear-based obedience you gave the Dark Lord. Not the grudging compliance you show the Ministry. A loyalty born of understanding. That the old world is burning. That I am the architect of the new. Narcissa stared at him, hearing not a boy's grandiose claim, but the absolute conviction behind it. What would you have of us? For now, silence. Observation. Lucius will continue to play the concerned citizen in the Wizengamot. He will feed you information. You will bring it here, to Creature. You will also tell me everything you know about the other trinkets. The Dark Lord's other anchors. Your husband was a trusted lieutenant. He will have suspicions, rumors. She paled further. To speak of such things was treason to the Dark Lord's cause. But the diary was gone, destroyed by the very power now standing before her. The calculus of survival was clear. There, were rumors, she breathed. An object once belonging to Helga Hufflepuff. A relic of Rowena Ravenclaw. He prized Founder's artifacts. And, there is a ring. In the Gaunt Shack. He spoke of it with reverence. Harry stored the information. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. A ring. Go home, Mrs. Malfoy. Tend to your son. Tell your husband the harbor exists. But its waters are deep and cold. Only those who swim with purpose will survive the plunge. It was a dismissal. Narcissa rose, her legs unsteady. She gave a bow, not deep, but unmistakable in its deference, to him, not just to Arcturus. Then she hurried from the room, her robes whispering like a retreating ghost. The first piece falls into place, Arcturus murmured. The Malfoys are a bellwether. Others will follow. The cowards and the opportunists first. Then the truly ambitious. She is afraid for her son, Harry said, not with sympathy, but with analysis. It makes her predictable. All motivations are tools, Arcturus agreed. Maternal fear is a sharp one. You wielded it well. You offered no false comfort, only a clear, hard bargain. That is what they need now. Certainty, even if it is a certainty of steel. The rest of the evening was spent in strategy. Arcturus produced a map, not of Britain, but of influence. Names were written, connected by lines of loyalty, debt, and fear. The Sau Party block in the Wizengamot. The editors of the Daily Prophet. The heads of minor departments in the Ministry. A spider web of potential control. Dumbledore's strength is moral authority and personal power, Arcturus said, tapping the brilliant blue star that represented the headmaster. We cannot match the former, and we do not need to. We will erode it. Each family that defects, each doubt sown, is a crack in his plinth. Your personal power, however, must become undeniable. It must become a legend. How? Harry asked, tracing a line from the Malfoy name to a cluster of smaller, allied families. By doing what Dumbledore cannot, or will not, Arcturus said, his eyes gleaming. By solving problems he created with his tolerance. The werewolf, Greyback, and his pack grow bold. The Dementors are restless, straining at the Ministry's feeble leash. The giants in the north are leaderless, ripe for manipulation. These are not enemies to be understood or placated. They are forces to be broken, or harnessed. The scope was staggering. It was no longer about personal mastery, but about geopolitics. About becoming a power in the world. We start small, Arcturus decided. There is a village in the north. Borage End. A werewolf pack, not greybacks, but feral, has been terrorizing it. The Ministry sends warnings. Dumbledore sends condolences and wolfsbane potion he can't afford to distribute widely. We will send you. To do what? To end the problem. Permanently. Not with stealth, but with spectacle. Let the village see. Let the story spread. The boy who lived is not a symbol. He is a solution. A ruthless one. A public act of violence. A demonstration. Harry nodded. It was the next logical step. That night, his dreams were not of thrones or battles, but of the drawing room map. The names and lines became threads, and he was not a spider, but a weaver at a vast, dark loom, pulling the threads taut, crafting a tapestry of control. In the dream, the shadow Harry stood at the edge of the loom, his face still tear-stained, holding a single, golden thread, the thread of his own life. He offered it to Harry. And Harry, without hesitation, took it, and wove it into the growing pattern, subsuming it, making it part of the dark, glorious whole. He woke with the taste of cold ambition in his mouth. The following days were preparation. He studied werewolves, not their pathology as victims, but their magic, their pack tactics, their vulnerabilities. He learned that silver was a cliché, but effective, that wolf's bane could be weaponized in aerosol form, that a pack's strength was psychic, a shared, bestial consciousness. He practiced wide-area banishing charms, sonic disruption spells, and a particularly nasty variation of the Petrificus Totalis that locked the target's joints in a state of agonizing rigidity. He also felt the house changing around him. Letters arrived, were ignored. Gifts were left at the doorstep, vanished by creature. The magical world was pressing against the wards of number 12, curious, fearful, eager. The night before he was to leave for Borage End, Harry found himself once more outside the bricked-up gallery. The weeping had stopped. The silence behind the mortar was absolute. But he could feel something else. Not the Locket's hunger, but a vacancy. A silence so complete it was itself a presence. The house had lost a cancer, but the organ it had consumed was still necrotic. He descended to the cellar. Lifting the tapestry, he looked in on the dependent. The change was startling. The creature was not writhing or wailing. It sat, curled around its chain, its head bowed. The torrent of agony that had once blazed from it was now a low, steady river of pain. The silencing of the locket had not freed it, but it had simplified its torment. The dissonant echo was gone, leaving only the base, original suffering. It looked almost peaceful, in a horrifying, eternal way. Heir, its thought voice came, weak but clear. You have stilled the screaming in the walls. Thank you. The gratitude, from this thing that knew nothing but pain, was unsettling. It was a threat. It was removed. You are not like the patriarch. Your will is colder, but your core is hotter. A paradox. The dependent shifted, its milky eyes turning up. The path you walk, it is paved with such removals. Where does it end? When the world is ordered, Harry replied, the answer coming automatically from Arcturus's doctrine. Order is a cage, the creature whispered. I know cages. Do not become the keeper of the one you build for others. Remember the ember. It is the only thing that will not turn to ice in your hands. Harry dropped the tapestry, cutting off the conversation. The creature's words were the maudlin philosophy of a broken tool. Yet, they clung. The next morning, he stood in the entrance hall. He wore practical, dark leathers under his traveling cloak. Doria's wand was secure. A small pouch at his belt contained the tools he might need. Arcturus gave him no final words of encouragement. His eyes were the eyes of a general sending his best weapon into the field. Return victorious, or do not return at all. Creature, sniffling, handed him a small, charmed coin. To call creature, if the young master needs extraction. Harry took the coin. He nodded to the elf, then to Arcturus. He turned and walked out the front door, into the grey London morning. He did not look back at the grim, silent house. He had an echo to silence. And a legend to forge. The air in Borage End tasted of damp earth, wood smoke, and a sharp, acrid fear that clung to the back of the throat. Harry stood at the edge of the village green, his arrival unannounced, his presence an anomaly. The cottages were hunched and sullen, their windows shuttered despite the grey afternoon light. Warding sigils, clumsily painted in what looked like sheep's blood, were smeared on doors and lintels. The place felt like a wound waiting to be prodded. He had apparated to a copse a mile out and walked in, the disillusionment charm making him little more than a chill draft to the few villagers who hurried past, heads down, bundles clutched tight. He'd let the charm drop here, at the center, wanting to be seen. To be the catalyst. It didn't take long. A curtain twitched in a nearby pub, the Gnarled Oak. A moment later, the door creaked open and a man emerged, thick-set and grizzled, a wizard's wand held in a white-knuckled grip, though it looked more used for stirring stew than casting. He was followed by two others, a woman with fierce eyes and a younger man who couldn't stop glancing towards the dark line of the forest. "You," the grizzled man barked, his voice rough with suspicion and a tired defiance. "Ministry. They finally sending someone who ain't just a piece of parchment." Harry turned to face them. He'd chosen robes of a nondescript dark gray, but the cut was too fine, the fabric too heavy for a ministry functionary. His youth was a stark contrast to the grim weariness of the villagers. "I am not from the ministry," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. The woman's eyes narrowed. "Dumbledore's lot, then. Come to tell us to brew more sympathy and keep our heads down." "I am not from Dumbledore." He let the statement hang. He saw the confusion, then the dawning, superstitious horror on their faces as they looked from his sharp, pale features to the lightning scar just visible beneath his fringe. "Merlin's beard, it can't be," the younger man whispered. You're him. The one they're all talking about. The other one." News traveled fast, even to isolated pockets like this. The Wizengamot spectacle had rippled out. "My name is Harry Potter Black," he stated, no amplification charm needed. The silence of the village drank his words. "I understand you have a problem with wolves." The grizzled man, the apparent leader, took a step closer, his fear momentarily overridden by a surge of bitter anger. "Problem. A problem is a leaky roof. A problem is a blighted crop. What we have is a plague. A pack of 'em, led by a scarred old brute who's more clever than the rest. They don't just come on the moon. They test the wards. They poison the livestock. They took my brother's little girl, Alara, a month back. Left her, changed." His voice broke on the last word. The woman, her face hard, picked up the tale. "Ministry says they're investigating restricted creature activity. Dumbledore's people sent wolfsbane ingredients we can't afford to brew properly. The pack leader, he howls from the trees some nights. Laughing, like, 'What do you want here?' The younger man asked, his voice trembling. "If you're not ministry, and you're not with Dumbledore, I am here to remove the pack," Harry said, his tone matter of fact, as if stating he would clear a blocked drain. They stared at him. The sheer, absurd audacity of it, a boy, alone, stating he would wipe out a feral werewolf pack, left them speechless. "You're mad," the grizzled man finally breathed. "Or you're lying. Or you're something worse." Harry ignored the insult. He looked past them, towards the forest. He could feel it now, extending his senses. Not the clean, wild magic of a natural predator. This was a greasy, aggressive smear on the landscape, a psychic stain of rage and hunger and twisted pack bond. It centered on a deep, wooded hollow about 3 miles northeast. The leader's presence was a thorn of sharper malice within it. "The hollow," Harry said. "That's where they den." The woman nodded, her suspicion deepening into something like awe. How'd you? "I will deal with them tonight," Harry interrupted. "You will stay in your homes. Do not interfere. If you have wards, reinforce them. After moonrise, do not open your doors for any reason, no matter what you hear." He didn't wait for their response. He turned and began walking towards the forest path. He heard their stunned muttering behind him, but it faded as the trees closed in. The forest was a cathedral of gloom, the pine canopy shutting out most of the gray sky. The pack's magic was a trail he could follow as clearly as footprints in mud. It led him deeper, the normal sounds of the woods, birds, rustling creatures, dying away, replaced by an oppressive, waiting silence. He passed signs of their presence, a tree trunk scored by deep gouges, the scattered bones of a deer, a faint, foul scent that was neither animal nor human. He reached the edge of the hollow as the last of the daylight bled from the sky. It was a natural bowl, thick with shadows and brambles. At its center, he could make out the dark mouths of caves. The psychic stain was strongest here, a pulsating, not of bestial intent. The pack was awake, restless. He could feel their minds, a tangled chorus of simple, violent urges, hunger, territory, pack, and one mind, sharper, crueler, weaving the chorus into a song of domination. The village is weak. The two legs fear. Tonight, we take more. We make more pack. We grow strong. Harry found a large, flat rock overlooking the hollow. He sat, cross-legged, and began his preparations. He did not hide. He wanted them to know he was here. He drew Doria's wand and began to trace complex, shimmering runes in the air around his position, not a shield, but a ward of attraction. A beacon for predatory magic. He poured the cold, focused intent of his black magic into them, making them glow with a faint, silver-black light that was visible in the gathering dusk. Then he waited. The moon, nearly full, rose above the trees, casting a sickly pallor over the hollow. The change began. It wasn't the dramatic, bone-breaking transformation of legend. It was a subtler, more dreadful shift. He felt the pack's magic swell, turn feverish and raw. The human consciousness within them was submerged, not gone, but twisted into a passenger within a beast of rage and hunger. Snarls and guttural growls echoed from the caves. Yellow eyes began to gleam in the darkness. They emerged. 7 of them. They were larger than natural wolves, their fur patchy and coarse, their limbs elongated with a horrible, parodic similarity to human arms and legs. They moved on all fours, but with an intelligence in their gait that was profoundly wrong. The leader was the largest, a monstrous brute with a mangled ear and a coat silvered with old scars. Its eyes, a blazing amber, fixed immediately on the glowing runes and the small, still figure on the rock. A ripple went through the pack. They sensed the magic, the challenge. The leader threw back its head and let out a howl that was neither wolf nor man, a tearing, triumphant sound that promised evisceration. The pack echoed it, a chorus of hunger. Harry stood up. He didn't speak. He simply looked down at them, his wand held loosely at his side. The leader's howl cut off. Intelligent, hate-filled eyes narrowed. It knew this was no lost villager, no easy prey. With a silent psychic command, the leader sent the pack forward. 3 wolves broke from the group, loping up the slope with terrifying speed, jaws gaping, claws tearing at the earth. Harry watched them come. He calculated distances, angles. He let the first one get within 10 feet, its hot, carrion breath fogging the air. Then he moved. He didn't cast a spell. He flicked his wand. A whip crack of concussive force, a refined depulso, shot out and caught the lead wolf in the chest. There was a sound of cracking ribs. The creature was lifted off its feet and flung back down the slope, tumbling end over end to lie still at the bottom. The other 2 hesitated, confused by the silent, brutal efficiency. Harry didn't give them time. He pointed at the ground between them. Glacius Maxima. A sheet of black ice, colder than the deepest winter, exploded from the point of impact, spreading instantaneously. It encased the paws and lower legs of the 2 wolves, freezing them solid to the ground. They yelped, a painfully canine sound of shock and pain, thrashing against the unyielding ice. The rest of the pack, including the leader, snarled in fury. The leader's mind pulsed with rage and a new, tactical wariness. It barked a command. The remaining wolves fanned out, trying to flank him. Harry was already moving. He stepped off the rock, not climbing down, but descending as if walking down an invisible staircase, his cloak billowing. He landed lightly on the slope. A wolf lunged from his left, aiming for his throat. He dropped into a crouch, his wand coming up in a slashing motion. Defindo. The cutting charm wasn't aimed at the wolf. It was aimed at the low-hanging branch of a pine tree above it. The thick branch sheared off and fell, 100 pounds of dead wood, directly onto the wolf's back, crushing it to the earth with a sickening crunch. Another came from the right. Harry didn't turn. He raised his left hand, fingers splayed. A wall of shimmering, mercury-like force, his refined protega, sprang into existence. The wolf slammed into it, rebounding with a stunned whine. He was controlling the space, the narrative of the fight, just as Arcturus had taught him. But this wasn't a duel. It was pest control. And the leader, the scarred brute, knew it. Its pride, its predatory ego, was enraged. With a roar that shook the brambles, it charged, not with mindless fury, but with a focused, terrifying speed, its powerful body a blur of muscle and malice. This was the test. Harry felt the heat of the contained star within him flare, a surge of fierce, survivalist energy. He channeled it, coolly, into the black ice of his control. He met the charge. He didn't dodge. He stepped into it. As the leader leapt, jaws wide enough to sever his head, Harry cast a spell he had invented in the dueling hall, a combination of a banishing charm and a bone-breaking hex. Frigorapello. The magic hit the leader in midair. There was no flashy light. The space around the creature distorted. The forward momentum reversed, the leap becoming a violent, backward flight. Simultaneously, a series of muffled pops sounded from within its body, shoulders, hips, ribs. The leader crashed into the trunk of an ancient oak, sliding down to lie in a broken heap, whimpering, its intelligent eyes wide with pained disbelief. The pack was broken. The two frozen wolves whined pitifully. The crushed one was dead. The others, seeing their leader defeated, their numbers halved, felt their pack bond shatter. The bestial courage fled, replaced by simple animal fear. They turned and fled, melting into the shadows of the forest. Silence returned to the hollow, broken only by the pained whimpers of the leader and the two ice-bound wolves. Harry walked down to the leader. The great beast tried to snarl, but it came out as a wheeze of agony. Its eyes held his, full of hate, but also a dreadful understanding. This two legs was different. It was not food. It was death, wearing a child's face. Harry considered it. The mission was to end the problem. Permanently. The pack was scattered, leader broken. This creature would never lead again. But it would live. It would remember. It would hate. He raised his wand. The leader flinched, closing its eyes. But Harry didn't cast the killing curse. He thought of the dependent, of eternal, useless suffering. He thought of the clean, cold finality of the diary's end. This was different. This was a natural, if twisted, creature. Killing it would be efficient. But it would also be predictable. Arcturus would expect it. He lowered his wand. He pointed it at the creature's head, but instead of green light, he whispered a complex, layered incantation, weaving legilimency, a modified forgetfulness charm, and a deep, psychic command. Memoria excitae, et fuga perpetua. The magic seeped into the leader's broken mind. He found the core of its identity, the cunning, the pride, the memory of its first kill, its dominance over the pack. He didn't erase it. He sealed it. He wrapped it in a shell of unbreakable, debilitating fear, fear of this place, of humans, of its own memories. He implanted a single, overriding imperative: flee. Far. Never return. Never lead. The leader's whimpers ceased. Its eyes glazed over, going blank, empty of everything but a primal, cowering terror. It scrambled to its feet. Its broken bones forgotten in the panic of the new, implanted horror. It turned and fled into the woods, a broken thing that would now be prey, not predator. Harry turned to the two frozen wolves. A simple, powerful finite shattered the black ice. They bolted, yelping, after their vanished pack mates. The hollow was empty. The psychic stain was gone, replaced by the quiet, normal magic of the forest, already beginning to heal. He had done it. He had solved the problem. Not with the ruthless slaughter Arcturus might have preferred, but with a colder, more refined cruelty, psychological annihilation and permanent exile. It was, in its way, more black than simple murder. It was dominance of the mind, not just the body. He turned and walked back towards Borage End. The moon was high now, casting long, stark shadows. As he neared the village, he saw lights in the windows. Faces peered out. They had heard the howls, the crashes, the silence. He walked onto the green and stopped. The door of the gnarled oak burst open. The grizzled man, the woman, and a small crowd of others emerged, wands drawn but held low, their faces pale. Is it done? The woman asked, her voice hushed. The pack is broken, Harry said. The leader is gone. They will not trouble you again. Gone. The grizzled man repeated. You killed it. I dealt with it, Harry said, his tone leaving no room for further questions. The hollow is clean. You can burn the wards off your doors. A woman at the back of the crowd let out a choked sob. Alara, my Alara, she's in the root cellar. She changed last moon, what do we do? Harry looked at her. The transformed girl was now a werewolf, a danger. The ministry would want to register her, control her. Dumbledore would offer sympathy and wolfsbane. Both were cages. He walked towards the woman. The crowd parted. Show me. Trembling, she led him to a small cottage at the edge of the green. In the back, a heavy trapdoor led to a dark, earthen cellar. A low, agonized growling came from within, mixed with the sound of chains rattling. Harry descended the ladder. By the light of his wand, he saw her. A girl of maybe 12, naked, shivering, her body caught in a half-state between human and wolf. Patches of coarse hair covered her skin. Her hands were twisted into claws. She was chained to the wall by a silver collar that burned her neck, the flesh around it raw and blistered. Her eyes, when they met his, were not bestial, but terrified and deeply, humanly ashamed. "It hurts," she whimpered, her voice a ragged scrape. "The silver, it burns all the time." The contained star within Harry flared again, a hot spike of something, not pity, but a fierce rejection of this inefficiency, this pointless torture. This was not a threat to be managed. It was a problem to be solved. He approached her. She cringed, expecting violence. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for disobedience. Her tear-filled, yellow-tinged eyes met his. He plunged into her mind with his legilimency. It was a swamp of pain, fear, and the invasive, predatory magic of the lycanthropy, woven into her very core. It couldn't be removed without killing her. But it could be suppressed. Dominated. He used the same principle he had on the leader, but with finer precision. He didn't implant fear. He constructed a prison within her own psyche. A vault of pure, cold will, shaped from his own magic. He built walls around the lycanthropic impulse, not to erase it, but to contain it, to make it a prisoner of her own consciousness. He keyed the containment to the lunar cycle. The vault would weaken with the full moon, allowing the change, but it would remain a controlled change. The beast would be behind bars, even when it wore her skin. She would be aware, in control. It would be a torment of a different kind, eternal vigilance, but it would be her torment, not the curses. The process took minutes. When he withdrew, sweat beaded on his brow. The girl, Alara, gasped. The bestial light in her eyes faded, replaced by a stunned, weary clarity. The claws retracted. The coarse hair receded. She was just a scared, scarred girl again, shivering in the cold cellar. "The moon," she whispered. "I can feel it. But it's quiet, like it's behind a thick glass wall." "You control the wall," Harry said, his voice flat. "It will be difficult. It will require immense strength of will. But the beast will not control you again." He pointed his wand at the silver collar. "Defindo." The metal fell apart, clattering to the dirt floor. He turned and climbed back up the ladder. The mother was waiting, her hands pressed to her mouth. "She is cured." The woman breathed, hope warring with disbelief. "No," Harry said. "She is in remission. The curse is contained, not broken. She will need to learn occlumency. She will need to be strong. Stronger than anyone here can likely teach her to be." He looked at the woman's desperate face. A thought occurred. A long-term investment. If she wishes to learn true control, send her to London. To number 12, Grimmauld Place. When she is of age. He didn't wait for a response. He walked back through the silent, watching crowd, past the green, and onto the forest path. He could feel their stares on his back, a mix of awe, terror, and desperate gratitude. The story would spread, not just of a boy who fought wolves, but of a wizard who could cage curses. He apparated back to the outskirts of London, appearing in the same copse. The coin creature had given him grew warm in his pocket. He pressed it. With a crack, the elf appeared, his eyes wide. "Young master, you are returned." Creature felt the great magic from afar. "Is the young master hurt?" "I am unharmed." Harry looked towards the distant glow of the city. "The mission is complete. The problem is resolved." Creature bobbed his head, tears in his eyes again. "The young master is mighty." Creature will tell Master Arcturus. As they disapparated back to Grimmauld Place, Harry considered the night's work. He had not been the ruthless exterminator Arcturus might have wanted. He had been something more subtle, more terrifying. A surgeon of the soul, for both beast and girl. He had demonstrated power, but also a chilling, precise mercy on his own terms. It was a more potent message than mere slaughter. He entered the silent hall. Arcturus was waiting, as always, in the study doorway. "Report." Harry gave a concise summary. The pack's dispersal, the leader's psychological dismantling, the girl's containment. Arcturus listened, his expression unreadable. When Harry finished, he was silent for a long time. "You spared the leader," he finally said. "I destroyed it more thoroughly than a killing curse would have. It is a mindless, terrified animal. A lesson that will haunt the forest. And the girl, you bound the curse. It wasn't a question. It was an efficient solution. It creates an obligation, a potential asset, one who understands the price of power, and the strength needed to hold a monster at bay." A slow, grim smile spread across Arcturus Black's face. It held a genuine, dark delight. "You did not follow the script. You wrote a better one." You showed strength, but also a calculated benevolence. That is more unnerving to our enemies than simple cruelty. It suggests a mind that cannot be predicted. A ruler, not a thug. Excellent. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The grip was firm, approving. Rest. You have earned it. The echo from Borage End will reach us soon. And when it does, the next move will be theirs. Harry climbed the stairs, the weight of the night's magic a pleasant fatigue in his bones. In his room, he looked out the window. The first hints of dawn were bleeding into the sky over London. He had faced a pack of monsters and won. But as he lay down, the face of the girl, Alara, swam before him, not terrified, but determined, gripping the bars of the cage he had built inside her. He had given her a prison, but also a key. It was a different kind of power. A more complex one. The howling in the hollow was silenced. But a new, more complicated echo had begun in its place, and it was echoing inside him. The silence of Grimmauld Place in the days following Borage End was a different creature. It was no longer the watchful hush of a beast in its lair, but the productive quiet of a war room between campaigns. The house seemed to lean into its new purpose, the very dust motes hanging in the slatted sunlight seeming to arrange themselves into strategic formations. Harry spent his mornings not in the dueling hall or the alchemy lab, but in the library, surrounded by a growing mountain of intelligence. Creature's network of house elf informants, the gossip from the enchanted portraits in various ministry offices, and now, coded letters from the first tentative allies, provided a constant stream of data. He read reports on Wizengamot maneuvering, on the shifting editorial stance of the Daily Prophet now cautiously critical of Dumbledore's obfuscation, on the unrest among the giants and the vampire covens. He was learning to see the wizarding world not as a society, but as an organism, a sick one. And he was diagnosing its ailments with a cold, clinical eye. Arcturus joined him on the third morning, placing a single sheet of parchment on top of a report about werewolf registry protests. It was a copy of a short article from the Wizard's Observer, a smaller, more traditionalist paper. Mysterious Savior of Borage End, Boy Who Lived, Myth Debunked. The article was careful, but its implications were explosive. It described a youth of powerful and unfamiliar magic, who had single-handedly dispersed a feral werewolf pack and, according to unnamed village sources, provided a miraculous containment for a recently bitten child. It never named Harry directly, but the description and the reference to the Wizengamot appearance made the subject clear. It contrasted this with the notable absence of official assistance, and ended with a provocative question. In these darkening times, do we need a symbol of past victory, or a champion of present action? The first salvo, Arcturus said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Placed by Tiberius Ogden's nephew in the editorial office. It is a stone in the pond. Watch the ripples. The ripples came quickly. The next day, a howler arrived for Arcturus from a distant cousin, screaming about dangerous grandstanding and undermining established authority before shredding itself. Several other letters, however, were more measured. Requests for clarification, offers of private conversation, a subtly worded inquiry from the Bulgarian ambassador about new political alignments. Then, Narcissa Malfoy returned. She came at twilight, without her husband, clad in unassuming charcoal gray. She was shown into the drawing room where Harry and Arcturus were reviewing a map of magical Britain, upon which Harry had begun marking points of instability and influence. Lord Black, she said, her voice tight. Harry. She used his given name carefully, a calculated intimacy. I come with information. And a request. Sit, Arcturus commanded. She perched on the edge of a chair. The ministry is in disarray. Fudge is terrified. He is being pulled in two directions, by Dumbledore, who urges calm and a return to normalcy, and by my husband and his allies, who are demanding an inquiry into the true identity and intentions of the individual who appeared in the Wizengamot. The Borage End story, though suppressed in the Prophet, is circulating in the halls. It is giving the Reform faction considerable leverage. And the request? Harry asked, looking up from the map. Narcissa's composure wavered. It is Draco. He is not improving. The healers say it is a psychic trauma, resistant to standard potions. He has nightmares. He wakes screaming about a cold boy and a book that bled. He is afraid to touch his own quill. She took a breath, her aristocratic pride fighting a mother's desperation. You contained the curse in that village child. Is there Anything that can be done for my son. Harry considered. Draco Malfoy was not a victim of lycanthropy, but of Horcrux poisoning. A fragment of evil soul had been feeding on his malice and ambition. The diary's destruction had severed the connection, but it had left a wound, a void where the parasite's influence had been. The damage is psychic, Harry said, echoing the healers but with a deeper understanding. The diary was a predator. It left echoes. They will fade with time, but the mind, once stretched, does not always return to its original shape. He had read that in one of the Black Library's darker tomes on mental magic. Occlumency could help him build barriers, control the fear. But it requires discipline. And a teacher. He saw the hope flare in Narcissa's eyes, immediately guarded. Would you? No, Arcturus cut in sharply. The heir of Black is not a tutor for traumatized children. However, he glanced at Harry, a silent question passing between them. Harry gave a slight nod. The House of Black maintains certain resources. A mind healer, discreet, skilled in purging foreign magical influences. We can make a referral. For a price. Anything, Narcissa said, the word leaving her lips before she could stop it. Continued and unwavering support, Arcturus said. Lucius's vote in the Wizengamot. His influence with the old families. His gold, when needed. Not as a vassal, but as a cornerstone of the new foundation. And, information. Everything he knows, or suspects, about the Dark Lord's remaining anchors. Narcissa paled, but she nodded. I will convey the terms. He will agree. She rose. The mind healer. Creature will deliver a name and a portkey by tomorrow, Arcturus said, dismissing her. After she left, Harry turned to Arcturus. You have a mind healer on retainer. I have a former unspeakable who owes me a considerable debt and who specializes in the aftermath of dark artifacts, Arcturus corrected. He will purge the boy's mind of the diary's residue. It will be painful, and it will leave Draco, clearer, but colder. A useful side effect. Everything was a transaction, even healing. The following week, the strategy sessions intensified. Tiberius Ogden himself visited, looking more tired and sorrowful than ever. He brought detailed projections of Wizengamot voting blocks and warned of Dumbledore's next move. He's recalling the Order of the Phoenix, Ogden said, sipping the tea creature provided as if it were hemlock. Informally, for now, the old guard, the Aurors who followed him in the last war, the half-giant, the werewolf. He's also spending a great deal of time in the company of the other boy. Training him, personally, I'd wager. He's fast-tracking his entry into Hogwarts, despite the summer break. A special dispensation from the Board of Governors. He is building his own weapon, Arcturus mused. A light side answer to ours. Predictable. There's more, Ogden said, lowering his voice. He's been making trips, alone, to remote places. I have a friend in the portkey office. There's a pattern. The Isle of Skye. A forest in Albania. A cliffside cave in Cornwall. He's looking for something. Harry's head came up. A cliffside cave. The vision from the Locket. He's searching for the Horcruxes. Undoubtedly, Arcturus said. The destruction of the diary and the Locket has alerted him to the possibility that others exist. He is racing us. And he has a head start in knowledge. Then we accelerate, Harry said, his voice decisive. He pointed to the map. Narcissa mentioned a ring. In the Gaunt Shack. And relics of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. We need to find them first. The ring will be the most heavily trapped, the most personal to Tom Riddle, Arcturus said. The cup likely resides with a Death Eater who prizes it, the Lestranges, perhaps, in their vault. The diadem, Hogwarts itself. A needle in a castle. We start with the ring, Harry decided. It's the one Dumbledore is least likely to have found, the Gaunt line is extinct, the location obscure. And it's the one most likely to be defensively cursed. We can use that. Ogden looked between them, aghast. You're talking about seeking out those kinds of objects. On purpose. We are talking about disarming our enemy before he can rebuild himself, Arcturus said coldly. And claiming the power he left unguarded. You knew the path when you stepped onto it, Tiberius. Do not balk at the thorns now. That night, Harry prepared. He studied everything the Black Library had on the Gaunt family, a sad, brutal history of squalor and madness, the last dregs of Slytherin's line. He learned about ring lore, about curse cascades, about the specific dark magic that could be anchored in a family heirloom. He packed a kit, the goblin-made dagger, vials of curse-neutralizing powder, a set of rune-carved stones for containing malicious magic, and a small, lead-lined box. He also, for the first time, entered the bricked-up gallery. With Arcturus's permission, they removed a single brick, creating a narrow aperture. The space beyond was dark and smelled of stale magic and cold stone. The cases stood empty, save for one. Slytherin's locket, now inert, lay on its velvet cushion. Harry reached in and took it. It was just a piece of metal now, but it was a key. A piece of the set. It would resonate with its kin. At dawn, they departed. Arcturus did not come. This was a test Harry would take alone. Creature apparated him to the edge of a dank, overgrown wood in the West Country. The air was thick with midges and the smell of rotting leaves. "The Gaunt Shack is in there, young master," Creature whispered, pointing a trembling finger. Creature can feel the bad magic. It is old and hungry. "Wait here," Harry said. He drew his wand and cast the disillusionment charm, not for stealth against people, but to blur his magical signature from any sentient curses. He moved into the woods. The shack was exactly as the Locket's vision had shown, a miserable, leaning hovel, half swallowed by ivy and neglect. The sense of magic here was not powerful, but deeply wrong, a septic, lingering hatred. The wards were primitive but vicious, keyed to blood and rage. He felt them brush against his shields, recoiling from the black blood but probing for weakness. He saw the ring immediately. It sat on a rotting windowsill inside the shack, as if casually discarded. A heavy gold band set with a black stone carved with a peculiar symbol, the Hallows symbol, though he didn't know it. It pulsed with a deep, patient malevolence that made the locket seem chatty by comparison. This was not a temptress. This was a landmine. He approached slowly, his magical senses extended. He saw the curse layers, a flesh-withering hex tied to touch, a soul anchor trap to bind the unwary, and at its heart, a killing curse. Of such refined potency it would trigger if the other defenses were bypassed incorrectly. It was a masterpiece of paranoid, self-destructive magic. Tom Riddle had not wanted this treasure found. Harry circled the shack, analyzing. He couldn't just walk in. He couldn't summon the ring, that would trigger the touch curse. He needed to disarm the system from a distance. He remembered the principle of the dependent, transference. The curse wanted a target. He would give it one. From his pouch, he took a small, clay figurine Creature had procured, a homunculus, empty of life but capable of holding a magical charge. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it, giving it a sympathetic link to himself, the intended victim. Then, he began to weave a complex series of spells. First, a Gemino charm on the figurine, creating a perfect duplicate. Then, on the duplicate, he cast a powerful Imperio, not to command it, but to pour into it a single, overriding desire: touch the ring. He sent the duplicate floating towards the shack window. As it crossed the threshold, the wards flared. The duplicate figurine was hit by the flesh-withering curse. It crumbled to dust. But the curse, having found a target, spent itself. The first layer was down. Harry created a second duplicate, this time layering it with a Protega variant designed to absorb soul magic. He sent it in. The soul anchor trap activated, a ghostly, skeletal hand reaching from the ring to clutch the figurine. The Protega held, straining, as the trap tried to bind the non-existent soul. After a moment of struggle, the magical circuit overloaded. The trap fizzled. The second layer was down. Now, only the killing curse remained, armed and waiting for direct contact. Harry took out the inert locket. He held it in his palm, focusing on the faint, residual echo of its former nature, the hunger, the arrogance, the piece of soul that had once resided there. He amplified that echo with his own magic, making the locket radiate a weak but recognizable, Voldemort, signature. Then, using a long, transfigured brass rod, he carefully, slowly, pushed the locket through the window and used it to nudge the ring off the sill. The ring fell to the dusty floor inside. Nothing happened for 3 heartbeats. Then, a blinding, poisonous green light erupted from the ring, a killing curse of such focused power it would have vaporized a dragon. It shot straight for the locket, the perceived source of the thief's magic. The curse struck the locket. There was a silent, concussive whump. The old metal didn't break, but it glowed white-hot for an instant, and the last, faint stain of Tom Riddle's magic within it was utterly scoured away. The locket was now truly, completely dead metal. The ring, having expended its ultimate defense, lay dark and seemingly inert on the floor. Harry waited, counting to 100. He sent in a third, plain figurine to pick it up. No reaction. He summoned the figurine to his hand. The ring was cool, heavy. The black stone seemed to absorb the light. He could feel the soul fragment inside, smaller than the lockets, but denser, more tightly woven into the jewel. It was sleeping, unaware its defenses had been tricked. He didn't try to destroy it here. The process would be volatile. He placed it in the lead-lined box and sealed it shut. As he turned to leave, a voice spoke from the edge of the clearing, calm and filled with a profound, weary sadness. A remarkable piece of curse breaking. Elegant in its cruelty. Albus Dumbledore stepped from behind a thick oak, his robes bright blue against the gloom, his wand not drawn, but held loosely at his side. His eyes were on the lead box in Harry's hand. Harry didn't startle. He had felt the subtle shift in the ambient magic moments. Before, he'd hoped to be gone by the time Dumbledore arrived, but part of him had known this was inevitable. "Headmaster," Harry said, his voice level. "You're a long way from Hogwarts." "As are you, Harry," Dumbledore said. He looked older, close up, the lines on his face etched deep by worry. "I felt the curse discharge. A seismic event in dark magic. I came as quickly as I could." He took a step closer, his eyes searching Harry's face. "What you hold is a piece of a man's soul. It is not a trophy. It is a tragedy. It's a vulnerability," Harry corrected. "One you were too slow to eliminate." "Eliminate?" Dumbledore's voice sharpened. "You speak of a soul, however fractured, as if it were a cockroach. This is the path he walks, Harry. The path of destruction without conscience. Arcturus is teaching you to become the very thing you should be fighting." "He is teaching me to win," Harry said coldly. "You taught the other boy to be a sacrifice. Which is more cruel?" Dumbledore flinched as if struck. "I sought to protect him. To give him a childhood. To let love be his shield. Love didn't stop the killing curse that night," Harry said, the words dropping like stones. "A blood sacrifice did. A piece of ancient, instinctual magic my mother didn't even understand. You rely on nebulous forces, Headmaster. I rely on my own will. And what does your will tell you to do with that?" Dumbledore pointed to the box. "Study it. Understand it. Then unmake it. As I did with the diary. As I did with the locket." Dumbledore's breath caught. "The locket, as well. Then, you are ahead of me." He said it with a strange mix of despair and admiration. "But at what cost, my boy? I look at you and I see a fortress where a heart should be. The magic you wield, it is so cold." "Cold is controlled," Harry said. "Sentiment is a luxury. One I cannot afford. The world you built is crumbling because it was built on sand. On forgiveness for the unforgivable, on second chances for monsters. I will build mine on stone. On consequence. On power." For a long moment, they stood facing each other in the dank clearing, the old Wizard of Light and the young Prince of Darkness, the ring between them. "He will come for you, you know," Dumbledore said softly. "Now that you are destroying his anchors. He will feel it. He will know your name. Let him come," Harry said, a flicker of that contained star, that Potter fierceness, glowing in his ice-green eyes. "I am not hiding in a cupboard. I am not waiting for a school song to save me. I am here. And I am ready." Dumbledore looked at him, and for the first time, Harry saw not pity, but a grim respect. The old wizard nodded slowly. "Then we are at an impasse. I will not fight you for the ring today. The magic here is still unstable, and I have another to protect." He meant the shadow. "But know this, Harry Potter Black. The path of stone is hard and lonely. And when the storm comes, as it will, even the strongest fortress can be worn down by the relentless sea. I hope you have left a window in those walls. For your own sake." He turned and, with a soft swirl of his robes, disapparated. Harry stood alone, the box heavy in his hand. He looked at the spot where Dumbledore had been. The old man's words echoed, but they found no purchase on his occlumency shields. They were just sound. He called for Creature and returned to Grimmauld Place. He placed the lead box next to the locket on the study desk. 2 down. How many to go? Arcturus examined the ring through the lead, a fierce pride in his eyes. "You have secured a great victory. And you have faced Dumbledore and stood your ground. The balance shifts." But that night, as Harry tried to sleep, he saw not the ring or the shack, but Dumbledore's weary, resigned face. "I hope you have left a window in those walls. He looked at the stark, black ceiling of his room. The storm was gathering, and he was its eye. The lead-lined box sat on the desk in Arcturus's study, a silent, malevolent paperweight. The air around it tasted of ozone and old graves. Harry could feel the ring's dormant fury even through the lead, a sullen, compact knot of hate that made the dead locket seem benign by comparison. It wasn't hungry, like the diary or the locket. It was proud. It seethed with a sense of violated lineage, of sacred blood defiled by its own descendants' grotesque act of self-mutilation. Arcturus circled the desk, his obsidian cane tapping a slow, thoughtful rhythm on the floorboards. A ring, the most personal of artifacts. Worn on the hand, closest to the pulse, to the magic that flows through the veins. To anchor a piece of one's soul to it, it speaks of a profound narcissism, and a deep connection to blood. This will be the most resistant to destruction. It will not merely scream. It will fight. Harry stood before the desk, the cold clarity of the forest confrontation still thrumming in his veins. Dumbledore's weary face, his warning, was a distant echo, easily dismissed. The ring was the problem at hand. The killing curse trap is spent. The other layers are passive now, woven into the soul fragment itself. To destroy the fragment, we must attack the container's magic at its most fundamental point, the moment of anchoring. Theory, Arcturus stated. Apply it. Harry had spent the hours since his return cross-referencing the Black Library's darkest texts on soul magic, Horcruxes. Though the word was rarely used, the concepts were there under euphemisms like eternal anchoring and psyche partitioning and gemological enchantments. The ring's black stone was the key. The soul wasn't in the gold, it was in the stone. A cracked stone, he recalled from the locket's vision. The resurrection stone. Another piece of lore he filed away. The stone is a receiver, Harry said, his voice clinical. It draws magic, life, desire. Riddle used that property, but he inverted it. He turned it from a thing that calls back the dead to a thing that traps the living, a piece of his own living soul. To break it, we need to overwhelm the stone's natural resonance with a counter-frequency of absolute finality. Not just death, but erasure. And the source of this frequency? Arcturus asked, though Harry could see he already knew the answer. The dependent, Harry said. A font of pure, distilled suffering. Pain is the memory of life. The ring's magic is about preserving a memory of self. If we channel the dependent's agony into the stone, it should create a paradox, an overload of life memory that shatters the preservation charm. The soul fragment, unmoored and inundated with a pain it was designed to avoid, should unravel. Arcturus's flint eyes gleamed with a dark, scholarly fervor. A risky proposition. You are proposing to use one form of dark magic as a scalpel to excise another. The feedback could be catastrophic. You could fuse the two magics, creating something worse. Or the dependent's pain could backwash into you. The dependent is chained, its magic directed by the runes on its bonds, Harry countered. We can use the chain as a conduit, a filter. My occlumency will serve as a buffer. I will not be feeling the pain, I will be conducting it. It was the ultimate test of his discipline. To use agony as a tool, to remain an impassive conductor while torrents of soul-shattering suffering flowed through him. The very idea should have been terrifying. To Harry, it was a complex, fascinating equation. Arcturus agreed. They descended to the cellar that night. The dependent seemed to sense their purpose. It was not cowering, but waiting, its head lifted, its milky eyes turned toward them. The river of its pain flowed steadily, powerfully. We will need to modify the runes on the chain, Arcturus said, examining the iron links with a critical eye. Temporarily. To redirect the output from a diffuse emission to a focused beam, keyed to the ring's magical signature. He produced a vial of shimmering, mercury-like fluid, ground moonstone and etched diamond dust, a conductive medium for painful magic. Working in the cellar's dank atmosphere was grueling. Harry, under Arcturus's exacting direction, used a fine, silver stylus to inscribe new, temporary runes over the old ones on a 6-inch length of the chain. The runes glowed a sickly yellow as he worked, and the dependent shuddered, a fresh wave of anguish washing from it. He felt it like a pressure change, a psychic wind that threatened to chill his bones. He fortified his walls. Finally, it was ready. Arcturus placed the lead box on the packed earth floor, several feet from the dependent. He opened it with a whispered spell. The ring lay exposed, the black stone seeming to drink the feeble light from their wands, leaving a deeper darkness in its shape. "Begin," Arcturus commanded, stepping back to the cellar stairs, his own wand raised in a defensive posture, ready to sever the connection if it spiraled out of control. Harry knelt between the ring and the date pendant. He placed his hands on the inscribed section of the cold iron chain. The contact was a jolt. The date pendant's pain wasn't just an aura now, it was a current, a river of icy fire trying to flood into him. He gritted his teeth, his occlumency walls straining as he built a channel, a single, insulated pipeline through the center of his being, from the chain to his will, and from his will to the ring. He focused on the ring's magic, the arrogant, coiled knot of preserved self. He poured his awareness into it, not to communicate, but to map. He found the frequency, the specific, twisted song of Tom Riddle's immortality. Then, he opened the gate. He allowed a trickle of the date pendant's pain to enter his conduit. It was like swallowing lightning. His vision whited out for a second, his body seizing with a sympathetic agony that had nothing to do with physical nerves. It was the pain of a century of loneliness, of betrayal, of love perverted into eternal torture. He held on, his mind a screaming fortress around a single, focused beam of intent. He aimed the trickle at the ring's frequency. The ring shuddered. The black stone flashed with a sickly green light. More. He opened the conduit wider. The pain was a torrent now, a flash flood of spiritual acid. He was a pipe, a sewer main for suffering. He could feel the date pendant's consciousness, a grateful, desperate relief at the directed release, even as it fed him more and more. The ring began to vibrate, a high, thin whine that grated on the teeth. Images, sharper and more personal than the Locket's, assaulted him. A gaunt, mad old man, Morphin, boasting about a stranger. A handsome muggle man, laughing carelessly in a village lane. A cold, calculated murder. The theft of a rightfully inherited trinket. The ecstatic, vile moment of the killing curse, the split second of triumph as the soul was rent. Harry saw Tom Riddle's face, not as the serpentine monster he would become, but as a young man of terrifying, beautiful coldness, sliding the ring onto his finger, whispering the unspeakable ritual that would make him forever. The pain channel wasn't enough. The ring was fighting back, its pride resisting the foreign agony. Harry understood. It didn't just need to be overwhelmed. It needed to be replaced. In a moment of brutal inspiration, he didn't just channel the date pendant's pain. He mirrored it. He took the core of the ring's own memory, the exquisite, narcissistic joy of committing murder to ensure eternal life, and he reflected it back, warped through the lens of the date pendant's endless, meaningless suffering. He showed the soul fragment a future, not glory, but an eternity of being used as a battery for pain, as it was using the date pendant. He offered it not destruction, but demotion. The ring, scream was psychic, silent, and absolute. The paradox was too great. The preservation magic, faced with the ultimate perversion of its own purpose, immortality is infinite, passive torment, snapped. The black stone didn't crack. It delaminated. It turned inside out, metaphysically. The darkness imploded, then erupted in a wave of silent, black energy that rushed outwards. Harry's conduit shattered. He was thrown backwards, slamming into the cellar wall, the breath knocked from his lungs. The lead box vaporized. The date pendant let out a shriek that was almost joyful, its pain aura dimming for a single, blessed second before settling back to its usual level. On the floor where the ring had been, there was a small, perfect circle of glass-like, obsidian substance. It was cold and dead. The gold band had been reduced to a twisted, brittle wire. Arcturus was at his side in an instant, hauling him to his feet. Report. Harry coughed, his whole body trembling with aftershocks. His occlumency walls were spider-webbed with cracks. He could feel the date pendant's pain leaving sloshing in the corners of his mind, and worse, the echo of the ring's narcissistic rage. It's gone. Unmade. The stone's magic inverted. It's inert. Arcturus examined the obsidian circle, then looked at Harry with an expression that bordered on reverence. You didn't just break it. You convinced it to break itself. That is a level of magical persuasion I have never seen. He helped Harry up the stairs. You are spent. More than spent. Your magical core has been used as a battleground. You will rest for a week. No arguments. Harry didn't have the strength to argue. He was led to his room, where Creature fussed over him with potions, not healing drafts, but stabilizers for magical exhaustion, and a thick, gray concoction that tasted of chalk and oblivion and was meant to shore up psychic fractures. He slept for 20 hours. His dreams were not his own. He was Morphin Gaunt, rotting in squalor, proud and mad. He was the dependent, circling endlessly. He was Tom Riddle, feeling the exquisite split of his soul. He was the other Harry, crying in a sunlit room that felt like a prison. He woke feeling hollowed out, scoured. The cold pool of his magic was shallow, silted with emotional debris. The contained star was dimmed. For the first time since the ritual, he felt damaged. Over the next few days, as he slowly recovered under Creature's watch and Arcturus's silent scrutiny, the consequences of the ring's destruction began to manifest. First, it was the house. The bricked-up gallery, which had been silent, began to emit a low, sympathetic hum. Not the Locket's hunger, but a harmonic echo of the ring's demise. The portraits became agitated, arguing with each other in frantic whispers about endings and unravelings. The very stability of Grimmauld Place, a fortress of dark magic, seemed subtly undermined, as if a foundational stone had been removed. Then, the world outside reacted. An owl arrived from Narcissa Malfoy, its usually perfect plumage ruffled. The letter was brief and frantic. He knows. The Dark Lord knows. Lucius felt it last night, a spasm of agony through his mark, sharper than any before. He said the Master's fury was a cold fire in his mind. He is summoning his servants. The scattered ones are being called home. The war is no longer coming. It is here. Arcturus received the letter with grim satisfaction. He is wounded, truly wounded. 3 anchors gone. He will be desperate, unpredictable, and infinitely more dangerous. He will lash out. He will seek the destroyer. The next day, another owl. This one from Tiberius Ogden, marked with ministry seals. The message was coded, but clear. Dumbledore has gone to ground. The other boy is missing from his quarters. The Order is mobilizing. Sightings of known Death Eaters in Scotland and Yorkshire. The minister is panic-stricken, talking of preemptive strikes and registering all half-bloods. The cracks are widening. The political and magical landscape was fracturing. By destroying the Horcruxes, Harry hadn't brought peace, he had accelerated the crisis. He had forced Voldemort's hand and exposed Dumbledore's lack of preparedness. The comfortable stagnation was over. On the 4th day of his convalescence, Harry was strong enough to sit in the library. He was reviewing the map, now updated with Ogden's and Narcissa's intelligence. Red pins for Death Eater activity. Blue for Order sightings. A storm was converging. Arcturus entered, his face graver than usual. There has been an attack. Harry looked up. Where? Hogwarts. A cold fist clenched in Harry's gut. The shadow. No. The castle itself. Or rather, its perimeter. Dementors. A swarm of them, greater than any seen since the war. They breached the wards. Dumbledore repelled them, but it was a statement. The Dark Lord is showing he can strike at the heart of the light's power. And he's not bothering with subtleties anymore. Dementors. The creatures that fed on happiness, that induced despair. The antithesis of the Patronus charm, the spell Harry could not cast. The diadem, Harry said suddenly. Ravenclaw's diadem. It's at Hogwarts. He's not just attacking a symbol. He's moving to secure his own Horcrux. Or to destroy it, to keep it from us. A logical conclusion, Arcturus nodded. The castle will be locked down. Dumbledore will be guarding it personally. And the Dark Lord will be focusing his attention there. It is the next battlefield. Harry stood, ignoring the wave of dizziness. Then that's where we go next. We do not go anywhere, Arcturus corrected. You are in no condition for a frontal assault on a fortified Hogwarts. And I will not risk the heir to the House of Black in a 3-way battle between Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, and the castle's own defenses. So we let him secure it. Or let Dumbledore find it first. We employ strategy, Arcturus said, a sly, calculating look in his eyes. We have a unique asset. One who can walk the halls of Hogwarts unseen, who knows its secrets, and who owes us a debt. Harry understood. Creature. Creature, Arcturus confirmed. The elf can bypass most wards. He can search. He can retrieve. And he is loyal to the Black family, which now includes you. But the diadem, it will be hidden in the room of requirement, most likely. A place that changes. An elf can find it, but retrieving a dark artifact of such power, it will require a Black to command it. He looked at Harry. You will not go to Hogwarts. But you will go to Hogsmeade. To the edge of the wards. You will link with creature, magically. A psychic tether. You will see what he sees, command him as needed. And when he finds the diadem, you will use that link to compel it, to subdue it through him, as you subdued the ring. It is a remote operation. Dangerous still, but calculated. It was a brilliant, ruthless plan. Use the elf as a magical drone. Harry would be the operator, miles away, safe in a Hogsmeade Inn under disguise. They spent the next day preparing. Creature was beside himself with a mixture of terror and fanatical zeal. Creature will find the nasty tiara for the young master. Creature will not fail like he failed Master Regulus. Harry worked on creating the psychic tether, a variation on legilimency and the twin magic used for two-way mirrors. He embedded a fragment of his consciousness in a black family signet ring Creature would wear. When the time came, Harry would be able to see through Creature's eyes, speak into his mind, and channel his magic through the elf's bond to the Black House. 2 nights later, under the cover of darkness and a concealing glamour, Harry and a disguised Arcturus took a private carriage to Hogsmeade. They rented a room in the Hog's Head, the seedy, disreputable pub owned by Dumbledore's brother, a perfect place to hide in plain sight. The air was thick with the smell of cheap fire whiskey and secrets. At midnight, Creature, wearing the signet ring, popped away to the gates of Hogwarts. Harry sat on the narrow bed in the dingy room, closed his eyes, and activated the tether. The world swam, then resolved into a dizzying, low-to-the-ground perspective. Stone floors rushed beneath him. He felt Creature's frantic, skittering magic, his obsessive focus. He saw the castle from house elf passages, from behind tapestries, from the dusty spaces between walls. The castle was on high alert. Armored suits stood ready. Patrolling ghosts glided by with worried expressions. Creature avoided them all. The room, Creature, Harry projected his thought. Think of a place for hiding things. A place lost and forgotten. He felt Creature's understanding. The elf's desire to find, to serve, to obey. They moved through the 7th floor corridor. Back and forth. I need a place to hide a thing. I need a place to hide a thing. A door shimmered into existence. Creature slipped inside. Harry's breath caught, even in his own body. The room of hidden things. A cavernous space piled to the distant ceiling with centuries of junk, a graveyard of secrets. Through Creature's eyes, it was a mountain range of terrifying, towering clutter. Find the magic, Creature. The cold, proud, Ravenclaw magic. Tainted by something hungrier. Creature sniffed the air, his magic extended. He scurried, a small, determined shadow amidst the wreckage. Hours seemed to pass. Harry's concentration was a knife edge. He felt the strain of maintaining the link over distance, through Hogwarts' powerful wards. Then, Creature saw it. Perched on a bust of an ugly warlock, as if it were a crown awaiting its ruler, was a diadem of tarnished silver, set with a large, blue sapphire. It radiated an intelligence that was both wise and utterly corrupted. Ravenclaw's desire for knowledge, twisted by Riddle into a desire for ownership, for supremacy of the mind. There. Do not touch it. Circle it. Show me the magic. Creature obeyed. Harry, through the link, analyzed the diadem's defenses. They were subtle, insidious. Not curses of violence, but of the mind. It would offer wisdom, insight, brilliance. It would invite you to put it on, to share its knowledge. And once it was on your head, it would begin its work, burrowing into your intellect, making your thoughts its own. It was a trap for the curious, the arrogant. For someone like Tom Riddle. Or, Harry thought with a chill, for someone like himself. All right, Creature. I will channel through you. You are my hands. Do exactly as I project. He began to weave a complex, psychic net through the tether, using Creature's magic as a loom. He didn't attack the diadem's offer of knowledge. He agreed with it. He projected a thirst for understanding so vast, so cold, it matched the diadem's own corrupted ideal. He offered it a partnership, not with a house elf, but with the mind behind the elf. The diadem's magic stirred, interested. It probed the connection, seeking the brilliant, hungry mind it sensed. And Harry, let it find him. Just for a second, he showed it a fragment of his own consciousness, the cold, analytical black discipline, the fierce, burning will of the Potter Ember, the terrifying clarity with which he had unmade the ring. He showed it not a student, but a fellow academic of dark power. The diadem hesitated, intrigued by this new, unprecedented mind. In that moment of hesitation, Harry struck. Not with force, but with a question. A paradox wrapped in a legilimency probe, channeled through Creature's outstretched hand, which now hovered near the diadem. If you are the height of wisdom, Harry's magic asked, then tell me this, what is the one thing you cannot know? The diadem, designed to offer knowledge, was stumped. Its purpose was to answer. To be confronted with an unanswerable question, from a mind it almost respected, created a fatal stutter in its enchantment. The answer, Harry whispered through the link, is what it feels like to be unmade by a greater understanding. Let me show you. And he poured into the diadem, through Creature, the memory, not the pain this time, but the certainty, of the ring's inversion. The intellectual certainty that preservation was pointless in the face of superior will. The diadem's sapphire flared with a blinding blue light. Then, the light turned inwards, sucked into the center of the gem. The silver tarnished, flaked, and fell apart like rotten lace. The sapphire dimmed to a dull, lifeless gray and cracked down the middle with a soundless snap. It was done. The third Horcrux, destroyed. But as the diadem's magic died, it let out a final, psychic shriek, a beacon of its destruction. And through Creature's link, Harry felt something else. Something vast, cold, and infinitely angry, turning its attention towards Hogwarts. Towards him. It was a consciousness of snake-like focus and oceanic rage. It had felt another death. Voldemort. And he was looking. Creature, get out. Now. Harry screamed in his mind. The elf grabbed the broken diadem and disappeared with a crack just as the door to the room of requirement blasted inward. Not with physical force, but with a wave of paralyzing, soul-numbing cold. Dementors. No. Worse. Through the dissolving link, Harry's last sight was of a tall, skeletal figure with red eyes, standing in the shattered doorway, his fury making the very air in the room of hidden things boil and freeze simultaneously. Then the link severed. Harry was thrown back onto the grimy floor of the Hog's Head, his nose bleeding, his mind reeling from the violent disconnect and the after-image of those hellish red eyes. Arcturus hauled him up. What happened? He's there, Harry gasped, the taste of copper and terror in his mouth. He's at Hogwarts. He felt it. He saw Creature. Or felt me. A moment later, Creature appeared in the room, clutching the broken diadem, his eyes wide with primal terror. He is coming. The Dark Lord. He is coming for the young master. He knows. The door to their rented room burst open. But it wasn't Voldemort. It was Aberforth Dumbledore, his face grim, his wand drawn. You, he growled at Arcturus. And the kid, you've lit the bloody fuse. Get out. Now. The whole forest is about to catch fire, and you're standing in the middle of it. They fled into the night, back to the safety of Grimmauld Place's wards. But as the carriage raced through the darkness, Harry knew safety was an illusion. He had stared into the eyes of the devil. And the devil had stared back. And he was coming. The carriage ride back to London was a blur of shadow and pain. The psychic backlash from the severed link with Creature felt like a hot wire had been yanked out of Harry's frontal lobe. His nose hadn't just bled, it had seeped dark, viscous fluid that smelled of ozone and burnt magic. Arcturus said nothing, his face a granite mask in the intermittent flashes of passing street lamps, but his hand never left the head of his cane, his knuckles pale. Creature huddled on the floor between them, clutching the broken diadem to his chest, rocking back and forth, muttering a continuous stream of apologies and terror. Creature is sorry, the Dark Lord's eyes, they burned, Creature has led him to the young master. Silence, elf, Arcturus finally snapped, his voice like a whip crack in the confined space. You succeeded. The cost is irrelevant. What matters is the reaction. Back in Grimmauld Place, the house felt like it was holding its breath. The usual murmurs were silent. The portraits watched, wide-eyed and wary, as Arcturus half-carried Harry up the stairs to the alchemy laboratory, not his bedroom. This was damage of a different kind. He was laid on a cold stone worktable. Arcturus moved with a speed belying his years, mixing powders and liquids that smoked and hissed. The link was not just mental, it was magical. He didn't just see you. He tasted your magic. Your signature is now known to him. This changes everything. He forced a foul-tasting potion down Harry's throat. It felt like swallowing liquid nitrogen, freezing the chaotic pain in his head into a manageable, throbbing crystal. The diadem, Harry croaked, his throat raw. Is here. Arcturus placed the two halves of the sapphire and the crumpled silver lace on the table beside him. A trophy. And proof. 3 anchors gone. He is bleeding out his immortality. He will be weaker than he has ever been since that Halloween night. But a wounded animal is at its most dangerous. He will not be subtle. He will not play political games. He will come for you with everything he has left. The potion allowed Harry to sit up, the world solidifying around him. The cold pool of his magic was choppy, polluted with the echo of Voldemort's rage. The contained star felt distant, dimmed by shock. How long? Days. A week at most. He will need to regroup, to rally his most fanatical followers. The attack on Hogwarts was a statement, but also a distraction. He was there for the diadem. You stole it from under his nose. His pride is as wounded as his soul. A grim, triumphant light burned in Arcturus's eyes. You have done what Dumbledore could not in 50 years. You have made him mortal, and you have made him afraid. The next 48 hours were a regimen of brutal recovery and frantic preparation. Harry's mind, scarred by the connection, was drilled even harder in occlumency. He had to rebuild his walls, but now they couldn't just be blank, they had to be camouflaged. He practiced projecting false magical signatures, feeble, chaotic, innocent, to mask the cold, dark core of his power. He layered misdirection over his mental landscape, creating psychic dead ends and false emotions. Arcturus sent out a flurry of messages via Hawk Patronus and ghostly, untraceable charmed paper. The network was activated. Tiberius Ogden reported the ministry was in lockdown, Fudge refusing to believe Voldemort's return despite the Hogwarts attack, now officially blamed on rogue dementors and a tragic accident in the come-and-go room. The Daily Prophet headlines screamed about school safety, ignoring the whispered truth. Narcissus' response was more chilling. Lucius had been summoned. The Dark Lord had taken residence in the Malfoy Manor. He was changed. Not the charismatic, terrifyingly handsome leader of before. He was thinner, paler, his voice a serpent's hiss of pure, unadulterated fury. He spoke of a thief in the dark, a poisoner of legacy. He had tasked his inner circle with one priority: find the thief. He didn't say Harry's name, but he described the magical signature he'd felt, cold, old, and sharp as a black family dagger, yet with a strange, fiery undertone. He knows it's you, Arcturus said, pacing the study. But he doesn't understand what you are. The mixture confuses him. That is our advantage. We must press it. Their focus shifted from acquisition to defense and counter-strike. Grimmauld Place's ancient wards were strengthened with blood magic, Harry's blood, willingly given, smeared on the doorframes and windowsills by creatures' trembling hands. The house groaned in approval, its darkness embracing its true heir. But Arcturus knew a fortress, however strong, could be besieged. You cannot stay here forever. And we cannot win by hiding. We must control the narrative. We must show the world that the power that is wounding the Dark Lord is also the power that can protect them. How? Harry asked. He was dressed in simple black practice robes, his body still aching but his mind clear, sharpened by adversity. The ministry is the key, Arcturus said, stabbing a bony finger at the map. Fudge's denial is a cancer. It leaves the populace defenseless and feeds Dumbledore's martyr complex. We must cut it out. We must expose the truth in a way that cannot be ignored, and we must be seen as the alternative to both Fudge's cowardice and Dumbledore's failed ideology. A public confrontation, Harry deduced. Not with him, not yet, with his servants. Arcturus's smile was thin and cruel. There is a gathering, a fundraising gala for the Saint Mungo's werewolf ward, hosted by the Department of Magical Creatures. A soft target, full of soft people. Lucius, in a bid to maintain his respectable facade, will be there, as will several other marked but unexposed Death Eaters. It is the perfect venue for a demonstration. The plan was audacious. Harry would attend the gala, not in disguise, but as himself. As Harry Potter Black, he would be the bait and the snare. The Death Eaters, under Voldemort's orders to find him, would be unable to resist. In the heart of the ministry's social event, surrounded by witnesses, he would force their hand, expose them, and dismantle them. It was a move of breathtaking arrogance. It was also, Harry saw, the only move that made sense. They had to take the fight public, on their terms. The night of the gala, Harry stood once more in the entrance hall. His robes were not the battle leathers of Boragend or the severe cloak of the Wizengamot. They were elegant, floor-length black dress robes, subtly embroidered with silver thread that hinted at protective runes rather than decoration. He looked every inch the young, deadly aristocrat. Doria's wand was a slim weight in a holster along his forearm. Arcturus looked him over, a general inspecting his champion. Remember, you are not there to slaughter. You are there to unveil. Let them attack first. Let the crowd see the masks fall. Then, defend yourself with extreme prejudice. The public's sympathy lies with the victim who fights back with stunning power. Be that victim. Be that power. He handed Harry a delicate silver mask, covering only the upper half of his face. A nod to tradition, and a useful focus for peripheral vision spells. Creature, polished and wearing a crest emblazoned tea towel like a livery, popped him directly to the appointed apparition point just outside the ministry's grand ballroom entrance. The contrast was jarring. After the grim silence of Grimmauld Place, the ballroom was a riot of light, color, and inane chatter. Enchanted fairies flitted in crystal chandeliers. Wizards in peacock-bright robes and witches in glittering gowns laughed and gossiped, their worries seemingly as light as the champagne bubbles in their glasses. The air smelled of perfume, canapés, and willful ignorance. Harry stepped through the arched doorway, and a ripple of recognition spread outwards. The chatter didn't die, it hushed, then intensified into frantic whispers. Eyes widened behind masks and fans. He saw the expressions: curiosity, fear, disgust, and in a few, a hungry fascination. He ignored them all. He moved with a calm, unhurried grace towards the edge of the dance floor, a shark gliding through a coral reef of gaudy fish. He felt the hostile gazes before he saw them. From a knot of wizards near the minister's podium, Lucius Malfoy's icy eyes tracked him, his expression one of perfectly cultivated disdain, but Harry saw the tension in his jaw, the slight tremor in the hand holding his champagne flute. Nearby, a wizard with a heavy jaw and dull eyes, Crabbe Sr., leaned in to whisper to Goyle Sr. Their magic, normally sluggish, was coiled tight with aggressive intent. He had taken up a position near a large, ornamental fountain of sparkling wine when it began. A server, a young witch with a tray of glasses, tripped near him. The tray flew from her hands, glasses shattering, liquid spraying towards Harry. It was a juvenile provocation, designed to make him flinch, to reveal a weakness. Harry didn't move. A flick of his finger under his robe, a whisper of will. The spray of wine and shattered crystal froze in midair a foot from him, hanging in a glittering, suspended constellation for all to see, before he gently directed it to spill harmlessly onto the marble floor with a soft tinkling sigh. The nearby guests gasped. The server scrambled away, terrified. Next came the subtle magic. A creeping, cold draft jinx aimed at his legs, meant to make him stumble. Harry absorbed it into the cold pool of his own magic, feeling no more than a slight chill. A whispering hex, trying to fill his ears with static. His occlumency walls shrugged it off. They were testing him, probing his defenses. He gave them nothing. Then, Lucius made his move. He glided over, his smile venomously polite. Potter Black. How unexpected to see you here. One wonders what cause brings a recluse to such a festive event. The same cause that brings a viper to a bird's nest, Lucius, Harry replied, his voice carrying just enough to be heard by those nearby. Opportunity. Lucius's smile tightened. Careful, boy. This is a civilized gathering. Is it? Harry looked past him, directly at Crabbe and Goyle, who were now moving to flank him. It seems to be attracting rather uncivilized elements. That was the signal. Crabbe, never known for subtlety, made a clumsy grabbing motion, his meaty hand shooting out to seize Harry's arm. Ministry business. Come with us. The touch was the trigger. The moment Crabbe's fingers made contact, Harry's pre-planned response activated. He didn't pull away. He let the magic flow. Flagranti, he whispered. Crabbe's hand, where it touched Harry's robe, burst into searing, magical flames. Not fire, but a heat that burned through magical shields. Crabbe roared in shock and pain, yanking his blistering hand back. Chaos erupted. Goyle lunged, his wand appearing. Stupefy. Harry didn't bother with a shield. He sidestepped, the red jet missing him by inches and striking a statue of a benevolent-looking healer, which toppled with a crash. The crowd screamed, beginning to scatter. Lucius's facade shattered. Enough of this. His wand was in his hand, a sleek, deadly thing. Incarcerus. But the ropes he shot were black and barbed, a Death Eater's spell, not a ministry official's. Harry finally drew Doria's wand. A slashing motion. Sectum Sempra. The black ropes were severed in midair, dissolving into ash. Death Eater. Someone in the crowd shrieked, finally putting a name to the magic. The revelation was out. Lucius's face twisted with fury. He cast a blasting curse at the fountain, sending a deluge of wine and stone shrapnel towards Harry, a distraction. Crabbe and Goyle, ignoring their burns, charged from either side. This was the moment. The unveiling. Harry planted his feet. He didn't try to block the shrapnel. He gathered it. With a sweeping gesture of his wand and a surge of will, he used a modified arresto momentum combined with a reductor charm, not to stop the debris, but to spin it, to control it. The shards of stone and liquid formed a whirling, razor-edged vortex around him, a protective, deadly tornado. Crabbe and Goyle ran straight into it. They were cut to ribbons, not deeply, but painfully, their robes shredded, superficial cuts covering their bodies. They fell back, howling. Lucius, seeing his bruisers neutralized, eyes blazing with fury, aimed his wand not at Harry, but at the panicking crowd. Avada. He never finished. Harry was faster. He didn't use an unforgivable. He used transfiguration. He pointed his wand at the marble floor at Lucius's feet. Serpensortia maxima. But it wasn't a conjured snake. It was the marble itself that flowed, rising up in the shape of a gigantic, stone serpent that wrapped around Lucius's legs and torso, pinning his arms, the wand hand trapped. The stone was alive, grinding, constricting. Lucius screamed, a sound of pure agony as ribs cracked. The ballroom was in pandemonium. Aurors, finally reacting, were pushing through the crowd, wands drawn. But they stopped, stunned by the scene. A bleeding Crabbe and Goyle, Lucius Malfoy trapped in a living stone serpent, and in the center, calm and unruffled, stood a teenage boy lowering his wand, the frozen vortex of debris settling gently to the floor around him like macabre confetti. Harry looked at the Aurors, then at the horrified, fascinated crowd. He spoke, his voice magically amplified, cool and clear. You see the face of your enemy. Not in shadows, but here, among you. They do not wear masks tonight, but their magic betrays them. While your minister denies and your headmaster hesitates, they move. I will not. He turned and began to walk towards the exit. The crowd parted for him, a sea of stunned faces. The Aurors made no move to stop him. What would they charge him with? Self-defense. Revealing the truth. At the archway, he paused and looked back at Lucius, still struggling in the stone serpent's grip. Tell your master, Harry said, his words meant for Lucius alone but carrying in the silence, the thief is waiting. And he is not hiding. He left the ballroom, the echoes of chaos fading behind him. He walked through the ministry's glittering halls, past gawping officials, and out into the cool night air. He had done it. He had exposed them. He had drawn a line in the sand of their own gilded ballroom. Back at Grimmauld Place, Arcturus was waiting, a rare, full smile on his face. The news, via enchanted portrait, had already arrived. Perfect. The narrative is yours. The ministry cannot ignore this. Fudge's position is untenable. Dumbledore's passive strategy is in ruins. You are no longer the heir in the shadows. You are the warrior in the light. But as Harry climbed the stairs to his room, the adrenaline fading, he didn't feel triumphant. He saw Lucius's trapped, furious face. He heard the crack of his ribs. He had won the battle of perception. Yet, the devil's gaze from Hogwarts felt closer than ever. He had thrown down a gauntlet in the most public way possible. And somewhere, in the darkness of Malfoy Manor, a wounded, infinitely angry serpent was now staring at that gauntlet, and would soon pick it up. The game had escalated. And the next move would be Voldemort's. The silence of Grimmauld Place the next morning was not the usual oppressive quiet. It was the thick, buzzing silence after a lightning strike, air charged with ozone and consequence. Harry stood in his room, the elegant black dress robes from the gala discarded on the floor like a shed skin. In the clear, gray light of dawn, the events of the ballroom played behind his eyes with crystalline clarity. The frozen wine, the barbed ropes, the stone serpent, Lucius's cracked ribs. The cold satisfaction of a perfect tactical strike was there, a steady hum in his core. But beneath it, a new sensation vibrated, a heightened, razor-edge awareness. He had stepped from the shadows onto a brightly lit stage, and the spotlight was a target. Downstairs, the house was already receiving the echoes of the storm he'd unleashed. The morning's edition of the Daily Prophet lay on the dining table, delivered by a terrified owl that had pecked at the window until Creature let it in. The headline screamed in letters a foot high. Scandal at St. Mungo's Gala. Death Eaters unmasked. Lucius Malfoy apprehended, Harry Potter Black claims self-defense. The photograph showed a frozen moment. Harry, calm amidst swirling debris, one pointed at Lucius encased in stone. It was a powerful, dangerous image. The article beneath was a masterpiece of confused journalism. Fudge quoted sputtering about regrettable disturbances and unverified claims, while eyewitness accounts described the black, barbed ropes, and unmistakable dark magic from Malfoy. Amelia Bones gave a terse statement confirming an inquiry. There was no mention of Dumbledore. Arcturus read it with his morning tea, a slow smile spreading. The dam has cracked. Fudge is trying to plug it with his fingers, but the truth is flooding through. You are no longer a rumor. You are a fact with a photograph. But the prophet was not the only male. A scroll of official parchment, sealed with the Wizengamot sigil, arrived by Ministry Hawk. A summons for Harry Potter Black to give testimony before the full Wizengamot in 3 days' time regarding the events at the Ministry Ballroom. It was not a request. They want to control the narrative, Arcturus said, examining the summons. To either condemn you as a violent agitator or co-opt you as a ministry asset. We will do neither. We will use their stage to deliver our own verdict. The rest of the day was spent crafting that verdict. Harry was not to be a defensive witness, he was to be a prosecuting force. With Arcturus playing devil's advocate, they rehearsed testimony, anticipating questions, shaping answers into damning indictments of ministry incompetence and Death Eater infiltration. Harry's words would be sparse, factual, and coldly precise. He would not appeal to emotion, he would present evidence, his own memory of the curses cast, which, under Veritaserum, which they would inevitably demand, would be unimpeachable. They will ask why you were there, Arcturus drilled. To see if the rumors of Death Eater influence in high society were true. They will say you provoked the confrontation. I allowed their provocation to reveal their true nature. A healer does not provoke a disease by diagnosing it. They will ask about your training, your motives. My motive is survival. My training is the legacy of my family, applied to the threats this government ignores. It was a performance, but one where every line was deadly truth. In the afternoon, a different kind of message arrived. Not an owl, but a soft, silver mist that coalesced in the study into the shape of a phoenix. It spoke with Albus Dumbledore's voice, weary and grave. The stakes are higher than you know, Harry. The path you are on leads to a precipice where light and dark become indistinguishable. Meet me. The third booth at the back of the Hog's Head. Tonight. Come alone. The mist dissolved. Arcturus's face darkened. He seeks to undermine you. To appeal to sentiment, to the boy he thinks is buried in you. He's afraid, Harry said, analyzing the tone. Not of me, but of what my actions are triggering. The equilibrium he managed is shattered. You will not go. I will, Harry decided. Not for his sake. For intelligence. He is the other major player. I need to see his hand. Arcturus argued, but Harry's will was firm. This was not disobedience, it was strategic reconnaissance. He went as night fell, disguised not by magic, but by a simple hooded cloak, apparating to Hogsmeade under a new, false trace Arcturus had arranged. The Hog's Head was as foul-smelling and unwelcoming as ever. Aberforth glared at him from behind the bar but said nothing, nodding curtly towards the back. In the third booth, shrouded in shadow and the smoke from his own pipe, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked old. Not wise old, but tired old, the weight of a collapsing world bowing his shoulders. Thank you for coming, Harry, he said, gesturing to the seat opposite. I presume you are not alone in spirit, but I asked you come alone in body. A small courtesy. Harry sat, keeping his hood up. You said the stakes are high. I am aware. Awareness is not understanding, Dumbledore said softly, his blue eyes piercing the gloom. By destroying the Horcruxes, you have done a great service. And you have unleashed a whirlwind. Tom is no longer a specter in the shadows. He is a wounded, cornered beast. The attack at the gala, it was brilliantly executed. And it has forced his next move, which will be one of overwhelming, indiscriminate violence. You would have preferred I stayed hidden. Let his servants continue to infiltrate, to poison. I would have preferred a united front. Dumbledore's voice sharpened, then fell again. But unity requires trust. And you, my boy, have been taught to trust no one. Arcturus has built you well. A perfect, isolated weapon. But a weapon cannot build a peace. Peace was an illusion maintained by your silence, Harry stated. You knew he would return. You hid me, you hid the truth, you built a child into a symbol to comfort the masses. That is not strategy. It is sentiment. Dumbledore flinched. I sought to protect you. To give you a life before the burden. I had a life. In a cupboard. While you let the wizarding world sleep. Harry leaned forward. You speak of trust. You left me with muggles who hated me, on the word of a blood magic you didn't fully understand. You left the other Harry, the one you chose, to be a puppet. Your trust is a leash. I have chosen freedom. Freedom. Dumbledore's eyes were terribly sad. Look inside yourself, Harry. Is it freedom you feel? Or is it the cold exhilaration of a hawk released from its hood, seeing only prey? Arcturus has not freed you. He has given you a new cage, one made of legacy and vengeance. Your magic, it is so cold. It frightens me. For a second, the words found a crack. The image of the dependent, of the endless, cold circle, flashed in Harry's mind. He locked it away. My magic is controlled. It is efficient. It is what the world needs now, not more warm, useless words. Dumbledore sighed, a sound of infinite defeat. Then we are at an impasse. I came to offer an alliance. Against him. A temporary truce between our methodologies. But I see you do not want a partner. You want a throne. He reached into his robes and placed a small, smooth stone on the sticky table between them. It was a dull gray. This is a token. A means of direct communication, if you change your mind. Or if you need sanctuary, when the storm you have summoned breaks over your head. My offer of protection, for the boy you once were, still stands. Harry looked at the stone, then at Dumbledore's aged, sorrowful face. He felt nothing. No temptation. No gratitude. The stone was just another tool, another potential weakness. He did not take it. The storm is here, Headmaster, Harry said, standing. And I am not hiding from it. I am the Eye. He turned and left the pub, feeling Dumbledore's gaze on his back like a physical weight. The meeting had yielded little new intelligence, but it had confirmed the old wizard's position, reactive, moral, and hopelessly outmatched by the new, brutal calculus of the war. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place with his conviction hardened. The next 2 days were a flurry of preparation for the Wizengamot. But the world outside did not wait. Reports trickled in via Ogden in the Elf Network. Attacks. Not on symbolic places, but on people. The family of a low-level ministry clerk who had spoken out against pureblood bias, found dead in their home, the dark mark hovering above. A Muggle-born shopkeeper in Diagon Alley, vanished, his store looted and burned. It was terrorism, designed to spread panic, to punish the population for Harry's exposure of their masters. Voldemort's response was not a duel. It was a plague. The morning of the Wizengamot session dawned grey and heavy with impending rain. Harry dressed with deliberate care, robes of deep charcoal, severe but not funereal, the black crest discreetly embroidered over his heart. He was a claimant, not a mourner. Arcturus accompanied him this time, not as a shadow, but as the patriarch, his own robes of office making him look like a judge from a darker age. They entered the ministry through the main atrium, eschewing secrecy. The effect was immediate. The usual bustle froze. Witches and wizards stopped mid-stride, staring as the two black-clad figures walked through the gleaming hall towards the courtrooms. Whispers followed them like a wake. That's him, the one from the prophet, he looks so young, they say he made a stone snake. The Wizengamot chamber was packed. Every plum-colored seat was filled. The air crackled with tension. As Harry and Arcturus entered, a silence fell, deeper than before. All eyes were on them. Harry saw familiar faces. Amelia Bones, stern and impartial at the chief warlock's seat. The vulture-faced Umbridge, smiling a sickly sweet smile that didn't reach her piggy eyes. Arthur Weasley, looking worried. And in the seats for the accused, Lucius Malfoy, freed on some technicality, his face a mask of pale, contained fury, one arm in a sling. Harry and Arcturus took their places at the witness and family benches. The session was called to order. Amelia Bones spoke, her voice echoing in the silent room. This session is convened to examine the events of the night of the 23rd at the Ministry Ballroom, and to hear testimony from Harry James Potter Black. Veritaserum has been authorized. Do you consent, Mr. Potter Black? I do, Harry said, his voice clear. A witch approached with a phial of clear liquid. 3 drops on his tongue. The world took on a sharp, hyper-real focus. He felt the compulsion to speak truth, a gentle pressure against his occlumency walls. He let it in, but only to the surface. The deep truths, the secrets of Grimmauld, of the Horcruxes, remained locked away behind partitions the serum couldn't reach. The questioning began, led by Bones herself. It was meticulous. Harry answered every question with flat, unadorned fact. Yes, he had attended the gala. Yes, he had been aware of Lucius Malfoy's presence. Yes, the first aggressive magic had been a tripping jinx on a server, followed by a cold draft hex. He described the spells cast against him. The flagranti on Crabbe's hand, the black incarcerus from Malfoy, the blasting curse aimed at the crowd. In your response, Bones asked. Neutralization of immediate threats. Containment of the most dangerous aggressor. The serpent made of stone. That is an advanced, dangerous transfiguration. It was non-lethal. It prevented the casting of an unforgivable curse aimed at the crowd. I identified the incantation beginning. A murmur ran through the chamber. Lucius's face went whiter. You claim Lucius Malfoy attempted the killing curse. I claim he began the incantation. Avada. The intent was clear. Umbridge stood, her voice a simpering trill. Surely, Chief Warlock, we cannot take the word of a traumatized boy, under a serum that can be fooled, against that of a respected ministry benefactor. The magic of the ropes he used is recorded in the Auror archives as a signature of the group known as Death Eaters, Bones said coldly. That is not in dispute. She turned back to Harry. Why did you take it upon yourself to act? Why not alert the Aurors present? Here was the crux. Harry looked not at Bones, but at the assembled Wizengamot, his gaze sweeping across their fearful, curious faces. Because, he said, the Veritaserum giving his words a ringing, undeniable weight, the Aurors were not acting. Because the culture of this ministry is one of denial. Because when darkness moves in polite society, it is often met with polite silence. I broke that silence. It was an accusation, not a defense. The chamber stirred uncomfortably. Then, Lucius Malfoy stood, his voice a silken snarl. This, child, is a known radical. Schooled in the dark arts by a recluse who has long spurned our laws. He attacked us out of a deranged desire for notoriety. Look at him. He sits there, cold as a serpent, offering lies coated in truth serum. I demand the right to question him. Bones hesitated, then nodded. You may ask one question, Mr. Malfoy. Relevant to the events. Lucius leaned forward, his good hand gripping the rail of his box, his eyes locked on Harry's with pure, venomous hatred. Where, he hissed, the word dripping with implication, were you educated? What dark pit spawned this precision? It was a trap. To name Arcturus, to name Grimmauld, would be to paint himself as a product of the very darkness he fought. But the Veritaserum compelled an answer. Harry met his gaze. He felt the serum pull at his throat. He let the answer come, but he shaped it with the core truth of his identity. I was educated, Harry said, each word falling like a stone, in the reality this chamber denies. In the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, where your side left me to rot. And in the house of my ancestors, where I learned that blood is not a curse, but a responsibility. I was forged in neglect and tempered in legacy. That is my education. That is my proof. The answer was a detonation. It wasn't what Lucius wanted. It was better. It was human and terrible. It spoke of Dumbledore's failure, of the Dursleys' cruelty, of the Black family's harsh salvation. It made him not a monster, but a phenomenon, a survivor turned weapon by the world's own failings. Lucius, stunned, had no retort. The chamber erupted into shouted arguments. But before Bones could gavel for order, the doors of the chamber burst open. A young Auror, his face ashen, stumbled in. Chief Warlock. Emergency. There's been an attack at Hogwarts. A massive force, Death Eaters, giants. The wards are buckling. Pandemonium. Wizards leapt to their feet, drawing wands. The session was forgotten. Dumbledore, who had been sitting quietly in the observers' gallery, was already moving, his face grim. Harry stood. He looked at Arcturus, who gave a single, sharp nod. This was it. The wounded beast's lunge. Not at him directly, but at the heart of the old world, at the symbol of the light. A diversion, or a true target. It didn't matter. The battlefield was chosen. As the Wizengamot dissolved into chaos around him, Harry felt a strange calm. The political theater was over. The real war had found its stage. He turned to Arcturus. Hogwarts. Go, Arcturus said, his eyes blazing with a warlord's fire. Show them what a weapon forged in our house can do. But remember, the enemy is not just at the gates. He is in the shadows behind you. Harry didn't wait for the ministry's flow or its permissions. He strode from the chamber, through the panicked crowds, and out into the atrium. He had no loyalty to Hogwarts. But it was the Crucible. Dumbledore was there. The Shadow was there. And Voldemort would be there. He reached the apparition point. He thought of the castle's gates, of the feeling of its ancient magic. He focused, ignoring the ministry's anti-apparition jinxes, his will a blade cutting through the red tape of magical law. With a crack that echoed in the suddenly silent atrium, he vanished. He was going to the storm. And he would be its deadliest part. The world twisted and snapped, the ordered marble of the ministry atrium dissolving into a vortex of nauseating pressure. Harry's apparition was not a gentle pop. It was a declaration, a sea lie of the ministry's protective enchantments that left a scorched, magical aftertaste in the air behind him. He landed not on the smooth gravel of the Hogwarts gates, but on the crest of a hill overlooking the castle, a spot he'd seen in one of the Black Library's strategic surveys of magical strongholds. The sight below was not a battle, it was an unraveling. Hogwarts, that monolithic symbol of enchanted safety, was bleeding light into the twilight. Entire sections of the outer wall were rubble, great stone blocks scattered like a child's discarded bricks. The air thrummed with a discordant symphony of combat, the basso roar of giants, the sharp cracks of apparating Death Eaters, the sizzling reports of countless curses, and beneath it all, the high, terrified screams of students. Fires glowed in the windows of the Astronomy Tower and the Ravenclaw Common Room. The Quidditch pitch was a burning wreck. Dark shapes, Dementors, hundreds of them, swirled like a malevolent fog over the forbidden forest, their presence a sucking cold that even from this distance made Harry's breath fog. And giants, 3 of them, each as tall as the castle's lower towers, were methodically pounding the ancient stone walls with tree-sized clubs, their bellows of mindless rage shaking the ground. It was chaos. But to Harry's trained eye, it was a chaos with patterns. The Death Eaters were not a disciplined army, they were raiders, focused on destruction and terror. They moved in packs, chasing panicked students, dueling the flashes of red and gold that were the teachers and order members. The giants were the blunt instruments, the ward breakers. The Dementors were the psychological weapon, sapping hope, clearing the way. And at the center of it all, from the heart of the castle, a brilliant, steady blue-white light pulsed. Dumbledore's magic, holding a vast, shimmering dome of protection over the Great Hall and the hospital wing. A last refuge. But the dome was flickering under the onslaught of curses from a concentrated circle of black-robed figures. Harry's mind, cold and swift as a river in winter, analyzed. The giants were the immediate tactical threat. They would breach the inner courtyard soon, and then the slaughter would be unstoppable. The Dementors were a strategic problem, but they required a Patronus, a tool he did not possess. The Death Eaters were targets of opportunity. He had no loyalty to this castle. But he understood symbolism. Hogwarts falling would be a psychic wound from which the light might never recover. It would cement Voldemort's resurrection as an unstoppable force. That was unacceptable. The narrative had to be controlled. He started down the hill, not running, but moving with a predator's swift, ground-eating lope. As he entered the shattered grounds, the reality of the battle engulfed him. The smell of burnt wood, ozone, and blood. The heat of uncontrolled fiendfire licking at the greenhouses. The body of a Hufflepuff student, too still, half buried under fallen masonry. A Death Eater in a silver mask lunged from behind a burning pumpkin patch, his wand spitting a sickly yellow curse. Another brat. Cruck. Harry didn't break stride. His left hand came up, fingers splayed. A shield of shimmering, mercury-like force, Protega, interposed itself. The Cruciatus curse splashed against it and dissipated. With his right hand, he flicked Doria's wand. Levicorpus. The Death Eater was jerked into the air by his ankle, hanging upside down, his mask clattering to the ground to reveal a face contorted in surprise. Harry didn't pause to look. A second flick. A pugno. The Death Eater's own wand, torn from his grip, spun in the air and shot backwards like a bullet, striking its owner square in the forehead with a sickening crunch. The man went limp. Harry released the spell, letting the body drop, and moved on. He was a ghost in the chaos, a bringer of silent, efficient ends. He passed a duel between Professor Flitwick and 2 Death Eaters. The tiny charms master was a whirlwind of defensive magic, but he was being pushed back. Harry didn't join the duel. He transfigured a shattered stone gargoyle at the Death Eater's feet into a swarm of furious, razor-sharp hornets. As they screamed and batted at the magical insects, Flitwick's stunned hexes found their marks. Harry was already past, his eyes fixed on the nearest giant. The giant was female, her hide covered in warty scars, her hair a wild tangle of vines and filth. She was hammering her club against the base of the Gryffindor tower, each blow sending cracks racing up the stone. Students huddled in the upper windows, trapped. Harry assessed. Direct assault was folly. The giant's magic-resistant hide would shrug off most spells. But giants, like all large creatures, had a weakness: balance. And the ground was his canvas. He ran closer, dodging a chunk of flying masonry. He stopped, planting his feet, and plunged his wand into the churned earth. He poured his will into it, not with a shout, but with a focused, grinding intent. The spell was a hybrid of transfiguration and elemental magic, something he'd theorized but never tested at this scale. Terra collapses. The earth in a 50-foot radius around the giant's feet didn't just soften. It turned into a bottomless, viscous mire, a magical quicksand that sucked with terrifying force. The giant's next step sank knee-deep. She bellowed in confusion, trying to pull her leg free, only to sink further. She dropped her club and flailed, her weight working against her. Within seconds, she was trapped up to her chest, her roars turning to panicked gurgles as the mire crept higher. One threat neutralized. Not dead, but immobilized, out of the fight. He turned towards the next. This one had seen its companion's fate. It turned from battering the walls and lumbered towards Harry, its tiny eyes blazing with stupid rage. It swung its club in a vast, horizontal arc, a blow that would pulverize a house. Harry didn't dodge backwards. He ran forward, under the arc, his robes whipping around him. As the club passed overhead, he leapt, a wordless Wingardium Leviosa on his own body giving him impossible height. He landed on the giant's swinging arm, ran up its length like a squirrel on a branch, and vaulted onto its shoulder. The giant swatted at him with its free hand, a movement clumsy and slow to Harry's enhanced perceptions. He ducked, clinging to matted hair. He could smell its foul breath, see the lice crawling in its hide. He raised his wand, not aiming for the thick skull, but for the ear canal, a vulnerable point to sonic vibration. Sonoris Maxima. Reducto. He amplified his own voice to a deafening, focused point and channeled it into a blasting charm directly into the giant's ear. The effect was instant and gruesome. The giant screamed, a sound of pure, brain-rattling agony, and clutched its head. It staggered, blinded by pain, and crashed into the castle wall with the force of a landslide, before collapsing in a twitching heap, blood seeping from its ears. 2 down. The third giant, seeing both its kin fallen, let out a howl of fury and changed course, stomping towards him. But Harry's display had drawn other attention. A volley of curses, green, purple, black, shot from a cluster of Death Eaters who had broken off from assaulting Dumbledore's dome. They recognized him. The thief. The provocateur. Harry dropped from the stunned giant's shoulder, rolling as curses cratered the ground where he'd stood. He came up in a crouch, his mind splitting, performing multiple calculations at once. 5 Death Eaters. Various angles. Cover. A shattered fountain to his left. He didn't seek cover. He attacked. Glacius. A wave of freezing air shot from his wand, not at the Death Eaters, but at the ground in front of them. A sheet of black ice spread, sending 2 of them sprawling. Confringo. The blasting curse hit the fountain, not to destroy it, but to explode it into 1,000 shards of stone and water. He guided the shrapnel with a sweeping banishing charm, sending a hailstorm of stone at the remaining 3. It was brutal, asymmetrical warfare. He used the environment, transfiguration, and combined spells in ways they'd never trained for. One Death Eater raised a shield against the stone shards. Harry vanished the shield itself with a complex finite, leaving the man exposed to the next volley. Another tried to apparate behind him. Harry, sensing the magical disturbance, cast a localized anti-apparition jinch just as the man materialized, causing him to splinch horribly, his arm remaining behind as he screamed. In less than a minute, the squad was neutralized, unconscious, incapacitated, or dead. He was breathing hard now, sweat tracing lines through the grime on his face. The cold pool of his magic was being drawn from deeply. But the immediate area around the main breach was clearing. Teachers and Order members, emboldened, began pushing back against the disoriented Death Eaters. Then, he felt it. A wave of such profound, soul-numbing cold that it had nothing to do with the weather. The Dementors. They had coalesced into a single, vast, black cloud and were drifting towards the Great Hall, towards where the most concentrated life and hope still huddled. Against them, the flashes of silver from Patronus charms, a stag, a otter, a terrier, seemed pitifully small, like candles in a hurricane. He couldn't fight them. Not like this. The memory of his failure in the ballroom stabbed at him. He had no happy memory potent enough. He had only will. And cold, controlled will was what Dementors fed on. He saw a flash of red hair near the entrance to the hall, the Weasleys, fighting to hold the doors. He saw a bushy-haired girl trying to herd younger students inside. And he saw, for a heart-stopping second, a small, skinny figure with round glasses and a determined, terrified face, standing on the steps, a wand held in a shaking hand, facing the approaching darkness. The shadow. Trying to be brave. Trying to be a hero. A Dementor broke from the cloud and swooped low towards him. The shadow raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A feeble wisp of silver emerged, then died. The Dementor reached for him, its rotting, cloaked form radiating despair. Something hot and fierce and utterly unbidden erupted in Harry's chest. It wasn't a happy memory. It was a white-hot bolt of pure, possessive fury. That thing was his mirror, his responsibility, his to break, not some soul-sucking phantoms to consume. The emotion was violent, chaotic, and for a second, it threatened to shatter his icy control. But he didn't fight it. He did something he'd never done before, he channeled it. He took that fierce, protective rage, born of the Black Blood's possessiveness and the Potter Ember's defiant love, and he forged it into a weapon. Not a memory of joy, but a declaration of absolute, territorial will. He didn't speak the incantation. He roared it, the sound tearing from his throat raw and primal, amplified by his magic. Expecto Patronum. What erupted from the tip of Doria's wand was not a gentle animal. It was a blast of pure, silvery force. A shockwave of solidified will that tore across the grounds. It had no shape, because it was not born of a singular happy memory, but of a furious, complex truth. I am. This is mine. You will not have it. The wave hit the Dementor cloud. Where Patronuses pushed back, this annihilated. Dementors shredded like paper in a gale, their cloaks dissolving into black smoke that was burned away by the relentless silver light. The cold retreated, replaced by a sudden, startling warmth. The shadow on the steps was knocked back by the concussion, but unharmed, staring in stupefied awe at the source of the magic. Every eye on the battlefield turned to Harry. He stood, panting, wand arm outstretched, surrounded by the fading echoes of impossible magic. He had cast a Patronus. A Patronus that was a weapon of mass destruction. In the sudden, ringing silence that followed, a new voice cut through, high, cold, and filled with a hatred so pure it made the Dementor's chill feel warm. You. He appeared in the center of the courtyard, as if formed from the shadows themselves. Tall, skeletally thin, his face whiter than bone, his slitted nostrils flaring, his red eyes burning with a fire that promised an eternity of pain. Lord Voldemort. He held a wand of yew, pointed not at Dumbledore, not at the castle, but directly at Harry. The thief, Voldemort hissed, the sound slithering into every mind. The poisoner. You have taken what is mine. You have dared to touch my soul. All other fighting ceased. Death Eaters fell back, forming a half-circle behind their master. The defenders of Hogwarts clustered near the hall doors, watching, wands ready but frozen. Dumbledore stood on the steps, his face ashen, his own wand held low but humming with power. The two most powerful wizards in the world, and between them, a boy. Harry lowered his wand arm. He felt the weight of that crimson gaze. It was a physical pressure, a psychic assault that sought to strip his mind bare, to find the fear and crush it. His occlumency walls, forged in the crucible of Arcturus's invasions and the Dependent's pain, held. They were black stone, unyielding. I haven't taken anything, Harry said, his voice calm, carrying in the stillness. I've simply cleaned up a mess. You left pieces of yourself lying around. It was inelegant. A ripple of sheer, incredulous fury went through the Death Eaters. Voldemort's lipless mouth stretched into a terrible smile. You have a tongue as sharp as your magic, child. I shall enjoy removing it. But first, you will tell me who taught you. Who showed you the paths to my treasures? Was it the old fool? His gaze flicked to Dumbledore. No, his magic stinks of forgiveness and lemon drops. Yours is older, colder, black. I am my own teacher, Harry said. He took a step forward, an act of unimaginable defiance. And I have learned that your immortality was a sham. A child's attempt to cheat death, leaving a trail of broken trinkets. You are not a god. You are a vandal with a philosophy. I am your death. Voldemort shrieked, and the air cracked with his power. He didn't cast a spell. He ripped one from the fabric of the world. A torrent of fiend fire, not in the shape of common beasts, but of screaming, twisted human faces, erupted from his wand and roared across the courtyard. Dumbledore moved, a shield of golden light springing to life to protect the students. But Harry was the target. He didn't try to block it. Fiendfire consumed magic. He did the only thing he could think of. He transfigured the ground in front of him into a cliff of solid, enchanted quartz, a non-flammable, magically inert barrier. The fire splashed against it, clawing, but found no purchase. Before the fire died, Harry struck back. Not with a curse, but with a concept. He focused on the memory of the ring's destruction, the feeling of a soul fragment unraveling. He didn't have a Horcrux to target, but he had the creator. He shot a lance of that unraveling intent, a psychic projectile woven with the cold negation of black magic, straight at Voldemort's mind. The Dark Lord staggered, just a half step. His red eyes widened in shock and pain. For the first time, he looked not just furious but uncertain. This magic was alien to him. It didn't attack the body, it attacked the premise of his existence. What are you? Voldemort whispered, a sliver of something like dread in his voice. I am the consequence, Harry said, his green eyes locking with the red ones. You broke the world to make a throne. I am the world, learning to break you back. It was too much. The pride, the fury, the cosmic insult of this boy's existence overwhelmed Voldemort's cunning. He raised his wand, the air coalescing around it into a vortex of pure, killing intent. The killing curse, but magnified, perfected, a spear of green light that seemed to drain the color from the very stones of Hogwarts. Harry knew he couldn't block it. He couldn't dodge. Its magic would follow. He had one desperate, insane idea. He remembered the day pendant, the transference of pain. Could he transfer this? Not into another being, but into the castle itself. Into the ancient, magical stone that had soaked up centuries of joy, fear, and life. As the green death shot towards him, Harry dropped his wand. He spread his arms wide, an open target. He opened his magical core, not to defend, but to receive. And at the last possible nanosecond, he didn't receive it into himself. He became a conduit. He channeled the killing curse's energy through him, using his own body as a focusing lens, and into the ground beneath his feet, into the bedrock of Hogwarts. The world went green, then white, then black. He felt the curse tear through him. Not his flesh, but his magic. It was agony beyond the cruciatus, a violation of his very essence. But he held the connection, screaming soundlessly, forcing the deathly energy into the earth. The ground erupted. Not in an explosion, but in a silent, profound unmaking. A circle of stone 50 feet across simply ceased to exist, turned to fine, gray ash. Harry stood at the epicenter, on a pillar of untouched ground, smoke rising from his clothes, his skin etched with Lichtenberg figures of blackened magic. He was alive. Barely. Voldemort stared, utterly confounded. His ultimate spell, absorbed by a boy and used to annihilate the earth. From the steps, Dumbledore found his voice. Enough, Tom. Your fight is with me. But Voldemort wasn't listening. He was staring at Harry, a new, terrifying light in his eyes. Not just hatred, but a dreadful, obsessive hunger. This boy was an anomaly. A weapon. A key. He had to be possessed, studied, broken, and remade. But the moment was lost. The giants were down. The Dementors were gone. His Death Eaters were wavering, spooked by the display of impossible magic from both sides. The Aurors, bolstered by the Ministry's sudden, panicked response, were beginning to apparate in at the edges of the grounds. With a snarl of infinite frustration, Voldemort's form dissolved into a whirlwind of black smoke. This is not over, boy. You are mine. Do you hear me? Mine. The words echoed over the castle as the smoke streamed away into the night, his followers fleeing with him. The battle was over. Hogwarts stood, scarred and smoking, but it stood. Harry dropped to his knees on his pillar of stone, the last of his strength gone. He was empty. The cold pool was a cracked, dry basin. The contained star was a guttering ember. He looked at his hands, they were shaking. Through blurred vision, he saw figures approaching. Dumbledore, his face etched with concern and awe. McGonagall, Flitwick, the Weasleys. And the Shadow, helped by the bushy-haired girl, staring at him with an expression that was no longer fear, but something like horrified reverence. He had saved them. He had faced the Dark Lord and survived. He had rewritten the story of the battle. But as Dumbledore reached a hand down to help him, Harry didn't take it. He looked past the old wizard, past the castle, towards the south where London lay. He had won the day. But the devil's gaze was now acclaim. And Harry knew, with a certainty that froze the last warm drop in his heart, that the real war for his soul had just begun. The world returned in shattered pieces. First, sound, a high, persistent ringing in his ears, like a bell struck once and never allowed to fade. Then, sensation, a cold, deep ache in his bones, as if his skeleton had been replaced with lead. Then, smell, ozone, burnt stone, and the coppery tang of blood, his own, he realized, trickling from his nose and the corners of his eyes. He was on his knees on the pillar of stone, the only solid ground in a sea of fine, gray ash that had once been the foundation of Hogwarts. The aftermath of the battle was a tapestry of chaos, but it unfolded around him in muffled, slow motion. Through the haze, he saw figures moving like ghosts through the settling dust. Aurors in scarlet robes sealing perimeters. Teachers herding dazed, soot-streaked students towards the Great Hall. The red-haired clan gathered around one of their own, a twin, he thought, lying too still on a stretcher. And closer, standing at the edge of the ash circle, was a ring of faces staring at him. Albus Dumbledore, his blue eyes wide with an emotion Harry couldn't, or wouldn't, name. Minerva McGonagall, her hat gone, her face a mask of stern shock. The Weasley parents, their expressions caught between gratitude and terror. And the Shadow, the other Harry, supported by the bushy-haired girl and the youngest red-headed boy, his glasses cracked, his face pale as parchment as he stared at his twin in ruin. Dumbledore took a step forward, his hand still outstretched. "Harry," he said, and his voice was rough, scraped raw by smoke and spell cast. "Let me help you." Help. The word was a foreign concept, a clumsy tool. Harry's mind, though battered, was already analyzing. Help meant vulnerability. Help meant owing a debt. Help meant being taken to the hospital wing, being poked and prodded, being asked questions he couldn't afford to answer. His occlumency walls were fractured, spider-webbed with cracks from the strain of channeling the killing curse. He could feel them, delicate as eggshell. One gentle probe from Dumbledore now would see everything. The date pendant, the Horcruxes, Arcturus's plans, the cold, calculating engine of his own soul. He couldn't allow that. With a grunt of effort that tore at something in his chest, Harry pushed himself to his feet. His legs trembled violently, but he locked his knees. He ignored Dumbledore's hand. He looked past the old wizard, his gaze finding the other Harry, the Shadow. The boy flinched under that green-eyed stare, so like his own and yet utterly alien. "You're welcome," Harry said, his voice a dry rasp. It wasn't gracious. It was a statement of accounting. A debt incurred. Then he turned, his robes, charred and torn, swinging heavily, and began to walk. Not towards the castle, but away from it, towards the edge of the grounds where the wards were weakest. "Wait." It was McGonagall. "You're injured. You cannot apparate in this state." He didn't stop. He couldn't. Every second here was a risk. He fumbled in the pocket of his robes, his fingers clumsy, and found the charmed coin creature had given him. He pressed it, pouring the dregs of his will into the activation. A soft pop echoed in the still air. Creature appeared directly in front of him, the elf's eyes bulging as he took in his master's condition. "Young master," he wailed, reaching out skeletal hands. "Home," Harry croaked, his vision tunneling. He felt Creature's bony fingers close around his wrist. The world dissolved into the familiar, suffocating squeeze of house elf apparition. The last thing he saw was Dumbledore's face, etched with a profound, helpless sorrow, and over his shoulder, the Shadow Harry, watching him vanish with an expression of confused, aching loss. Then, darkness. He woke to the smell of pungent salves and the sound of low, furious arguing. He was in his own bed at Grimmauld Place. The ceiling above him was the same cracked plaster, but it seemed to swim in and out of focus. His body was a map of pain. The Lichtenberg figures, magical lightning burns, etched across his skin pulsed with a dull, angry heat. His magical core felt like a gouged-out hole, a void where the cold pool in the contained star had once been. The arguing voices resolved into words. Reckless, idiotic bravery. That was Arcturus, his voice a lash of cold fury. To face him directly. To use an untested theory to divert the killing curse. You could have been torn apart. The alternative was death. Harry's own voice sounded weak, alien to his ears. The alternative was not being there at all. Arcturus snapped. Harry turned his head slightly. The old man stood at the foot of the bed, his face like thunder. But beneath the anger, Harry saw it, a blazing, fierce pride. You turned the battle. You saved that wretched castle. You faced the Dark Lord and made him falter. The stories are already spreading. But the cost, he leaned forward, his flint eyes scanning Harry's injuries. The healers say your magical core is critically depleted. It may take weeks to recover. And these burns, they are not just physical. They are a scarring of your magical pathways. You may never channel with the same ease again. Never channel with the same ease. The words should have been a death sentence. To a weapon, damage to its mechanism is fatal. But Harry felt a strange detachment. He had survived. That was the primary objective. Everything else was a variable to be managed. The other Horcruxes, Harry said, his mind clawing its way back to strategy. The cup. We need to find it. The cup can wait. Arcturus roared, then mastered himself, lowering his voice. You are in no condition to hunt artifacts. And the landscape has shifted. The Ministry can no longer deny the Dark Lord's return. Fudge is finished. Amelia Bones will likely be interim minister. She is fair, rigid, and will look to Dumbledore for guidance. Our political opening is narrowing. And Voldemort? Harry asked, the name tasting of ash. Arcturus's expression darkened. He has gone to ground. But his declaration, you are mine. It was not a threat of death. It was a claim of possession. He sees you now not just as a thief, but as a prize. An anomaly to be dissected. He will come for you, not with an army, but with cunning. With offers. With traps designed for your specific talents. A claim of possession. Harry remembered the red eyes, the obsessive hunger in that gaze. It was different from the dependent's need or the Locket's greed. This was the desire of a collector for a unique specimen. It was, in its way, more intimate and more terrifying than simple hatred. There was a soft pop. Creature appeared, holding a tray with a steaming, foul-smelling potion. The strengthening draft, Master Arcturus. For the young master's core. Arcturus took the potion and held it out to Harry. Drink. All of it. Then sleep. We will discuss strategy when you can stand without swaying. The potion was like swallowing liquid fire. It seared its way down his throat and into his gut, then exploded outwards through his limbs, a painful, forced irrigation of his magical channels. He gasped, his back arching off the bed. For a moment, the world went white. Then, a trickle of warmth, the faintest echo of his magic, began to seep back into the hollow. He slept, but it was not restful. He dreamed of the ash circle, but in the dream, he was not on the pillar. He was in the ash, buried up to his neck, unable to move. Around the edge, figures walked in a circle, Arcturus, Dumbledore, Voldemort, the Shadow Harry. They didn't look at him. They argued over him, as if he were a piece of land. Then, the dependent was there, dragging its chain through the ash, its blind eyes weeping black tears that sizzled when they hit the ground. The cage is of your own making, heir, it whispered. But whose key do you hold? He woke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. The room was dark. The house was silent. He could feel the cracks in his occlumency walls like physical fissures in his skull. He needed to repair them. Now, sitting up, ignoring the protest of his body, he assumed the meditation posture. He focused on his breath, on the slow, painful trickle of magic returning to his core. He began the meticulous work of reconstruction. But it was different now. The walls he built weren't just smooth, black stone. They were patchwork, threaded with the silvery, resilient strands of the will that had fueled his Patronus, and hardened with the obsidian certainty that had faced down the killing curse. The fortress was damaged, but its foundations had been stress-tested by hellfire. What he rebuilt was stronger, more complex, and infinitely more his. Over the next few days, he remained sequestered in his room. Creature brought food and potions. Arcturus visited twice daily with updates. The political machinations were accelerating. Amelia Bones had indeed been named interim minister. Her first act was to officially classify Lord Voldemort as a living, active terrorist and to offer full pardon and protection to any Death Eater who turned themselves in and provided information. It was a direct attack on Voldemort's ranks. Lucius Malfoy has vanished from ministry custody, Arcturus reported on the third day. Aided, no doubt, by bribes and within family connections. He is back at his master's side. But others are wavering. The attack on Hogwarts, and your role in repelling it, has shaken the confidence of the less fanatical. They see a fractured leadership, a wounded Dark Lord obsessed with a boy, and a rising power in that very boy who has already destroyed 3 of his master's greatest secrets. What of Dumbledore? Harry asked. He was sitting in a chair by the window now, able to stand for short periods. The magical burns on his skin had faded to faint, silvery scars. He is trying to reach you, Arcturus said, his lip curling. Daily letters, Patronus messages, offers of conversation, and healing. He is desperate to reclaim his narrative, to fold you back into the story of the light. He has also intensified the training of the other boy. I have it on good authority the Shadow is learning defensive magic at a punishing rate. Dumbledore is forging his own blade, out of guilt and necessity. Harry looked out at the grey London sky. 2 Harrys, 2 weapons, forged in different fires for different wars. The symmetry was almost poetic. On the 5th day, a letter arrived not for Arcturus but for Harry. The parchment was expensive, the handwriting elegant and familiar. It bore no return address, but the magical seal was a subtle, twisting serpent. Heir Potter Black. Circumstances have forced a realignment of priorities. Certain understandings may be of mutual benefit. A discussion, between 2 parties who recognize the evolving landscape, is warranted. Discretion assured. The usual place. Tomorrow, at midnight. L. Lucius. He was reaching out, from the heart of the enemy camp. It was a risk. A trap, likely. But also an opportunity. Lucius Malfoy was a survivor. He had felt Voldemort's weakness, seen Harry's power, and was hedging his bets. Harry showed the letter to Arcturus. The old man's eyes gleamed. He is testing the waters. And he is terrified. This is valuable. You will go. It's a trap, undoubtedly. But not necessarily one of violence. Lucius is not a brawler. It will be a trap of words, of offers, of poisoned alliances. You are skilled in such duels. Go. Listen. Learn what the snake's nest is planning. And give him nothing. So, the following night, still magically weakened but mentally sharp, Harry once again donned the disillusionment charm and had Creature drop him at the edge of the woods near the Malfoy Manor. The usual place was a secluded, classical folly on the grounds, a marble gazebo overlooking a dark, stagnant pond. Lucius was already there, leaning on his serpent cane, his face pale and strained in the moonlight. He looked older, the lines around his mouth deep with tension. He did not look surprised when Harry shimmered into view. You came, Lucius said, his voice flat. I was not certain you would. You offered an understanding, Harry replied, remaining at the edge of the gazebo. I am here to listen. The Dark Lord is unwell, Lucius began, choosing his words with excruciating care. The loss of his anchors has changed him. His pain is our pain, through the mark. His focus is singular. You. He looked at Harry, his gray eyes searching. He does not just want to kill you. He wants to understand you. To break you apart and learn how you did what you did. He believes you hold a key to a purer, more absolute form of immortality. Harry said nothing. Let Lucius talk. This obsession is a vulnerability, Lucius continued, his voice dropping. It blinds him to larger strategies. It divides his followers. Some see your power and wonder. If the heir of Black can wound the Dark Lord so deeply, where does true power lie? Are you wondering, Lucius? Harry asked softly. Lucius's grip tightened on his cane. I am a pragmatist. The world is changing. The old certainties are ash. I have a family to protect. A legacy to preserve. He took a step closer. There could be an arrangement. A channel of communication. Certain warnings, in exchange for certain considerations. When the storm passes, regardless of the victor, the Malfoy name endures. He was offering to become a double agent, to betray Voldemort for a promise of protection from the rising Black Star. It was the ultimate act of pure blood self-interest. Harry considered. The information could be vital. But the cost. Associating with a known Death Eater. Trusting the word of a man who had already proven faithless to every cause but his own. Your son, Harry said, changing tack. How is Draco? Lucius's mask slipped for a second, revealing a flash of genuine, paternal anguish. He is recovering. The mind healer your grandfather recommended, he has helped. But the fear remains. He dreams of you. He calls you the Silent Lord in his sleep. He said the title with a strange mixture of dread and awe. The Silent Lord, Harry repeated. A name given by a terrified child. It felt oddly fitting. The offer stands, Lucius said, regaining his composure. A private line. Through the elf, if you prefer. No one need know. Harry made a decision. You will have your line. But the considerations are not promises. They are evaluations. Your value will be measured by the quality and timeliness of your warnings. Betray me, and I will not send you to Azkaban. I will send you to your master, with your treachery etched into your mind for him to find. Lucius paled but nodded. It was a devil's bargain, and he knew it. As Harry turned to leave, Lucius spoke once more, his voice barely audible. He is searching for the cup. He believes it to be the most secure, hidden in a place only a true fanatic could access. He is looking to the Lestranges. To Bellatrix. Harry stored the information. He gave no sign of thanks. He simply melted back into the disillusionment and called for Creature. Back at Grimmauld Place, he relayed the conversation to Arcturus. The old man stroked his chin. Bellatrix Lestrange. She is imprisoned in Azkaban, but her vault is in Gringotts. The cup is likely there. A fortress within a fortress. He looked at Harry, a new light in his eyes. This is the target. But not yet. You are not ready. And we need a plan to breach the unbreachable. The following morning, another missive arrived, this one by ordinary ministry owl. An official summons. Not to the Wizengamot, but to the office of the interim minister, Amelia Bones. The subject, consultation on national security. She wants to size you up, Arcturus said. To see if you are a potential asset or a potential threat. You will go. And you will be neither. You will be a force of nature she cannot control but cannot ignore. Harry went alone, dressed in simple, authoritative black. The ministry was a different place. The air of complacent bustle was gone, replaced by a grim, purposeful tension. Witches and wizards moved quickly, their faces serious. The giant fountain in the atrium was now flanked by aurors on high alert. He was ushered into Amelia Bones's office. It was neat, orderly, and devoid of Fudge's frivolous trinkets. Bones sat behind her desk, her monocle gleaming, her expression unreadable. Mr. Potter Black, she said, gesturing to a chair. Thank you for coming. I will be direct. Your actions at Hogwarts were extraordinary. They also raised a great many questions. About your training, your intentions, and your status under magical law. I acted in defense of myself and others, Harry said, taking the seat. The law is clear on that. The law is clear on the use of proportional force, Bones corrected. Some of the magic witnessed was highly advanced, and some of the outcomes were fatal. I am not here to charge you. I am here to understand you. The Dark Lord has returned. We face a war. Where do you stand? It was the question everyone wanted answered. Harry met her gaze. I stand against Tom Riddle. My methods may differ from the department's. They are born of necessity, not doctrine. I will not join your orders. I will not take orders from a council. But our interests, for now, are aligned. Bones studied him, her eyes sharp. That is a dangerously independent stance. It invites confusion, conflict, and potential catastrophe. The catastrophe is already here, Harry said. Confusion is the product of your previous administration's lies. I offer clarity. I am not a soldier in your war. I am a power in my own right. You can choose to coordinate with that power, or you can waste resources trying to contain it. But you cannot ignore it. It was a brazen statement from a 15-year-old boy. But Amelia Bones had seen the reports from Hogwarts. She had spoken to Dumbledore. She knew this was no ordinary child. Dumbledore believes you are being manipulated by darker forces, she said, testing. Dumbledore believes a great many things, Harry replied, his voice cool. His belief did not stop the giants from breaking the walls. My actions did. Bones was silent for a long moment. Finally, she leaned back. I will not pretend to understand you, Mr. Potter Black. But I am a practical woman. We share an enemy. For now, that is enough. You will keep me informed of any intelligence you uncover regarding the Dark Lord's movements. In return, the Ministry will not interfere with your activities, provided they remain within the broadest interpretation of the law. This is not an alliance. It is a temporary, tactical ceasefire. It was the best he could hope for. He nodded. Agreed. As he left the Ministry, he felt the weight of the converging paths. Lucius's betrayal, Bones's wary truce, Dumbledore's desperate overtures, Voldemort's obsessive claim. He was at the center of a web of fragile, shifting alliances. He returned to Grimmauld Place as twilight fell. The house welcomed him with a deeper silence. He went straight to the study. Arcturus was there, examining a large, ancient blueprint, the architectural plans of Gringotts, procured through means Harry didn't question. The cup is next, Arcturus said without looking up. But Gringotts is not a castle to be stormed. It is a puzzle to be solved. And we have a piece. He tapped a section of the blueprint showing the high-security vaults. The Lestrange vault requires a blood key and a goblin escort. We have neither. But we have something better. We have a mind that can unravel curses, and a will that can persuade stone. He finally looked at Harry, his expression grave. Your magic is healing, but it will be different. Scarred. Perhaps stronger in new ways, perhaps limited in others. We must test it. We must prepare. The hunt for the cup will be your greatest challenge. And it must be done before the Dark Lord retrieves it, or before Dumbledore decides to claim it for his own. Harry looked at the complex schematics, at the labyrinth of tunnels and enchantments. A vault within a bank within a mountain. A final Horcrux, guarded by a madwoman's devotion and goblin ingenuity. He felt no fear, only a cold, focused anticipation. The ashes of the Hogwarts victory had settled. Now, the real work began. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.